it serves a purpose, they'll put them on. And if it doesn't, they'll take them off. Certain things you can't say, even if you feel. That's probably what happened. I still don't know what too gay means. It's either that you're gay or not. Like, so, that's a weird thing to say. There's levels to gayness.
It's the spectrum. Okay. Honestly, truly, like when people say like things are too gay, I feel like we know usually it means either someone's very comfortable in their gayness or they're a feminine gay person. Like that's usually what it means. Like they're too gay. And so it's like it means that like you know that person's gay. A lot of people are cool with people who are gay and they don't know about it. You know, they'll talk about their personal lives, or you don't talk about your personal life. You just got a job, it's whatever. But once they know about it, it's like, oh, you're talking about your man as a man that's too gay, or you're talking about your woman and we want to hit that shit. That's too gay. We don't like that. You never know with these dudes. Like a lot of men are like that, and I would say just because you're not like that, I mean like psych y'all. Even though I was fighting with him the other day. I just be like that. But it's just like, I feel like just because you feel like you're not that serious, where you're like, I don't be fighting with people if it's not serious. You don't come from me, I don't come from you. A lot of other people aren't like that. Like when niggas say like something is too gay, it can be as easy as you told him that you have a husband instead of a wife. And now that nigga's mad because that shit is too gay for you. It's just, it really is a spectrum of not just gayness, but like what people are accepting of. And I feel like that's the whole thing that like women say more. It's just like people can be mad about it, but at the same time, there's a reason that he got the payout. They don't get these payouts like just for like some, you know, random comment or someone being rude. It's a pattern of behavior that lets these people know that's why they deserve a payout. So
I'm gonna say that there is the spectrum is there's the extreme super flamboyant that everything consists of being gay. Every single argument, every time they open their mouth, they're talking about their gay dissociety. And that makes it an issue. So we could be talking about ice cream and the next.
And Muslims can't afford their insurance. They got children, they got families raised, they're working all kinds of overtime. As a matter of fact, when they get hurt and disabled, which happens far more frequently than being killed, their pay is cut about 66% of what they did before, and there's no overtime. And most of them go bankrupt. So they don't have that ability to get that extra insurance and extra thing unless they have a spouse.
Wait a minute. No, ain't nobody talking about ice cream. And please don't do that to anybody, Flanders or Nathan or any one of you other guns in the room. So I think with the issue is people much rather deal with a more powerful individual like Rachel gay, and nobody cares, you know. Like I said, Anderson, hey, I was done. Anderson, he also doesn't do the same thing. But when it comes to the flamboyant side, it always seems to be the raunchy black gay that wants to scream high and low into anybody's ears, or wants to yell it in your face and bring their boyfriend to the stage and kiss on stage and all that other shit. It's just a bunch of unnecessary shit that's not really valued or wanted. They want to push it in everybody's face, and I think that's the reason why they get fired. Because nobody wants to see the shit. Nobody cares. You go be gay over there. Stop trying to force everybody to accept your lifestyle. Fuck you, nigga. Nobody cares.
Ryan, I feel like the issue, like with what you're talking about, is because I feel like you don't feel like you're pushing your lifestyle on other people, while you do feel like other people are pushing your lifestyle on you, right? Like, for example, even when we talk about like, oh, the flamboyance of, you know, gay black men, like I didn't have that same issue. I'm like, oh my gosh, it got to a point that we went from, yes, ladies, show your body, you know, fuck these niggas, do your thing, to like, goddamn, you got your whole ass out? The fuck? Like, no, girl, put a little bit of that up. Put a little bit of ass up, girl. You know, but it's just like, that is where the push them based on like what we're talking about. So you're being like, why these niggas got their ass out? Why they doing this? Why they doing that? You was clapping hardcore when the girls were doing it, and like when it really boils down to it, a lot of feminine gay black men are around black women. It's actually not just the black women. Honestly, I want to say it's very diverse. There's a lot of it's very diverse. Like anything, I'm all about this. You know, I love it all. It's just like I feel like y'all act like y'all don't know totally came from when y'all were the ones who were giving manifesting and the pushing of the culture. Like y'all push this type of culture. Like honestly, truly, if you really think about it, like 30 years ago, people was not thinking about ass; they was thinking about titties. But because of how y'all push it, yeah, now we got niggas out here being ass. I got white girls, competing now. I'm like, oh no, I don't even want to compete with you. They're like, nah, I have bigger ass. I remember back in the day when they used to be like, my skin's darker than yours because I got a tan. They don't even say that shit no more. They'd be like, I got a bigger ass than you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, girl, okay. I don't be in the gym. It's gonna be okay. But it's just like, y'all have to act like y'all are the pushers of that culture. It's not like they're doing this out of nowhere. It's not like these gay black men who have like gone up and like now they're like some of them are like, making motion off of supporting black women, but I've also some of them are making motion out of being themselves. But like the whole thing comes from y'all niggas. Like what are you talking about? The BBL culture, like the culture of getting BBLs, being big as shit, making sure your thighs match, all of that shit. You're mad that gay people are taking this on. But being realistic, a lot of gay people have like taken up and been there for black women, but they also see black women as something that they like want to see in themselves. And then you have these standards for black women. And then you are confused why you didn't want to be out here with that ass. Like, Frosty Santana is out here. Literally, there's so many like people on TikTok doing like the same like little things he does, where it's like purity, this and that. Why do you think they want to look up to black gay men instead of black straight men?
Well, I'm saying that now that gender and sexuality are on a spectrum, meaning they are fluid, that we should not have to consider sexuality an immutable characteristic. I don't think it ever was. So take those right.
Alright, so your
man could be one man and woman could be man, then you know what? Fuck it. I think gay man can be straight, and straight man can be gay.
And I personally have a desire to be a bad bitch. Shut up. But I am a big bitch. I know for sure if I was trans, I would be 6'5" with a big dick.
That's just stupid shit down here.
Shut up, Lion. Go ahead, Monica. I'm sorry, baby.
Are you
Shut up, Lion. Monica was speaking. I don't want to hear you. Let her go.
I'm actually the Congressman.
The overall point is...
Shut up and let her go. I'm never going to listen to you. I don't respect you. I don't respect you. I don't care.
Because I wanted to ask a question.
This is the stupidest shit ever.
I don't listen to you.
Okay, then shut up.
I want to listen to her.
I don't care what you want to listen to.
You're just talking. I'm going to answer you.
Lions are a respected member of the community. So
He's a cool.
This crazy ass woman. Look, here's the point. No, we don't necessarily know that anymore. The overall point is you think that they're your allies, and in fact they're your replacement, you're immediate to a side. All they do is copy you, trying to beat you so they can take what's left of the heterosexual men that they can. That's the ultimate point. They're here to deceive and trick niggas and you help them. They never actually was on your side about anything. Let's look at the political standing that they have with you. What are they actually fighting for? For you, black woman. What if you want to
Wait,
no, right?
Lion, you want to
Wait, no, not yet. No, not yet. The right to a
even got here to America is because Black people didn't respect each other enough to not kill each other in their Black people didn't even respect each other enough to not sell each other into slavery. And then we got into here to America, and I can pop shit, and I'll pop shit with any white man, but at the end of the day, they can always be like, yeah, but who stopped that shit? Who stopped slavery? Who stopped it?
It was fake.
Let's be fucking for real. Listen, y'all niggas was not on that. Y'all niggas was like, even to this day, there's people who come from the African continent that we have always been trained to love and care for, and they're like, we're happy we sold you into slavery, blah, blah, blah. These people around me, they do not do that type of shit. What are you talking? It's crazy. It's crazy behavior. And the fact that you can even be like, what did they give you? Bitch, America, what are you talking about? I'm happy to be in America. What are you talking about? I literally don't have to work hard at all. Like, even when they have all these, like, they, put people out the country, and they're like, who's gonna work these farm jobs? Not me. I don't got a cute little job. I do my little thing. I don't do too much work. Like, honestly, I'm happy to be where I am, and I feel like y'all feel like they never gave a shit. But to be honest, like, that's why I do take up for my homegirls, because I definitely understand where sometimes, okay, if we talking shit on you, you have to move on. I'm not saying that being Black in America means that we're, like, being treated like the nicest ever, but honestly, it's better being treated nicely in America than somewhere else. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we have cute little work from home jobs. I don't even have to get dressed to go to work. I be talking to people, like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not the same. Like, the whole idea of, like, these people are fucking us over, and it's the worst thing ever. Even me personally, that's why I came into the room, and I apologize, like, because I was drunk that day, and I was like, I'm sorry for being mean to you.
I apologize as well. I didn't hear you apologize. I apologize as well. But it's all just letting you know, a new day is a new day. I don't hold anything against you, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I never get it back.
Can you make y'all listen?
I be talking my shit sometimes. Shut up, nigga.
Alice, did you hear what happened?
I got to feel like it.
That's
Wait,
all I'm saying.
someone with a plus sign spoke to me. What's up, Monica?
Hey, yeah, plus community right here. So now that you hear what happened, I learned something really valuable in Clubhouse recently.
Yeah, well, then.
I heard that calling someone weird is actually worse than calling them the N-word or an atheist. I did not know that.
Yeah, that is unfortunately true. And I don't understand it, because I'm just saying you're weird, like you're being strange, like you're not being normal. I feel like the niggas is taking it too hard. I feel like it's a lot more than what it is.
For the record, in this role, there's a list. So from worst to bad, the worst word.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm in the middle of something. What's up?
Well, just looking through a 2017 Kiplinger magazine I used to subscribe to, and that's when Trump was in office, and the like CD raisins, they were all very low at that time.
Yeah.
And I remember I just sat on money, not investing it, waiting for this shit to turn around, but it took till 2024 to turn it around.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Um,
Oh, you know what else? There's an article. There's a number of articles. Back when you got caught up in that 2019 deal, it's still being talked about as one of the worst times that ever happened, or of the era where people like your age range did get caught up in that shit. Really makes me mad every time I see it. Anyway, what are you doing?
I'm about to go work on the coach house.
Oh yeah, do what?
tape it all up and lay plastic all around so I can. I don't really want to do 2 cans or even 1 can today, but I have to get this painting done because I just had 2 new cans shaken up. So.
They do say it holds for a couple of days.
Mhm.
I sure as hell wouldn't trust that.
Take it
Well,
back.
those guys know. They're only selling the shit. Doesn't mean they know shit.
What do you mean? You think I should bring it back and have it shake it again?
No, I think you should stir it. Don't you always take stir sticks when you
Yeah.
get paint?
I also bought like a metal mixer that I can put on my electric screwdriver to.
They'll spit all over the place. That you didn't need. You just use a paint stick. Kind of like dig it up from the bottom carefully.
Mhm.
I wish I was there. I'd paint that little beauty for you. What color is it?
It's just white.
But you gotta paint it again. Well, that one last only time
There's
I ever
stains,
saw it.
you know,
It was
'cause-
in good shape.
It flooded, so there was all this staining on the walls from all the moisture.
I don't know if the paint's gonna cover that without a primer.
No, I can wipe down most of the stains.
Well, you sure should first. They got a product called PSP,
I know.
trisodium phosphate.
I know.
Um,
I literally just, you can use a wet rag and paper towel. I don't need to scrub all the freaking walls. It's too much work. And that chemicals, you know, you're dealing with all that chemicals. It's like, this is the thing I hate about painting is you're literally exposing yourself to all these chemicals. It gets all over your skin. It's such a pain
there's
in
a
the
real
ass.
prep period. That's what painters get $5 for is that prep work.
Yeah.
Tarping everything down, taping it. But it's still not worth it to me because I can invest in a $5 roll of tape and do the baseboards. I'm glad I'm done painting. It is. I painted this whole damn place myself. Every wall, ceiling, it's over. Now don't paint during the heat of the day. Start getting that. Get out there in the morning while it's still nice and cool. Have the doors and windows up. And roll it out. Do you have a Harbor Freight near you? I don't think so.
No.
Nah?
No.
That's where you get the best prices on that paint stuff.
Mm.
I bought myself a Sawzall yesterday. I'll leave it in my will for you. Yeah. So everything else okay? You okay?
Yeah, things are going fine. I just gotta keep moving. That's it, and everything will be okay.
Yeah. That's what Aunt Linda said probably about a year ago. She said, you gotta keep moving. Because when you get older,
Mhm.
I don't really like doing paperwork anymore. I don't really like housekeeping, cleaning anymore. I'm even slowing down on cooking. It's like all of a sudden, bam,
Yeah,
it's
cooking.
hitting me. I'm slowing down.
Did you or Samantha ever get that thyroid treatment surgery where they cut into your neck?
No, but Aunt Linda had that when she was a kid.
Really? As a kid she had it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess they wanted one of the 5 daughters to get caught up in some kind of surgery so they can make some money.
What I don't understand is how you're the baby of the family, right?
Yeah.
So how the hell how is Nancy doesn't have the same father as you? But what did your mom get back together with your dad after
My mother went outside her marriage. And Nancy was created, and I believe that's why I was created. To cover her indiscretion up.
See, that's so conspiratorial. It's like you think you were a cover-up baby. It's so stupid.
You know what? I like myself. I do, because I can see that I just kept on pushing forward, although I was like kind of left out there all by myself. Even when I was a young child, you're on your own.
Yeah, but I mean,
myself,
I know.
Because of my succeeding, but and it really doesn't matter
Exactly.
who your mother is or who your father is.
Exactly. That's
if
my
you
point.
grab on and hook in.
Yeah.
That's the only way. That's the only way it happens for you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I say when you. That's why I'm making fun of you when you say you're a cover-up baby. I'm like, yeah, like you just came up with the correct answer, but you know, I was just wondering because, like, how the hell does a woman get back with the man that? Well, I guess it makes sense now that I think about it, but it's still.
Well, think about. I just thought of this. Nancy was the fourth child. Mom was probably out of her mind, right? She's got 3 kids already. Now she's got a fourth one. So just having those 3 tipped her over the edge to having an indiscretion moment.
Uh-huh.
But when I was just a teenager, she invited me out to lunch, which was really off. That was out of the norm. And we go to meet this guy in a restaurant. His name was Mike. And I had to endure having lunch with a man that she's having an affair with.
Mm-hmm.
And Nancy finds a love letter in my mom's purse. And she shows it to me. And she says, show it to Dad. That was George.
Mm-hmm.
My stepdad. Show it to George. So I did. I just handed it to him. And I don't know the discussion that he and my mom had. But this guy was flowering my mother with gifts. And I think that's when she started those babysittings out of the house.
Mm.
So that she could have them come over to her babysittings. Because don't you find that odd? That she's babysitting other families' children, leaving her own kids. Nancy and I were left in the house.
Mm-hmm.
She would come over to our house and make a sandwich. And Nancy and I would let ourselves in the door. We had a key because we'd walk home from school and have our lunch and then lock the house back up and walk back to school.
Mm-hmm.
While my mom's at the other person's house.
I have this book about.
Anyway, I thought of an idea. Here's a suggestion. No, an opinion. I think Trump is promoting crypto because he wants to close down the treasury
Mm-hmm.
because it's a big waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of start fresh and anew where we have control because the U.S. has completely lost control of all the agencies that run it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's way too much fat. So he's trimming off that fat. And he's got his hand in crypto himself. So he stands to make money.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's my opinion. I took a 2-hour and 20-minute walk with my neighbor today.
Nice.
That was a big walk. We walked until put trails in behind their BBS building.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy introduced me to those trails. It's kind of nice. God, we just talk politics and news. He's great. He's a married guy. He's the man that did all the plaster work here for me. And he was a Catholic, so he went to Catholic schools. And he lived in Naperville.
Naperville's very popular now.
Have you met anybody exciting lately?
Yeah, I met this girl, but she's moving back to Germany, so it's not going anywhere.
Cut them off when things aren't even looking good, right? I've always wasted my time hanging too long.
You know, I was kind of upset, and then I did some yoga in the park, and I looked up at this beautiful tree, and it you know, some kind of like a eucalyptus tree or something, but looked so amazing. I was just like, the message was everything will be okay. You know, like don't be upset about anything. Just day by day, and that's it. Like people come,
Yeah, you know what it
people
was?
go.
You were seeing the moment, the beauty, spring. Spring is kind of like a blessing
Yeah.
in itself. And you were appreciating the moment.
Yeah.
Don't read any more into it than that.
No, that's
You were being thankful.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that I got the message.
Yeah, nice, isn't it? I get those little epiphanies every so often too. And I'm so glad that I took that breath, because there it was. I don't get them too often, but sure do recognize it when I do get one.
Marriage is like the perfect analogy to debt, meaning that you create this essentially an artificial contract which involves all these unknown third parties in the future.
Who are those third parties?
Judges, lawyers, police, counselors, society, basically.
Okay.
So I was just saying, I was listening to Bill Maher, and he was saying that marriage jokes are very popular because marriage sucks. So it's fun to make fun of it. But yeah, I mean, if you find somebody you really like and everything is going well, you know, it's a beautiful blessing. So that's where I want to be. But unfortunately, because I have this lawyer and a judge up my ass, you know, it adds another layer of penetration to all my relationships. And
that's where a girl's gonna take a hike.
Well, my point is, if a girl's gonna take a hike, and then maybe she's not really interested. Well, the point is, she's not interested in me. So it's like, I guess I need to unfuck my situation to get a girl interested again. It's a filter, basically.
Like you said, if the girl's into you, she will step up with your problems. But you gotta tell her the truth. And then, it's not a bad, what you did, 2019, property values dropped. It was all a bank win-win situation. And you said, fuck you, I'm out. That's exactly what you did. Now, when she tells her parents that, that's the other layer you're talking about.
Yeah.
They'll probably say, just keep going, honey, keep going.
Yeah.
I know I would if you were my kid and your girlfriend was in that dire strait.
Well, that makes me kind of jaded about love, meaning that it's not really about. It's not even about attraction. It's not even about attraction.
The apartment building.
Well, what I'm saying is, love is. You should. I guess it's a good way to actually do like a diagnostic on love. You know, both ways, whether it's not really love and it really is about arrangement or providing security. So, yeah, I understand it from the position of like an animalistic position where that man has to go out there and come back home with meat. So, that's basically the situation.
Some girls gonna say, yeah, we can live there. We can pay that mortgage. It doesn't matter to me. It's not my building. But as long as we got a nice apartment in our lap, we'll live there.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is there's always levels, meaning somebody who's living in a Roach Motel studio, in a shitty part of the town, if you can fall in love with somebody who has something significantly better than you, you've just improved your situation. But that person is usually like a low quality tenant, somebody you don't even want to rent to begin with. So.
We're not talking about renters. We're talking about girlfriends.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm already living with people in this building. It's like ridiculous. It's like a big house. I live with 2 people, 3 people. I mean, if somebody else moves in, I mean, the whole thing is, if you don't have a kid, Mom, there's like no reason to live with somebody. To tell you the truth, it's kind of ridiculous. Like, because what's the point of living with you if we're not like creating a baby and raising a child? Like, I just find it to be kind of, you can enjoy your boundaries. I'll enjoy my boundaries, but I prefer my peace and quiet by myself. I mean, I think
it is nice to have somebody like once a week committed to having dinner over at their house, or they come over to your house, you split it, and then you go dancing with them when there's music to go out. That was pretty nice. I'm really missing that with that guy.
Well, that's
but
dating.
That guy.
That's going out on a date. There's lots of people who want to go out on dates, but there's a lot of people who also don't want to pay for dates, and thus they're just looking for sex. And those are like sociopath or just basically drug addicts. They're sex addicts.
Or maybe they're looking to hook a guy with qualifications.
A lot of it is spam too. A lot of people are just talking on these apps, and like it's all just spam. So I don't know.
What a waste of time.
It is a huge waste of time.
My health club's full of girls that have their camel toe hanging out with these skinny spandex panties on.
I know. I went to the gym today, and there's just so many beautiful women that I'm like, all you have to do is have confidence and communicate and ask if they're interested in going out on a date. I mean, that's all. It's not, I'm past the shyness aspect, but it's also, I just want to work out. But, it's in the summertime, I'm going to be asking, beautiful girls if I can get their number and take them out on dates. I mean, I don't have a problem, trying to talk to people. A lot of it is just the motivation.
If they don't like a date that you're not paying for anything, and you just take a walk and talk, that's the only way you can really see what, let's say they see a dime on the ground.
Mama,
they bend over to pick up the dime and they're excited. Look, I found the dime.
Mom, a lot of women, unfortunately, they just don't like to drink $1.50 Miller High Life. I don't see any difference between that and a $20 cocktail. But a lot of girls, they just, they want. I think girls who get everything paid for, it's exhilarating for them, and they feel like they're walking on a cloud. And you can, if you buy somebody $100, $200 dinner, $300 dinner, the joy that immediately comes out of them at that exact moment, it's because they feel like, God's grace is pouring down riches to them at every moment, and you're just that guy on a Tuesday, and then there's somebody else on a Wednesday and a Thursday. I mean, I don't know, there's some girls that live like that, it's the Marilyn Monroe dream, I suppose, if you're really beautiful and you work it, because again, it's all spam, and there are girls talking to hundreds of people on their phones. So it's a crazy way to live your life, because it's spam. You have no real peace of mind. You're kind of a.
Let me tell you, when I was having that guy come over to my house for dinner, it would take me a couple of days to grind up walnuts and put cocoa with it, and make these like dessert balls and marinate my meat. And he gave me a chance, shave my legs, paint my eyebrows, look good, look sexy, feel good, cook my ass off, had him come over. It felt so damn good. But he was an uncommunicative street. But I felt, until I finally said to myself, why are you spending your money making these appetizers, main encore, and dessert for this jerk? But it was exciting. It was a way to show off my culinary skill. You see, you don't really need to take somebody out to dinner. If you can impress somebody with your cooking and they're appreciative because you know that they don't know how to cook, and if you get into that deal once a week, you go to her place 1 week, she comes to your place 1 week, and if she can't come up with a menu because she's, not a cook, then the two of you put your heads together and you come up with the diet menu. Don't you find that engaging?
Mm-hmm.
That would help you push you forward too into figuring out food. Oh, I got a story to tell you. I went to a barbecue across the street, a graduation party for the autistic son, graduated high school. So this lady sitting at the table I was at, she says, I know you. He said, you do? I said, I don't know you. She says, yeah, we work together at Lapete in Park Ridge. She says, I was only 18. You were about 30, 31. I said, yeah, that is the age I was when I was working over there. And she says, I remember what a hard worker you were. She says, I asked you to hold the dustpan while I swept it into the pan, and you said to me, here's how you do it. Put your left hand on the dustpan, you put your right hand on the broom, and you sweep your own dustpan full. And she says, I remember how physically fit you were. I really was enamored by you. And then she talked to me about, remember that place you wanted to work at, the Edison Park Inn?
Uh-huh.
Remember that along the railroad track?
Yeah.
She says it's even expanded more. And she said Trader Joe's and Whole Foods went in Park Ridge. She said Lapete is gone. But what an interesting, oh yeah, she went to high school with some of Jim Chivister's children. How do you like that small world?
Small world after all. All right, well, I want to try to save some sunlight here, and I have probably fucking 10 hours of work ahead of me. Who knows how long it'll take me to paint this stupid place. One coat is never enough. So thanks for the call. I hope you're doing well and had a great day, and let's talk later this week.
Okay, let me ask you one thing. You get up on a ladder and cut the ceiling and the wall in. You don't paint the ceiling.
No, the ceiling needs to be painted too.
It needs to be white.
Yeah, it's gonna be
reflect
white.
The light.
The whole thing is white.
The whole thing is white?
Yep.
And what shine did you get? The satin, the flat, or the...
Satin. I think satin.
You got satin? That's what you should have got. You did that right. Did you take all the wall plates off the light switches and the plugs?
I'm gonna tape them with paint.
No. Take them off so that you can just roll.
Yeah.
Right around them, and you won't get that buildup next to the plate.
Yeah, some of them.
I'll fly in tomorrow.
No, you can stay right where you're at. If you'd like to come here, I mean, I don't know. I mean, we're going to your house in October apparently for the big 100. Can you imagine what it'll be like when you turn 100?
I hope I die when I'm 84. 82.
Why? You could still.
That means I only got 9 years left.
Why
That's enough for me.
Your 80s can still be very, lived very well. I mean, you can really enjoy life in your 80s if you take care of yourself.
I don't enjoy life.
Oh, you don't enjoy life? But what's the difference? I mean, whether you're 80 or how old are you now?
75.
71. Well, 9 more years, you'll be 80. I'm sure you're gonna make it to 80, at least, and then maybe 89. And then when you're like 94, I'll be like, wow, do you think you'll make it to 100? And you'll be like, I don't know, and I don't care. We'll find out. And then when you get to 100, you'll be like, you'll still be talking about, who knows what you'll be talking about when you're 100. But
I hope I get hit by a car.
You want to get hit by a car?
That'd be the easiest way out.
Getting hit by a car sounds horrible. It's not an easy death.
Who cares as long as it does the job?
Well,
I'm less interested in continuing to live. There's nothing left to live for.
well, I think
I've done
that's.
it all. I've done it all.
Yeah, but then that should be a good place to be when you've done it all, because then it's literally just about every day. See, you know that movie with Bill Murray, Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
He was trapped in a time loop. He couldn't get out of, the same Groundhog Day every day until he finally became happy. And he realized that he was getting angry over everything. And then he fell in love with the girl, and then the movie ended. It's an interesting movie to watch. You should rewatch it because it's really all about anger management. I mean, here's a challenge. I'll give you a challenge. Try not to be angry for 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days. Imagine if you could go 30 days without getting angry about anything. That would be, it's a challenge. It's very difficult because there's so many things that happen all the time where you're just like, motherfucker, this is fucking unbelievable. So, I mean, I went to the gym the other day and, the light turned orange as I'm through the intersection and the camera goes off and boom, I got another $100 ticket. And so you're just like, even when you go to an intersection and you see that timer counting down, 10, 9, 8, if you don't have enough time, and plus basically that means you can't even be going fast. So I'm saying like the speed limit here is 30, 35 now everywhere. You can't go over 35 anywhere. So I'm just saying you just have to drive very slowly here. And anyway, so my point is it's the same thing in life. People are road raging all the time. In the real world, at work, in their car, on the phone, on the internet, they're road raging. So the revolutionary or the enlightenment way to live your life, if you want to change your life, Mom, is to try to go 30 days without getting angry over a single thing. And you'll be like, huh? Well,
I don't have the obsession of the telephone or the email or that stuff. I'm chill. People like it chill. They like being around me. And I'm really easy going. It's you guys. Your age range.
Yeah, but you just said
twice as fast.
You just said you want to die at 84 and get killed by a car. Like that doesn't sound to me like somebody who's chill. That sounds to me.
That's one way. I could probably come up with a few other ways, but
and you just
if it happens.
And you just said you've already.
I'd be lucky.
See, my point is, you just said I've already experienced everything, and everything is boring. So I'm just trying to point out that, like, if Dad has told me this too about being bored, about not having a job. This is the thing about Aunt Pat, at least, like the artistic, the manufacturing of art, and creating art. You'll never be bored because there's infinite possibilities. But people who are bored are essentially lazy. That's kind of what happens. They no longer want to create shit, and they just want shit to be automated for them. So that's just my opinion.
You just have to eat again. It's like life amounts to eating. You have to go get the shit to eat it. Or you can pay for shit food in a restaurant and be angry about it.
Well, this is what I like about living here, at least in northwest side of Chicago, is that I have 50 different good food options that I rotate, amongst. So my food intake is always high quality and always varied. I never get sick of what I'm eating. And then I try to find the most high quality food for the best price. And then I mix and match. I mean, it's and it gives you, and food is so amazing. It just tastes, some food is just so good. You're just like, wow, I'm in heaven right now. And it's fatty and delicious. but I just worked out, so I earned it.
Fatty and delicious. When's the last time you had a physical?
Last night. But yeah.
You should have a physical and probably a prostate check.
Oh yeah, I want some Indian guy from Hyderabad sticking his finger up my butt and say, "Oh, Mr. Kitover, your prostate feels very nice. To feel so good. How does it feel when I push here?"
Have you ever had one yet?
No.
No. How about you don't have colon checkups yet, right?
Nah, no colon checkups yet. Nah, I'm good on the colon and the prostate for right now. I got bigger things to worry about, like paying my gas bill, paying my electric bill. Oh my God, the fucking utility prices are driving me crazy.
Okay, just checking to see if you're taking care of yourself.
Yeah.
You get free healthcare.
I just went to the gym today. I'm doing more pull-ups than I've ever done in years.
I know, but you gotta check the cholesterol, thyroid, all those checkups. And all that's what they do when they do a checkup.
Well,
do a blood draw and
what
it
were
tells
you-
them everything you're lacking.
How many boosters have you gotten?
2.
And you got 2 vaccines?
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's so much information out there that I'm sure you don't even care about or have ever read about. But, I mean, you do know that it was probably a bad idea to take those, vaccines and boosters. But
I think it was all a shit show for some deliberate purpose.
how can
I
you
think
just?
it was a cleansing to get people off of Social Security to save the system.
It was a purge.
I think there was a number of reasons to do it.
Yeah, it was a huge
They need
purge.
and when all those people that did die, and they had large estates,
Oh yeah.
so when those estates got cashed in, that's when the tax revenue came in.
Well, the thing is, they spent trillions of dollars on loans, on borrowing. Heroes Act, 1.5 billion, 1.1 trillion. So the country's now at 40 trillion in debt. So that was the biggest scam, is all the COVID relief funding and buying 30 fucking million vaccines every month. I mean, the government
And masks.
everything. Yeah, masks, the rotisserie chickens, the incubators. I mean, this is the thing that I really dislike about life, is that it's like lawyers and doctors, and that's it. They're like those two fuckers, those two categories of reality control so much of the pie, and where your taxes go and how your life turns out. I mean, it's those two fuckers. And the worst one is the doctor, in my opinion. I heard this doctor at the gym today talking about how they can no longer get Medicare, and so they're switching to Medicaid Advantage as their way to lure
Medicare Advantage.
to lure new customers in, and they have to adapt with the times. And hearing this conversation, I was just like, ugh, what a fucking scam artist, like just finding a new way, meaning that it's the fucking government. Without the government, these doctors wouldn't even be able to earn a fucking living. They'd be making pizza prices, because they're a dime a
I'm getting
dozen.
a doctor appointment here now. These doctors are leaving. They've already left. I was getting a colonoscopy, and the guy had like an Israeli accent. I said, "Oh, where are you from?" He says, "I'm from Israel, and I'm here." Jordan. He was from Jordan, and he said he was here for 5 years, and then he leaves. He was a young man.
Yeah.
So they're doing maybe what they would call a residency, maybe.
Yeah.
But that's who they're bringing in here, because all the doctors are leaving.
Well.
It's a shit show here.
Oh,
And that's just another reason I want to say, hey, fucking knows. Whatever's happening has nothing to do with my doing, but it affects me. Try to get a dermatology appointment.
Yeah, crazy.
It's like they're letting you just
Exactly.
That gives me less to live on, and I get less protection.
So why did Trump and the Republican Congress stop taxing Social Security benefits?
Well, because they took tax out of that money when you were working. So they were double dipping.
Yep.
And they just stopped that here in New Mexico 2 years now. So finally I'm getting, how much are you getting on your little $2,000 a year? Not a lot. So they couldn't tax you that much. I mean, shit, maybe you're getting $200 back. That's what I'm getting back, 200 instead of them keeping the two. I'm getting that 2 back. Wait till it's your turn.
Well, any other positive, optimistic, joyful advice or thoughts or comments?
No, counters are full of shit, paperwork. I've been living like this for so long, I overlook it now. And I say, I'll get it done when I get it done. You can sit there and I can keep looking at it and walking past it.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I got a lot of shit I got to do. I got a lot of paperwork I got to go through and finish. I got to send this appeal back to the Treasury and to their Civil Rights Office. So today I'm going to draft the letter. And
I find by getting up at 6 o'clock, I get a lot more accomplished between 6 and 9 when I go to the health club.
Mhm.
Those are my 3 best hours.
Yeah, I agree. That's probably the optimal way to do it.
I'll be outside painting by 6:30. I just did wood putty on my posts and sanded them today. Now tomorrow I'll put another coat on and then sand that, and then I'll paint that area. Whew. Okay.
All right. Well, enjoy your evening and talk with you soon and be well. And, people love you. Be happy. Life is short.
Yeah. Someday I'll get a dog. Maybe that'll bring happiness to me.
You need to be, I don't know,
It's hard to find happiness when you live alone.
I think maybe you're just, you're not, I think you need reprogramming, I think you need to be updated. I think you need a makeover and an update, like a software update in your brain.
I don't think I ever have been happy. I think I've been content because I've always stayed on top of everything.
Uh-huh.
But happy?
It could be your perspective, but I bet how much you want to bet it's your conditioning, that all your life events, all your experiences. I honestly think a good book, is better than a lot of therapy. If you really read that book and it's basically meaning intelligence. It's like if you were smarter, maybe you'd actually be happier. That's the theory.
If you were smarter, you'd be happier?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. I know some pretty damn rich people, and I would say when you have money, you just want to protect it and make more with it. That makes me content. Doesn't make me happy. Makes me better off than a high percentage of people that don't have any. So that makes me content.
So part of happiness is basically realization about who you are and where you came from. And that's why I say your conditioning has created such a powerful personality and identity that if you had like an ego death, so to speak, you would be happy. But you associate so much with your identity, meaning that if you go within, it's infinite within and it's infinite without. Like, you are the universe. So it basically comes down to meditation. And there's a saying, a Native American saying you might like. It says, if you can say it, it is not true. So, if you can say, I don't think I'm happy, well, then it's probably not true. You probably are happy. You just don't know it.
I'm content. God, I just had a real thought on that. No, it just kind of left me.
Oh, perfect.
I'm not angry. I know what I was gonna say. My confidence is so rock solid that I don't feel anything can mow me down because I'm the human mower. Yeah, people think that because I'm right here and because I'm in a house like this and I can have them come in and ask them for quotes, they don't know you. So they always go off the charts thinking they can, rape you for money. And I just go, thank you very much for coming over. I will take your consideration. And I go, next. I've gone through so many people for this house. I hate people. I hate them. But what I do have over them is I've got the money because I have made it in this business. And they don't know that. And they think they got the upper hand. And they don't know that I've got the upper hand, you dumbass. So it's been a good field for me. But now I gotta find something else. I don't know what that other thing is.
Well, you should come here, in the summer and rent one of my apartments. And I can give you a bunch of good books, a good joint, and some Miller High Life, and you can go sit on my boat. Enjoy your summer.
Hey, you didn't get any takers for that boat?
No, just spam. I'm going to lower the price.
What do you think about that? Would be risky. Rent it out.
No, I don't even have insurance on it. So if somebody I can put it on Airbnb, and I can try to rent it, but I just want to get rid of it. I don't even want to have to fucking manage that stupid. It floods. It's got water. It's like I don't even want to deal with it anymore. I like going down there. I like the location, but fuck it. It's a floating bed for thousands of dollars a year. It's a waste of money.
Right. I agree. Before something happens,
I told my friend Ryan, I sent him a picture. I was like, dude, check out the boat I got. He goes, congratulations, you get the shittiest boat in the entire harbor.
That's funny. That's funny. I gotta go sit in the bathtub and pour water on my dusty body.
Okay, have a good evening. Thanks for the call. Love you. Talk to you soon.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay.
Call me sometime, huh?
Okay. Talk to you. Bye.
To being, these are my kids. Now this is my life. We have seen that and understood it. I feel like just because y'all niggas don't have that doesn't mean that we can't understand that. Yeah, y'all have all these niggas.
Yeah, you didn't understand when I said if.
Oh, okay. I'm still talking.
You hear this, Bima?
Be quiet.
Spam.
Yeah. Thank you. You see how the same thing of like these niggas be rapping about the same shit, and you can be on that. You can be like, oh, I don't understand why things don't stay the same. But if you actually get into women, not just black women, Southern women in general, like we will listen, Big Sally, we will guide you throughout the whole fucking thing. There is a thing where Beyonce was that bad bitch. I was like, yeah, we talking about Beyonce, to being like, yes, big mother, big auntie, big Solange. It's a movement that y'all are still doing the basic things of and not understanding how people grow. I feel like you think you're on the stage being like, oh, I'm that big nigga. All you're really showing us is that you a little nigga that don't grow.
What do you mean? So you think growing?
So I said if.
But if you try to
So I said,
you said
so I said,
y'all
so I said if,
person. So you wasn't
so I said,
talking to two.
so I said if, I live with if,
Your mic is so big right now. Why?
I'm sorry. So I live with if, I said if, right? Which means if, so if it ain't true, what is it? It ain't, let it fly. Any event, number one. Number two, a movement, right? So she's matured and got a husband and kids. So that means her listener should have a husband and kids. So I'm assuming, since you are caping for her, that there's a husband and some children around there somewhere. That almost so.
I just wanted to add also specifically about the Monica Lewinsky lyric. When you compare her lyrically to other artists in her landscape, saying that is like imagery, but there are the girlies who are out there saying the thing with no veil, just throwing it out there, being very explicit with their words. And I don't think she's doing that.
Right, so there's Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion who want to talk about WAP, but then you got Beyonce who's doing it in a much more sophisticated way, which to me, I appreciate someone like telling you like it is more, then you can just kind of throw them in the trash where they belong. But someone like Beyonce, she takes the good, this wholesome, beautiful image that she's created over the course of 25 plus years, and then she mixes it with this poisonous message that, you know, she makes the bad look glossy and glamorous. And that's almost a little bit more pernicious. So I agree, she's definitely not as gratuitous and as explicit as a Megan Thee Stallion or the Cardi B or whatever y'all want to tell, Sexy Red with the booty hole color, right? That very graphic approach. Then you got Beyonce who pretties it up. And to me, there's an argument to be made that that's even more gratuitous because she's putting gloss on a piece of shit. This message is not good. And trust me, if I know it, sitting here, I'm a nobody, and she definitely knows it. And I believe that she's compromising on her values. She was raised in the church. Listen to her for the second Destiny's Child album. They're doing a whole commemoration. You singing Amazing Grace beautifully. Okay, listen to when she got on with Michelle Williams, and they talking about when Jesus can't say no, whatever that they're doing it. So she knows, she has the awareness, which makes it even more of a sin to be so aware of the truth and to be so being prophetess, being so profiting. You're profiting off of selling people a poisonous message, especially young little impressionable girls. Especially, it's just sickening.
What? Yo, I don't right now. Like, how young is her fan base?
Her fan base extends from people in their 40s all the way down to the teen girls who look at Beyonce as a beautiful image of what it means to be a woman. And I would be cool with that if she just.
But here's the thing. Yeah, because on top of that, are you saying the same things about, the male artists that are sending poisonous messages towards young
Come on, that's don't do no whataboutism. That's some good whataboutism.
Yes, my message is, but just to answer her question, my message is consistent and across the board. Beyonce is just on the table right now.
Here's my thing about the whole thing. I definitely feel like you feel like you're coming from a point, but I feel like you're really not coming. Okay, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm trying to say this in the nicest way possible.
Wait, can you repeat that again? You seem like you're coming from a point, but I'm not.
She don't know how to be nice. She's about to be mean. That's all right.
No. She has something to do, bro. She's like, you're coming from a point.
No, I'm trying. I get where he has a point. I'm trying to be nice because it's like I definitely feel like it's different for different people. I definitely feel like I've seen conversations where I'm like, okay, y'all doing too much of black men. They feel this type of way. I feel like you feel that type of way heavy. Me personally, I don't feel that type of way heavy. Like, I don't.
I feel what type of way heavy? Which way do I feel?
No, hey, listen, don't interrupt.
No, but I don't know what you said. I feel some type of way heavy. Which side?
It's gonna make sense when she lands, brother.
I feel like.
Well, just know she feels your way real heavy. Go ahead.
I feel like you feel a type of way heavy where it's like, okay, and I'm going to be honest with me, for example, right? I'm a Black American. I'm from Memphis. people know this. Like, my grandfather was a sharecropper. My dad went to the Navy. He made his money. My mom has always spent that money. Like, it's, you know, like, so me personally, I have been privileged, but that's what y'all niggas have worked for. Y'all worked for us to be privileged in the way that we are. But I feel like sometimes y'all still want us to step back into something that we've never experienced. And so that's what I'm saying, where I get where you're coming from, but I feel like me personally, like, heavy is not something I've experienced. So I'm not like putting you down being like what you're talking about isn't true. What I'm saying is that's more of my daddy, grandfather type of shit, not me.
But what is something that you haven't experienced? What haven't you experienced?
Honestly, truly, I have not experienced a lot of racism or crazy shit. Like, honestly, that's why I'm such a girl's girl. Cause the niggas don't be mean to me. Even in this room, like, Psych was in the room, me and him was going off on each other. Even when I said something that was funny, he was like, I'm gonna let you have it. And he let me go. Like, he could have went off on me and really grabbed me by my hair and whipped my ass. But he was like, nah, alright.
Yeah, but how does that related to the Beyonce conversation, the fact that you haven't
What I'm
experienced
saying
racism?
is, and I'm trying to explain it to you, what you're saying is all of these people have to experience things in a certain type of way, and we don't. Honestly, truly, Beyonce has done a lot for people, not just like in the idea.
Oh, another beehiver. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I don't understand. All I said was, according to Tommy.
I'm trying to win. Y'all don't. And I feel like y'all don't want to fight, because honestly, every time I fight with y'all, I win, and they be calling me mean for going off on y'all. So let me finish, because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Like, shut up, because y'all gonna call me a bully if I don't go off.
You wild, Nathan. And you do it again, Nathan. You encourage this foolishness. Nathan.
He does. I love that. I love that black men encourage this foolishness, because you know what? They got black daughters, nieces, they got their homegirls that they fuck with, and they're like, you know what, girl, go off. Period.
I would never encourage foolishness.
And you would never, but I would.
Exactly. I would too.
Y'all would never, but they would.
If I ran a crack house, if I ran a crack house, I would absolutely encourage people to smoke crack too.
Let y'all up and kick y'all down. But I'm being nice to y'all. And I feel like y'all don't even respect that. For real, for real. Y'all don't even respect the bare minimum of shit. Like, for real. Like, I will apologize and be cool with people, because I know, like, oh, okay, it's cool. Like, I'm not trying to do this too much. But y'all be thinking y'all got bullied. If I want him to kick y'all down and I was going to talk shit to y'all from the top, I could do that.
All right, back to the subject. All right, go back to this.
Just be lucky that she don't want to.
You're a pussy. That's the subject. Now, honestly, now they want me to turn up.
That's all right. I ain't worried about it. She came out of the gut bucket. That's a ghetto gutter bucket.
You're a
So
pussy.
tell me,
It's like people itch to be ignorant.
All right.
You're a pussy.
Yeah, it smells a lot better than what you got in
That's
between
exactly
your
why
legs. With that wig on your head, take that wig off
you
your
have
head.
to say something
Take the wig off your head.
Tyler Perry
Your
ass nigga.
pussy.
Okay, Tyler.
Smell a lot better than your
Okay,
pussy.
Tyler Perry. Okay, Tyler. Okay, Tyler. Put that wig on and shake your ass. Put that wig on and shake your ass.
Crazy with that wig on your head. Anyway, I was responding to Carly, and Carly didn't make it dying over here. Beyonce going under the worst, pernicious way, sophisticated people. She's taking a bad message and she's putting lipstick on a pig.
And that bad message is better than
Tally, you
what
understand what I'm saying? Tally, I was talking to you.
No,
Tally, you understand what I ain't talking to you. You ain't nothing but a dog face. We saw your face. You don't got a dog face. You don't got a dog face. Your face is like a dog face. You should say dog face. Because that wig you got on your head, girl, I don't know you ain't talking no shit with that wig on your head. Take the wig off your head first. Anyway, Tally.
No, leave her alone. Get the
Tally,
fucking
where you at, girl? I'm talking to you.
She got
You
information. She don't
Where you go, girl? I was responding to your
She got
point.
3 beans.
Can you respond to my point, girl?
No, she don't have
She
to
just want to hear me drag you across me. I can't drag you because your wig keep falling off. When I try to drag you with your hair,
I don't have
you fall off because you got a wig on your head. Take that wig off. Go put that PTR back up. Everybody saw that big old wig you had on your head.
Ask your mammy about that shit.
Dog face, this dog face. You look like a dog.
Dog face is giving a
Yeah, dog face, not dog face. I'm gonna call you dog face from now on.
Your bitch is a
I'll
dog.
call you dog face from now on. You ain't dog face. That
And I
face
love
like a
that.
dog.
I love that. I
I'm
love
trying to
that.
get back to the conversation.
Crying about how
You the one who want to take it there and call me a pussy. I'm gonna call it right back to you. You call me a pussy, my pussy must smell like weed. Your pussy smell.
I
And
did
you got
it.
a smelly
You know,
ass
I'm
stinky
about to
pussy.
stuff because I was never going to lose you. I'm not like you
So,
about
just because Beyonce wear a wig, don't mean you should wear a wig. Your wig is terrible.
You're a loser ass
Let's move on, please. I
That's
want to get back to the conversation. Hey, moderators, are y'all going to moderate? Y'all going to let your
My fault.
Come on,
Point of moderation. Point of moderation. Let's get back on track, guys. Maybe go on. Let's don't talk about people. Let's talk about the
That's
conversation.
right. Let's get
I want to say this to man.
He want that smoke. Let him get that smoke.
Listen.
I'm like, y'all got to let
Beyonce, regardless of what you feel.
Oh, my God. Then you going to do something about this?
When I was being nice,
Oh, my God. There she goes.
when I was being nice,
Tell dog face, respect the room. We don't want to hear your dog breath no more. Let the man talk.
Yo, Nathan, this is your fault, man.
Dog face,
This is your fault.
let the man.
All right. I had to spray some more. I just wanted to say this. But the Dollface and the Infinity, listen. It ain't good to be mad at each other. It's good to be positive. Be friends with one another. Learn how to communicate your differences. Right?
She
So let
would
me get
call
back
me a
to
pussy. I don't like her. I think she's cool. She should have called me a pussy. Nathan, I want
You know what it is, bro?
Nathan, it's your fault. It's your fault, brother.
y'all ugly and y'all poor.
All right, cool.
Listen, guess this concept, but in relationships, most what people call nagging or nagging or something like that. It's like when you be mean with someone that you're attracted to. Take it a step, man.
I think I hit that face. I'm sorry. When she put her real face up,
Okay.
Exactly. I love that. I love that.
I did not like it.
Anyway, let's get back to what we were talking about.
You got that big wig on your head. I just made it all
Y'all two can't show hands off each
I
other.
love that.
Stop it.
Stay away from me.
Like, y'all two need a room. Y'all two all sexually frustrated.
I'm Team Nathan. I'm Team Nathan.
Come on, man. We
I'm pretty baby. Keep
you
these
don't
things
need to be
away
having that wig on your head. You too young. You got your own head.
away from me. They're being aggressive. I don't know why these
She got her own hair. Why she got to wear a wig? I don't understand it. You should be forced to wear your real hair.
I have a lot of hair.
You catfishing people. Nobody
That's why you want to be Team Nathan, man.
And you want to talk to me about
Let's
my
get back
hair.
to the conversation.
You can't do that stuff, but you want to talk about
I
raw
saw
hair.
your PTR. Your PTR is terrible.
I'm gorgeous. I know I love you.
Dog face.
Yeah,
DOT face.
Listen, that's why it's DOLL and the whole
Don't put it on. DOT. You got to spell it right. DOT.
And you're mad about it because I would never want somebody like
Oh
you.
my God. That's all right. I don't want to
And
be.
you're mad.
I don't want to move anyone down, man. Come on, don't make me use moderation. I don't like other people. Please, I look at it as my weapon. I don't want to put anyone down. Anyway, let me just go back to what I was saying. Infinity, you gotta remember this, right? Beyonce is an entertainer. She started off as every black music. Let me not say it. The majority of all black musicians in the church. That's their stomping grounds. That's how they develop their talents, and from there, she used it, but she still paid homage. But she was never a gospel singer.
No, I know
She
she
was
wasn't
a
in the
black girl on the song.
but she's
She was
mixing
a black
it
girl on
good
the
with the
song.
bad. She's mixing it good with the bad. She's putting lipstick on the pig. That pig lifestyle of promiscuity and jumping, and want to go balling out. All of these horrible messages she's been talking about. Horrible messages going back to 2001, man. She shouldn't be pushing two messages. You can't be singing about Jesus on one end and then going over there getting on the show with Michelle and Kelly talking about when Jesus can't say yes, Jesus says no, whatever the lyric is. And then over here, she's going to talk about dropping like it's hot, Monica Lewinsky all on my blouse, drunken in love, all these horrible languages. You can't mix it. That's what's better to me.
To be fair, drunken love, she's talking about being a married woman, just to be fair.
Now, if you really listen to the lyrics, what she's talking about, go pull up the lyrics.
She's talking about being her husband, though. She's talking about her husband.
Yeah, you shouldn't be.
I'm no Beyonce fan. I'm no Beyonce. Listen, my wife. Baby, I'm no Beyonce fan. Anyway, shape, or form, I'm not gonna pretend that I am. That's why I said if she is not mature, this is my opinion, right? I'm giving my opinion of her music. Because I don't listen to music like that. I believe that as an artist, you should progress, which is why I have respect for the poet Jay-Z for no longer rapping about big pimping, right?
Oh my God!
I think that I appreciate that he has matured past that, and in a genre of misogyny and hyper masculinity, he said, "I'm going to humble myself and make a song to my family, chronicling my mistakes and showing the maturation." Right? That's what he did. Which is why I wasn't done yet. Which is why I respect it, right? And I said if Beyonce has not moved past, and yes, Tally, I like Beyonce better than Beyonce. So I'm still in it. Judge me as you wish. If she has not done that, then my critique of her is that she should, because I think at some point, especially when you're a 40-something-year-old woman, you should leave the club music alone and move on to more adult type.
That's all I'm saying. Don't devolve, bro.
My opinion. But I will land by saying this. I do understand that the hive will come to a Beyonce defense no matter what. Beyonce could shoot someone, the hive would say, well, the person jumped in front of her bullets, traveling at a high velocity. That's what they're going to say.
I definitely feel like y'all be acting like just because we like Beyonce, we'll kill anybody for Beyonce. But it's really not that. Like, honestly, when we love girls and we're in a girl system, we are banging for our bitches. Like, okay, I don't care. Are you talking? Sorry, guys. My sister's talking.
Beyonce.
This is the toxic justification all over again, fam.
Listen, hold on. Anyway, though, what I will say is, when it comes down to it, not bitch, okay. But like, honestly, I will say, when it comes down to it, I feel like even when y'all say like, oh, well, Jay-Z wouldn't do that. Okay, but we was all happy to see Beyonce, Blue Ivy, and Remy on the tour. Like, it's like, why can't girls be happy and be supportive of each other? Like, why is that like a contention of a problem? I feel like even when y'all talk about things, so like Jay-Z didn't have another part of it. It's like, okay, well, he should have all. And honestly, he was doing what he needed to be doing. He was in the background clapping for his daughters. He should be happy that all of his girls are on stage. His wife, his daughter, like that. You should be happy about that. Like, I feel like y'all niggas is acting like, oh, it's a problem.
So even if it's a question manure, the girls are gonna support it just because it's the girls, right? That's
It's not even the question of manure. Like, I feel like y'all sometimes act like this is what I don't feel. Y'all be mad at like black people for like being racist and things and like.
I'm a black person. I love black people. Right?
No, okay, and we're all black. We're all black. Okay. So why are you mad at people who are privileged?
I'm not mad.
Who are not privileged?
Y'all think
I'm not mad. I didn't express
Hold on, Mr.
I didn't express anger at Beyonce.
Let me respond to that real quick. I'm not mad at her, right? I specifically said she's upholding positive imagery and she's sneaking in poison. So yeah, you're right. It's beautiful to see the family up there together. So I can offer criticism and at the same time say, you know what, there's some good things about this image. I like the fact that they're representing a wholesome family. But on the other hand, they're pushing poison at the same time, which makes it a problem. So I'm agreeing with you. There's certain aspects of her image that are things we should reach for, that we should put out there for girls. But when she ruins it by saying, drop it like a dotty or whatever else she's talking about. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a duplicitous message that is not healthy for society.
Why is all critique looked at as
because she don't know the difference.
No, she wants to know specifically. My sister has
jealousy.
because I'm with her now. What is the appointment specifically? Let us know what nuances is doing. No, but tell her. No,
I couldn't keep it.
You know the sister that came here.
I come in peace. You hear me? I come in peace. Kumbaya. Kumbaya. I just kumbaya. I was just wondering when you said she sneaks in the poison. What's the poison? I'm not in disagreement. I'm on listening. Okay.
So I'm gonna give you sister friend. Let me just tell you. So I said, sister friend. That's my sister friend right there. I like her. So the thing is, right? So the thing is, when she says something like a song like Church Girl on her Renaissance album, she's basically talking about drop it like a dotty. Yeah, you a church girl. Yeah, you go to church. But I want you to go to the club, let it all out, drop it like a dotty. We know dotty stands for that hoe over there. Why is she pushing this message, glamorizing behavior that leads people to being baby mamas and baby daddies? Let's promote messaging that's going to bring husbands and wives together so that they can have a family in the way that she does. She wouldn't push that message on Rumi
Hold on, y'all. My sister will be on the app that much, but she want to answer. Go ahead, baby.
Let me tell you, I agree with you. I'm sorry. I agree with you. I agree with you. However, that's just not her mission. You got to go look for the people who actually do want to uplift us, encourage us. That's not her. That's not who she is. That's not Beyonce's demo.
I agree with you, because you don't have to do what I'm saying. I'm just offering a critique to Beyonce.
Why you feel that way?
There's nothing we can do about it. People are going to do what they want to do, and that's the choice that she's made. We can get mad about it, but we can't do nothing about it. You have to look to the role model who wants to be role model. She's not it. She's not it.
I agree with you, but the thing that we can't do about it, wait a minute, if there's enough people like...
Hold on. But you also said that, like, oh, I look up this Holly and it's this and that, but I do have a big sister. And you said, what is your big sister? My big sister does feel that way because she feels like I can be better. So, why should
The woman that was just talking is your older sister or your younger sister?
I'm my older sister, but we just got different personalities. That's okay. Everybody different. Anybody who wants to do something that's not in their best interest, that's their choice. You can't change nobody. You only can change yourself. You can only upset yourself. You only upset yourself when you concern yourself with stuff you can't do nothing about. But I understand this is stuff that y'all talking about, and I agree with you. However, nothing's gonna change. Like that's their job. That's their job.
I agree with you. I'm not telling her she needs to change. I'm merely offering a social critique. I'm offering a criticism, and you can take it or leave it. I'm not saying Beyonce got to do what I tell her to do. She can do whatever else she want to do. I'm outlining and observing that what she's doing is she's portraying a wholesome image while selling a message of poison. That's all my point is. And she don't got to change because I said it. And all I want to do is wake people up to that fact, and maybe if enough people stand up and say, you know what, Beyonce's doing the wrong thing, maybe she'll change. Maybe she will, and maybe she won't. Maybe that's right. I understand that's a high bar, but at least I'm going to be the one to tell the truth.
No,
I also want to point out.
Let me speak for a moment. The reason that y'all stuff like me, that's why I didn't let my sister get her shit off. Because, like, honestly, truly, y'all not like her for real. Like, y'all not growing plants. Y'all not out here trying to grow mushrooms. Y'all not out here trying to, like, really do what's good for Black people. Like, honestly, truly, anytime my sister is like, let me cook up another concoction, I gotta go get my mama. I gotta tell my grandparents. I gotta tell this. I gotta get that. She's getting us on like the healthiest shit possible. She out here making like little gummy worms and shit for us to get like the healthiest food. She growing mushrooms and shit so everybody can have like the best food possible. Y'all niggas not like that. Y'all want us to be in a position to be like, I don't know you. You're not giving the energy though. Because honestly, if you wasn't giving that energy, I feel like you'd be a better person. Like my sister's a better person.
I'm not a better person.
Nobody else.
How do you know this?
I can't believe you said my sister.
I'm not a nice person based on what?
That's how you talk. You really talk. talking like your people are better than
He didn't call me out my name at all.
I ain't better than her. She ain't better than me.
Hold on. He didn't call me out my name at all. He's not been mean to me or like yelled at me or called me anything crazy.
Neither has Infinity.
Spoiled. And he was not. Okay.
Just ignore her. Just ignore her.
He was thinking like I like it.
Okay. How old are you, Dollface? Sounds like you're pretty young.
I'm old as fuck. I'm 32.
And so why did you call me a pussy? Why can't you speak at a higher level?
What do you mean call me a pussy?
32 is a big age. Are you the sister or are you Dollface?
I'm Dollface.
Okay, Dollface called Manfinity a pussy.
Oh.
So I don't know why you lying. You're 32. That's a big age to be acting like that, girl.
I do be saying stuff like that. That's my bad.
You're better than that. Are you drunk or high? What's going on?
I am high, but honestly, I forgot something. Honestly, you said something you know first. I feel like you said something first.
I never throw the first punch, but I punch low. When I punch, if you go low, I go to the earth's crust. I don't stop.
It was one of the other ones. I feel like they be talking shit, and then I be backing that shit up. I'm like, don't be talking shit about my people.
Why you always want to back shit up? Why you always being a thought? Which one you want to back it up? You a thought, girl.
That's not good.
That was a joke. Come on.
I've never been a whore.
She said I want to back it up. I'm just joking. I ain't calling her.
My sister told me that. What you talking about?
No, I like her. I like your sister. Your sister has a level head, and she understands what I'm saying. She's just saying we can't change them, and that's true. I'm not here to change nobody, but I'm here to put a spotlight on it, and y'all can do what y'all want to do. You want to keep behind Beyonce's bullshit? Keep behind Beyonce's bullshit.
Y'all, my sister is here, so I can't be bullying y'all where my sister is.
I wish Sister Fred. I wish you heard what she was saying about me. She called me a pussy. She called me all these names, and as soon as you come in the room, now she want to act right. I don't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time.
She said that's crazy.
Come on, man. Keep it on the up and up. Don't be calling people out their name.
I be nice to other people. Listen, no, for real, the other day I was going crazy on site. Psych, I didn't apologize to you, didn't I? Tell my sister I apologize to you. I was apologizing to people.
Are you gonna apologize to me for calling me a pussy?
You don't even have to. You're good. Different day, different thing.
Yeah, apologize. Goddammit.
Are you gonna apologize for calling me a pussy?
Yes, apologize.
Dollface, I asked you a question, yes or no?
Just say no.
You see that? It's like you want to
No,
she
I never wanted it. I just did it. That's the
I
thing.
came to that one on my own conclusion, but you're right. My sister was like, I should be nice. It's like that by his own. Y'all are right. I should be nice to y'all. I do apologize.
So,
How many times did you look at that picture and thought that you saw something different from what you saw the first time?
the one that you drew?
No. The one that you mentioned to me yesterday in the DMs.
Oh man. I was like, I don't know, bro. That was, you know what I was thinking is like, someone lied to you.
Are you white?
Not what you think it is.
Are you white fight?
Hell no, I know.
I'll let you guess. What do you think?
Yeah, it's not whiter than me.
Okay, I'll be that for you. I'll be anything you want.
Leave Faith alone. I like
That's
him.
pretty gay too. Don't do that.
I am gay. Be careful, I might like you.
Oh, you are.
You're the spectrum fan. You're not gay, but for the spectrum, I might like you.
No, that's not.
You got that lazy swag voice, bro. That's kind of hot.
That's not good.
See, look, you're trying harder now to do it.
What in the ditty? Baby oil activities. I don't want to hear it. that was a good one.
Hey, can I be moderator in this room? I need to help moderate.
What would be asking for moderators? We got
No, because you seem like you a moderator in this room. No, you delete everybody in this room. It's not a privilege, bro.
Who would do that?
Man, Infinity, do you have anyone blocked?
I have 0 people blocked.
Don't do it.
Bruce, what you got a problem with me?
No, you gonna delete 2 people in this room right now.
Are you the type of person? Accuse me of that.
Are you the type of person who is not willing to abuse this moral powers? Meaning that if someone's cursing at you and all that other, you would have to be humble. Like you see, I handled a situation with no faith, but I was like, hey, calm down. Most people just moved it down. But being a moral chillism.
But why did you allow me and her to go back and forth for so long?
Because he's a big mind. Because I felt like it would have been wrong for me not allow you to express yourself. Right.
Did you ignore the context that was created?
Not really. Because I don't like to see women and men go at it because I always think that the man is fighting down.
To attack people personally. Everything will be based on the argument. No personal attacks.
Everybody should calm down.
You wouldn't know, man. No, you can't. No, you can't. I like that.
Last night, Bruce, who are you? Who are you?
No,
Where you come?
see, no, because
you're trying to get some content right now. Why you keep getting in my face?
You to me right now.
Why you keep getting in my face, though?
You would have took me out.
Hey, I asked you a question. Why you keep getting in my face?
Thank you,
What did Bruce do?
Nathan, this is a younger 7 cent for sure, bro. I swear. Sharper, but like he has a 7 cent.
You would be in your feelings and stuff like that, and that's the problem.
You about to catch a straight shot.
Look, a good mod, let me tell you something, a good mod will just let shit flow. And then if everything would just flow with by itself, you would not do that. And anybody that like just not let me talk and just let me in, but it's just, he's good. Hey, brother, thank you. Man, you've been a bitch. You've been a bitch. You've been a bitch a long time. See, I can't say that. I can't say he been a bitch. Think he would have pushed me down. See, that's what I'm saying. Nathan is like, let shit flow. Me as a mod, let shit flow in the story.
That's the rhythm of the room. I'll let shit flow too. I'm telling you, if I was to have my own room, no personal attack, everything on the issue. For me, that if this room allows for that, I'm gonna follow suit. I'm not here to impose my view on people.
You sensitive, nigga. You sensitive.
If I was sensitive, I would have done something.
No, nigga, you been sensitive. You sensitive right now.
What makes you think I'm sensitive?
I'm telling you, Nathan's like, dude, just let it flow, let it go. You're like, what you gonna say that? Why do you put me as a mod? Anybody that says, let me be mod is sensitive, dude. You're not a good mod.
Bruce, you didn't hear me say that if that's the vibe of the room, I'm gonna rock with the vibe. I said if I had my own space, I would not allow personal attacks. But if this room, excuse me, I wasn't done talking. If this room is called chillism, and now y'all are chill when it comes to personal attacks, once the ground rules are explained, I will gladly encourage the rules of the game to be followed. I'm not here.
You've been the only one talking in this room right now.
That's right, because I'm talking. I got some sense. You ain't got no sense.
No, nigga, you been talking about the most ignorant shit ever.
Good time and see what happens.
Nigger. office, you've been the first one. But you've been the first one muted me, putting back down.
I don't put people down.
Say anything. Yes, you will.
Today, so why are you tripping? I didn't see it happen today, so why are you
Yeah, I'm asking Nate, you want to get a green bean?
No.
I'm asking you, nigga.
I'm a nigga now.
Yeah, you are that.
Bruce, chill out, Bruce. Come on, man.
No, I asked Nathan a question. He had something to say. Why you keep getting in my face, though?
No. These are trolls.
If I ask Nathan a question, what you got? If I ask Nathan a question, what you got to say about it? Shut your ass up.
See, we already see that
Let me tell you something. I'm a Christian. You lucky I'm a Christian.
I'm moving down, bro.
I say the shot at you, but you, I'm Christian.
Sorry for that, man, Infinity, bro. The thing is this, man. We have a lot of trolls coming into this room. My question is this. Why would you be seeking a moderator?
The reason why I would be seeking a moderator is because I haven't flexed my moderator skills in a very long time. And I've been asked on another major room on this app to moderate as a solo moderator. So I want to basically flex my muscle. There's nothing to congratulate about, but I want to flex my muscle a little bit. And it's only going to be for a period of time. I'm not asking to be a moderator from here on out. But I do have great moderator skills. I listen, I allow people to finish, especially if we're having a discussion about a certain topic. I want to show you and others that I got the skills. And I can go do my own room, but they got me shadow banned on here, so the people come in one at a time, three at a time. I don't got no time for that. So at the end of the day,
you have to ask for it, you're not ready for it.
So what you say, man? I hear what you just said. What did he just say? No, it wasn't politically correct, brother. It wasn't politically correct. It was another one of them rooms, and I was offered to run the room by myself. I don't know what you said, but anyway.
Hey, this man, like I said, man, in this room, being a moderator is more of a hassle than a privilege, bro. Like,
No, not the
you
way I
won't
do
be
it.
able to, like as a moderator, you won't be able to interact like how you normally do with other bad. Like, as a mods can't be like all up in the videos, you know? Like Diddy. You know what I'm saying?
But that's what I'm saying. I would like to do that. I want to fall back and control conversation and allow, for instance, I would allow you and Dollface. I would. You ever seen Lou Fax, Intellectual Gangbang? I love how he mods, right? If two people are going on opposite side of an issue, he'll call it a squabble. I like how he came up with that term. And basically, everybody gets muted. The two people go back and forth, no interruptions. Like he'll ISO it.
We already do that in this room.
No, I don't get it.
No way.
It doesn't happen. That's what I'm saying. And then we're gonna get a little like straight up. And we'll say, listen. I didn't say I was a regular here. Did I say that? I'm speaking from my limited access here. Based on my limited access, I haven't seen that.
Too eager. Don't ever come over here. Listen, don't ever come over here and talk about like, oh, this is how Lou Fax does it. This is how he does it. That's how he run his rooms. Everybody knows how Lou Fax. No, hold on. Let me finish. That's how Lou Fax get down with his rooms. You can't come over here and be like, oh, I want to talk this shit. I want to talk. Oh, Dollface, let me get at you. The next person will get at you. These niggas not getting at me. What are you talking about? Like, you think you're on a certain level up, and you're really not on there. So you got to calm down. If you want to be a nigga like Lou Fax, you got to get on your Lou Fax shit. Start your own room. Have your own conversation. You can't be, okay, well, don't want to be that type of person in the background either.
I know, I just said to let me be the moderator. I didn't mean to be have a whole conversation.
No way, bro. No way this guy fucking. If you asked her, you're
I wasn't asking you, psych. I was asking
I don't give a
anything.
fuck. See how it works? See how it works? I don't give a fuck.
You see how when I asked Nathan the question, what you got to say about it?
You see how I didn't ask, but if you asked.
If I asked Nathan the question, what you got to say about it?
Like,
You don't
The
have
answer
I asked Nathan the question, what do you have to say about it, sir?
You're a tool right now. Just
You're,
like
it, no. Don't
Point is,
even come
you're speaking while not being spoken to.
No, I was speaking to you. I was speaking to you. And I said no. Don't speak to him. I said it.
Now we said.
Right. Then Psychic booty clapping for you in the back.
I don't give a fuck.
Psychic
You can move along. I got a fat ass.
Now what's
Like this. So what's up? I said
So
no.
I was asking Nathan the question, is Psych came up off the mic? Last I checked, Psych ain't got shit to say about it.
Oh my gosh. Shut up. Shut up.
That's
You got pocket?
how I go, Rick.
If I ask Nathan the question, he got 2 lips. He can talk for himself. He don't need you to respond.
Yeah, 2 lips.
Shut up.
I know he does.
Pocket.
When he also have pawn. I'm a pawn. Hey, I'm a fucking pawn. How about that? I'm a pawn.
No, listen. When you can say what he wants.
Nathan, you got something to say or what, man? What's going on with it?
Oh, hey, Pocket. It's okay if you don't make it sound. I still love you, Bookie. Hey, Bookie.
Tell me that's the real
Hey.
Infinity. Look, on Mondays, we only pay for mail on Mondays. You stick around for 1 week until next Monday, I'll make you on October. Test you up. You gotta be regular, you know what I mean? You gotta go here.
That's fair. But I've been in here.
First of all, that's a lie. That is a lie, Nathan. You know, you mod random mediocre white women every fucking time they show their raggedy,
That's different.
saggy ass faces.
That's different.
Damn.
Listen, Tony dislikes the fact that white women or women in general are more privileged than men.
Wait, so hold on, Pocket. You can't be mad. You can't be mad of them enlisting white women because they also be enlisting dark-skinned black women. We also be. It's not playing like you don't do the same thing. Don't play like you don't do the same thing. So don't tell your people.
No. Just be here. But even if you're like, what do you do to be here? I need him to be inside here for a week to see how the shoulders really trying.
What if he identifies as a white woman? What then? Well, you're gonna give him the creepy.
Well, and I don't think he would identify as a white woman. He's a God-fearing man. You know what I mean? And no.
Ask me a question.
Nah, they're trying to say, hey, what if you identify as a white woman? Like,
Yeah, I do.
You do?
In order to be a moderator, if I gotta stand to become a moderator, let's do it.
Okay, let's go. We love to go through the questionnaire. You willing to go through the questionnaire?
Let's do it.
Alright. As a white woman, do you spit or swallow?
Yes.
Neither.
Now you gotta pick one, buddy.
I gotta pick one.
Yes.
I spit.
You did.
As a white woman, do you prefer the BBCs or the WCs?
I don't understand what a WC is.
He may be one then. He may be a white woman.
No, man, listen. I'm a lesbian. I'm a white woman lesbian.
Hey, man, you know what's wild? I'm a lesbian too, man.
Hold on, because I'm just saying what I'm saying. But when y'all do this white woman shit, y'all be going, like, trying to entertain a certain type of black woman. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. My sister, fine as hell, bad bitch, just same type of person that be turning y'all down. She don't think that shit is cool either. Y'all think that shit is cool.
She don't think what shit is cool.
What don't you think is cute?
I don't know what y'all talking about.
She said she don't know what we're talking about now. She said she don't have that news now.
Let me tell you. All I said was I do not agree with the white woman privilege either. I know there's white woman privilege, there's white people privilege, and there's male privilege. I don't agree with none of that.
No black man privilege.
No. Black male privilege under meaning black men. That's no privilege.
And we have no privilege.
Mr. Finley got my high club privilege.
Yo, that's Pockets from way back.
Yo, Pockets. Pockets, I keep telling you, airplane bathrooms are disgusting. I will never be in my high club unless
I was in there.
they discuss. Yo, man, Finity, I'm telling you, They just got.
Here's my thing. Honestly, no, you talk about bathrooms. Here's my thing. Victor, you and Anthony, the crazy thing that you don't know is I love pockets down. Honestly, the fact that y'all as niggas think that like, oh, we gonna put you in your place. We got the white girls here.
Who said they were gonna put you in your place?
I have to look around.
Who said they were gonna put you in your place?
Okay, and then it's double hands. Like y'all be trying to do certain things and being like you're on that shit, you're popping, but like the same white girls that you want a platform are the same white girls. I'm like, yeah, that's my bitch. What are you talking? She whoop your ass before I even know you're coming.
Hey, yo, Pockets, doesn't she sound like MG?
Yo, I forgot the song. My fault, Pockets. I forgot the song Black Women is a perpetual victim narrative when it comes to men. My fault. Go ahead. Yep.
Y'all be losing. I be winning when it comes to my family, when it comes to my friends, when it comes to my homegirls. I be winning. Y'all be losing.
I'm not keeping score when it comes to your family and your
friends. It's a personal problem.
My fault. I wasn't keeping score. My fault.
I can keep it score. It's honestly hard not to because y'all be talking shit and I'm just always winning.
Yeah, I haven't talked smack to you since you've been in this room.
The way you see how she got on your ass? Relax before I really get on your ass.
Yeah, I don't care.
I feel like I got flyer points. That's why you're being nice.
I love Pockets though. That's my home skillet. Even though she didn't see me when I was in Phoenix, but I'll be back. I think. In 3 weeks out of around there.
Oh yeah, he's buying me drinks. Now I'm hoping his ass some food.
Yeah, you might smack some food. I can't play that.
I will stop.
Remember me from way back
I will stop referring to I will stop.
We used to play that game, the hot seat. I want to play the hot seat.
I will stop referring to white women as mediocre.
Who would like to do the hot seat?
Let's do it.
I will stop referring to white women as mediocre when you show me one exceptional white.
Pockets.
There isn't any.
Yo, Pockets is an exceptional
Just one
white woman.
I'm waiting.
There isn't any. Charlie, get over it. There isn't any. It's over. There isn't any.
So then they should cease to be amazed. But I call them mediocre.
Yeah, Charlie, can I put you in the hot seat? I'm gonna call sign for Pockets every time.
Charlie, can I put you in the hot seat?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
So there's a bunch of questions that are gonna make you squirm, but you either have 5 seconds or 5 words to respond, and it's got to be quick enough. You don't got no time to think. These are questions that
Before you answer, you have to answer a question. How about you?
Me? What question?
Make me a moderator.
Would you rather
Nothing crazy. Make me a moderator.
boned by a man or to have sex with someone? Until you answer that question, we don't.
What was the question? Owned by a gorilla or what?
No. Go ahead, Mike.
Would you rather get boned by a man or sleep with a female gorilla?
I sleep with a female gorilla.
Hey! Told you, Mike. I told you.
All I gotta do is lay down. All I gotta do is lay down and go to sleep. That's it. Anyway, Tally, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Tally, they're gonna make you squirm. If you squeeze out of more than one question, you lose. You gotta answer every question I throw at you.
You don't know me at all. Wow.
What you said?
Why are y'all asking her to answer questions? What she get it wrong?
I think you would be a funnier test case. You want to do it?
Go ahead.
Tally, or you want to
I'm thinking about my big tits. Leave her alone.
Why are you so powerful? Why y'all can't just back up for a second?
Okay, I'll back up. What's going on?
Who's gonna be in the hot seat? Who's in the hot seat?
Why can't we be in the hot seat together?
Y'all can. Alright, so we got Dollface and Tally. So Tally, I'm gonna call your name. When I say your name, you better answer quick. You don't got no time to be thinking. If I hear you thinking too much, I'm moving you out the room. I'm moving you out the hot seat. Alright. It's gonna start off slow, but trust me, it gets very hot. Tally, how old are you?
38.
Doll face?
32.
It's gonna take a long time. These are introductory questions. Let me just get to the juicy one. No, let me go do it in order. Where are you from? Where y'all from? Just answer quickly. Where y'all from?
I'm Southern.
Okay. Doll face?
I'm also Southern.
How tall are you? Tally?
6'4".
What? How much do you weigh?
Hell no.
What's your shoe size?
Also no.
Okay. Did you grow up in a two-parent household?
Yes.
Did you earn a college degree?
Not quite. I'm a dropout.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
No.
Okay, that's three that you bailed out on. I can't even. You ain't ready for the hot seat, girl. You ain't ready. Who wants to take the hot seat? Because the hot seat gets bad, very hot. Who wants the hot seat?
You need to put yourself on the hot seat.
Sounds like a
No, I do that after. I already did one.
that you can skip.
I have a bunch of questions though. I didn't even answer nothing. She didn't even answer the basic questions.
Those were
Tony, I didn't know you didn't finish the collect.
Oh my God.
Those questions were very insensitive.
Very credits.
Those are introduction.
People that you do not know personally. That was very
That's what it's all about. We're on an anonymous
Those are the questions you ask for one that you want to be in a relationship with.
I can do that. That's an anonymous app.
Yeah, it was my last. My last 12 credits, but some courses you have to retake after a certain amount of time.
Okay, when was the last time you had sex?
No.
Have you had any children out of wedlock?
I'll take the hot seat, man. Finish.
Who wants the hot seat?
I'll take the hot seat, man.
Hold on.
Hey, Mr. Philly, my man, Mr. Philly, here we go. Mr. Philly, you ready?
Let's go.
All right, welcome to the hot seat. How old are you?
38.
You gotta be quick. Where you from?
I'm from High Springs, Florida.
How tall are you?
6'1".
How much you weigh?
177 pounds? 178 pounds?
Shoe size?
12.
Did you have two parents in the home while growing up?
Yes.
Did you earn a college degree?
I have 3 of them.
What are your pronouns?
My pronouns is Mr. and Finley.
Do you think it is good for people to wait until after marriage to have sex for the first time?
I do, even though I did not.
That's a yes or no, sir.
Yes.
Are you a virgin?
No.
At what age did you lose your virginity?
20.
At what age did you decide to become a sinner?
14.
When was the last time you had sex?
Last night.
Have you had any children out of wedlock?
Negative.
Are you a single parent?
No.
Are you above the 6-figure income line or below?
Yes. Below.
All right.
Above.
Okay, now we're going into the next phase. Above. All right. Are you religious or spiritual?
I am religious.
What's the difference?
I practice I think spiritual people are just lying to themselves.
You taking too long. You got to
I'm sorry. I'm religious because I go to church faithfully.
Okay, are you a Christian?
I am a follower of Christ, no.
No explanations. We need explanations afterwards.
Yes.
We got to get
No, I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
You're not a Christian. All right. Is Jesus the Son of God or God himself?
Jesus is both the Son of God and God. He's part of the Trinity, but he's the Son of God.
All right. What is a woman?
A woman is a person born with the XX chromosomes and has the ovaries and the JJ.
Thank you. Are women the weaker vessel compared to men?
Yes.
Are women equal to men?
No.
Is a woman's
Legally, yes.
mind,
Otherwise,
excuse me, is a woman's mind naturally more illogical and emotional than a man's mind?
Yes.
Is a woman's nature especially wicked?
No.
How do you deal with a woman who directs vicious anger towards you? 5 seconds.
I ignore her.
Do highly educated, career-driven women make for good wives and mothers? Yes or no?
No.
Should women obey their wives? Should wives
chromosomes, testes, and penis.
Okay. You're not married. Okay. What is the greatest evil?
I am married.
Oh, you are. Are you the head of your wife?
Yes.
Okay. What is the greatest evil?
Broken families.
Is it okay to hate?
Yes.
What does it mean to love your enemy?
Pray for them and wish them well.
Who is the biggest enemy of all time?
The enemy, also known as Satan.
Okay, so do you love your enemy?
No, I don't love the enemy. The enemy and the enemy are two different people.
Think about that. All right. Do you have anger?
Yes.
Do you recognize anger as a tool of the devil to cause overreaction?
No.
Okay. Let me jump in here. Okay, these are some good ones now. All right. What country is the freest, most opportunistic country on the face of the planet?
Yeah, what is this fucking?
I actually don't know that answer that question.
All right. Is America God's gift to mankind?
No.
Is climate change real?
Yes.
Was Kamala Harris a good role model for women?
No.
Will Kanye West become president one day?
Never.
Did you vote for the Great White Hope?
I don't know who that is.
I will be the greatest president that God ever created.
Okay.
No.
Do you believe that there was election fraud in the 2020 presidential election?
No.
Is Joe Biden a good president, or was he a good president?
Time will tell, but early returns, no.
Okay. Is the world overpopulated?
No.
In general, what is a red flag when getting to know someone?
Yo, why am I listening to this?
Lack of emotional control.
Excuse me, who's interrupting?
That's
Yeah, I am, because this home's retarded, bro.
So then why would you leave quietly?
Double up on the retarded. Okay.
If heaven exists, will you go there when you die?
Preferably, yes.
Is the angry black woman a myth or reality?
The angry black woman is a reality.
Should schools be pushing the LGBTQ STD agenda?
No.
Is it wrong to cancel people? I have to throw that in there, I'm sorry. Is it wrong to cancel people for expressing free speech?
Can we have like this?
I mean, yes, it is.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Hey.
How long is this question? Real talk, just real question.
I got a good amount more questions. Y'all want me to?
To be fair to the stage.
I'll jump down to the end. I'll jump down to the few more.
No,
Yeah.
no, Anthony.
These are some
No,
good questions.
Anthony, hold on. You're asking him a lot of questions, and you're putting him on the spot. I would like some of the questions. I would like to answer the questions formatted.
I want to do that. I tried to do that earlier. You said no.
No, I said yes.
I think it was taking too long. Tali wouldn't answer those questions, and then it messed up.
Okay,
We don't do it.
Can I tell you? I would absolutely answer questions about my political alignment and.
Okay, let me get to that point, Tali.
But what I won't do is that other
So
shit.
Tali, Mr. Finley, and Dollface are now in the
No,
hot seat.
hold on.
The remaining questions will be asked of all three of you guys. All of you go for it. All right.
Yo, I will kill myself. Yo,
Tali will answer if Tali doesn't want to
You can
answer,
leave quietly.
I'll answer.
Yo, you can actually defend your beliefs, though. That'd be interesting, right?
But we can do that after we get through the hot seat question. We can't do it while we're doing the hot seat.
Yeah, if Finley don't answer, if Tali doesn't want to answer, I'll answer.
That's A-Walk.
Excuse me.
I want to get on the hot seat.
Dominique is one of my
Hold
favorite people
on.
on this
Hold
app.
on, man.
Dominique is my main man, bro. I love Dominique. Dominique.
Hold on.
Man, bro. How you
Hold
not
on.
married no more?
Man, you're doing this, but let's be very honest. You was vibing with my sister. My sister wants to ask you questions.
All right, we can do that too, but let me try to figure
So
out what
you
Dominique
ask me, you ask our questions first, and then my sister want to ask you questions.
So she got her own questions?
Why is this complicated taking a change?
For the record, I just want to say, if I was here to give the hot seat.
Somebody kicked down
So
the
Finley got up there and held her throne.
kicked down.
Just saying.
Yo, Mr. Finley, do you watch that new season of Nathan or that rehearsal? You might find it interesting because it goes into like
What,
culture stuff.
what, Nathan? Nathan?
You ever seen that show Nathan for You?
Nope.
Okay, look up this show called Rehearsal. It goes into like pilot culture and stuff. You might find it interesting actually.
All right, so you
Pilot culture as in my profession?
Yeah.
questions or what's going on?
Yeah, as in your
It's called
profession.
Nathan?
No, it's called Rehearsal, season 2.
Rehearsal.
Can I finish the question?
What is it on? I'm sorry, man. Real quick. What is it?
HBO.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yo, can we finish with the questions?
Go ahead, man, Fitty.
All right, thank you. All right. Is Jesus a socialist?
Yes.
All right, should we defund the police?
No.
Should it be criminal to give sex change hormones to children?
Yes.
At what age should children be taught about racism?
Ooh, that's a hard one to answer. 10.
I need 5 seconds or 5 words.
10.
Come on, man.
10.
At what age should they be taught about sex?
7.
Actually,
Are police
they be talking about it. You a man.
are police hunting down black men?
No.
Can you be moral without God?
No.
Is sex
This is
love?
like retarded.
All right, can you tell this dude to leave? He's an atheist.
No.
Remove him from the
No,
room.
okay, ask us this question.
I can't deal with this dude. He's like a mosquito buzzing in my ear.
Come on, man. This is like let's actually do some research.
We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Y'all tell this dude to do something.
Yeah, answer the question. Don't feel bad about it. Like, don't feel bad about like the position you're taking. Fight for your position. If you can't feel like you can't fight for your position and you feel a certain type of way, you feel that way. Just say you don't
No, I'm
want to.
saying I'd like to continue to ask Mr. Philly the question without
You shouldn't
interruption.
hold that position if you get defended. I mean,
You
that's
can
just
tell
like
if you could tell this dude A-hole, I think his name is A-hole.
Oh, yo,
You can tell him to
shut
stop
up. No one wants to hear you,
buzzing in
bro.
my ear, bro. He keeps buzzing in my ear and I can't deal with it.
And while Finley
Oh,
wasn't
no.
here, Finley goes
No,
through the rest of the questions. Yes.
Yeah, then you're a faggot, Tally. I'm sorry. I'm just having to lay it down.
Cool. Alright, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
This is nobody. Alright, should a man ever tell a woman his problem?
Nobody. Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
Should a man ever tell a woman his problem?
Let's move on.
Yes.
Alright, have you ever been a slut maker?
No.
Alright, are you in favor of same-sex marriage?
Yes.
Fucking
Are you
Andrew
okay
Tate
with
fucking
trans-
questionnaire.
Oh my God, can you remove him and move him down, please?
Basically, yes.
Can you move him down? I can't.
Bro, why should I actually fucking defend your views? I don't want to hear you give a fucking 20 questionnaire.
Wasn't there supposed to be a limit on the question?
Yeah.
So, A-hole,
Just
why
going
don't
on
you just leave quiet? A-hole, why don't you leave quiet?
How many questions?
I'm a free.
Now we know he can't be a moderator because I've already sent him down and he's not even breaking any rules.
He is. I'm trying to get to the questions.
That's not a rule.
Well, you're not going to ask all these questions because
No, there's no rule. You just gotta deal with the shit.
You're not supposed to interrupt
If you don't have it, you don't have it. That's how it works.
Okay, so the reason it's okay for him to ask these questions is because there are already several points of interest that I know at least AWOP wants to inspect with Finley. So it is.
No, I don't want to
okay.
talk to Finley. I want to talk to this fucking Manfinity guy.
Okay, then Manfinity. These are questions that we're not going to talk for.
I haven't even signaled my positions on these issues, AWOP.
Yeah, let's talk about them. Like why are you coming? I can write down questions on this. Nigga, you said that fucking 5 minutes ago. You said that 5 minutes
Give me 10
ago.
more minutes. Give me 10 more minutes. Sit back.
Sorry, like what?
I don't need
Hell no,
minutes.
give me how many more minutes, nigga?
4 minutes?
Yo, why don't y'all put a time limit on me? Put a time limit on me.
You go, AWOP. Do what you do, AWOP. Go ahead.
Nah, they watch shit.
Yo, so like, I mean, Manfinity, like, Manfinity, we actually have like a conversation about like, okay, you said that you can't be moral. Do you think you can be moral without God?
So I'd like to do that after I'm done with my questions.
No, wait, come on, bro. I literally came back. I came back from Costco, bro.
I want to answer.
Yo, what is wrong with this? Did you get some
Kirkland's,
Why is nobody in the moderator moving him down because he's interrupting?
Yeah, why are you crying like a little pussy, bro? Why don't you defend your views?
Because I'm trying to get through it. I can't finish.
Oh, so you are a pussy, though. I mean, that seems like a passive
put a mic in this
Y'all got it.
Yeah, we're not calling that to his face. Yeah, I bet you I would call him a pussy to his face. What do you mean?
I don't think Infinity need a Robin. I think he's a Batman already by himself.
Hey, no problem. Y'all just ran him off the stage.
No, I'm right here. Dominique is my favorite.
Wait, are you like? Is that nigga like your boyfriend or something, bro? Is that nigga like your boyfriend or something?
Bro. He's
So why is he blazing you without having an investigation? Articulator. You mean
somebody move this Negro.
Stop bothering sight. Mind your business and answer. Hey, dear mods, if you have Andrew blocked, unblock him. Thank you.
No, I'm not doing it.
Alright. So, back into it. Here we go. So the man never had control.
What do you want to talk about? Hey, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I want to
Ask the question. Why can't you fucking finish the question?
What is it?
All right.
Yo, Nathan, how about this? You ping me with this. No, you ping me when this faggot's done.
Somebody give me my own room. I'm gonna start my own room.
I can't stand none of y'all, bro.
Go ahead and
I can't stand y'all. No. Let's move on. Let's move the fuck on. Let's talk about what A-Ball want to fucking talk about. And it better be fucking good, bro.
Okay, before we
Talk about dumb shit. You have 5 minutes out.
Oh, I got 5 minutes. Okay,
oh my god. I just put Andrew's profile in the chat. Just click his profile. If you haven't blocked, unblock him.
Yeah, so Manfinity, like, do you think you can be...
No, don't fucking talk about no. Make up your own shit. Make up your own shit. Don't use that.
Okay, cool. Okay, so I can talk to someone else? Is that what you want?
No, make up your shit that you want to talk about. It ain't hey, I'm going to question people out, bro. You better have something fucking good to talk about. Because you just did something that I thought was good. Go ahead.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, cool.
You just let
Get out of it.
Okay, cool. So, like, if we talk about, like, do you guys think that, like, reasoning involves coming to a conclusion about data?
Do you have to pay for this upgrade trip that y'all have?
No, I don't think so.
Who are you?
You get a free trial.
I mean, like, what do you think you can reason without having, like,
You can reason just purely logically.
No, I'm sorry. I'm Harley. I'm
Without
not
there being any
what's
specific
going on. They switch
Shut the fuck up there. You hear that man talking shit? Don't make me shut you up. Shut up. I'm just gonna move you down there. I'm gonna move you the fuck down. Go ahead and walk. It gotta be fucking good, bro. You got the whole fucking stage. You got 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Shut up there, bro. Stop talking then, bro.
Hold the fuck up then.
Nigga, shut up, bro. I'm gonna block you on Instagram if you talking like that, nigga. Fuck.
Bro, you told me you ruined the fucking atmosphere. Go ahead and
Well, I had a better question, bro. If they have go off the topic, then that's kind of rude, right? Like, no, like, don't you think the idea that's like, let's say I have data, right, and I come to a conclusion about that, you think that necessarily is reasoning? Like, it has to be reasoning?
If you have data and you come to a conclusion about it.
Yeah, like, let's say, like, you know, I'm a historian. Okay, cool. So, like, what fucking Matt said is just, like, irrational, right? Because, like, you know, like, if I'm, like, some type of historian or some type of, like, scientist, right, and I have data and I come to, like, a view on that, right? Like, it seems as though that implies I'm reasoning necessarily. So, like, then it comes to the question of, like, well, then how do you deny reasoning and then, like, be a rational agent or something, you know? It just seems, like, obtuse to me or something.
Wait, so someone wanted
You got 2 minutes, bro.
Someone wanted to deny reasoning and say that they're rational agents.
But that was Matt's whole argument with him, and like,
This is why we killed the conversation.
Yeah, bro, we want to hear you answer questions like a game.
They want to hear this boring conversation either. Now imagine if I were to filibuster in a kindergartner type way, like you did. You my boy, man. Come on, man.
Hey, Mr. Melphis in Finley. Like,
what's up, dude?
want you to be like, why do you think?
That's 4 days in a row, dude.
Hey, Dewey.
Yeah, but like Mr. Finley, why do you think you can't?
I should be okay as goddaddy, Dewey, for this.
If you pay for someone going to college, I'll let you do that.
Y'all interrupt the walk. Go ahead, walk.
Thank you, bro. Mr. Finley, why do you think you can't be moral without God? Like, what's your view on that? Like, what's your justification?
Because I believe that God determines morality. Otherwise, morality is subjective, and I don't believe it's subjective.
Yeah, but do you think you can act in accordance with God's morality without believing in Him?
Yes.
So then you're a moral person, then, right?
I believe I'm a moral person. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to be a Christian or believe in God to be moral.
Right. If you adhere to God's morality, then you
even ignorant.
Moral, but I don't think that morality in and of itself exists without a God. Otherwise,
I think it's like contingent on God.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like, number one, like, does God determine like what is moral or not?
I believe that God determines what's moral. Yes.
Yeah. So then, how is it not subjective, given that God's an agent?
What do you mean? How is it not subjective?
Because it comes from God's mind. It's like it's contingent on His belief states.
What do you mean?
What? That doesn't make it subjective. That makes
He's right about that. Yeah, totally.
No, here's my question.
So you're saying
God's mind. What is that?
So you're saying
because we have the conversation of God, the Spirit,
Wait, that's why are you going off on something?
It comes from God's mind. Like,
yeah,
what are you talking about?
If God determines what is moral, right, given His belief states, right, the contingent on His beliefs, right, they are coming from His subject. He's a subject, right? He's a mind.
But if you don't believe that His beliefs change, how would it be subjective if they were?
Matter. Like, if I was a person, right, and I was like, I never changed my belief states, right? Nevertheless, I had beliefs, and those truth values of those beliefs, regarded by my attitudes, they would still be subjective, even if they were stagnant or kind of like crystallized, right?
Yeah, but
they still come from my mind.
So
do you guys not understand that? So
I think you have to argue that God's mind is objective.
Right. There you go, Dewey.
Yeah, that's a weird argument to make, but maybe you could make that.
But right. I believe.
What does objective mean to you?
Objective means it has a meaning. It's not what it means to you. So like objective means not dependent on any agent's stance. So like non-dependent on agential attitudes is like the definition of objective, right? And if God is in fact an agent, which He is, because He's like a mind, right? And if it's His attitudes that are the thing that's determining what's right and wrong, then they're in fact subjective.
Yeah, but the nature of God is also different because God's will becomes objective, right? I mean, if God wills something, it becomes
No, it doesn't. I think He's equivocating on like objectivity.
No, my question was,
I don't know. It means if He says let there be light, if He says let there be light, there actually is light, objectively speaking.
Okay,
You're just equivocating on objective.
hold on.
Yeah, you're just like
I don't know. I'm just trying to play with the idea. Calm down, everybody. Like you can't even fucking play with ideas. You're like, what are you talking about?
You're doing it bad.
No, hold on. If we're saying things are subjective, right, and it is based on just what we see and not how we interpret it, that means that you do feel like there's two separate type of women, right? Because in the beginning, God made man and woman, and then later He made Adam and Eve, like Eve off of that. So like if we're gonna do subjective things based on just randomness.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. That was great.
No, Dewey, please don't encourage her to generate. This is like
wow, I loved it. I thought that was brilliant.
No, I thought it was really good too. Maybe we can move on though. It was such a good point. I don't think anyone's
agreed. I agree. Everybody agrees. So that's good.
Finley, now that we know that objective is not mind dependent, right? And God is mind, it would be subjective, right?
Well, I don't look at. I don't. The reason I think it's objective is because I think that subjective means that it's subject to change, right? This is my very oversimplified explanation.
That's wrong.
And I don't think that God. This is Miller. Relax, man.
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
What is? I don't know what it is with you, Miller. No, because you always. No. Relax, man.
Relax, bro.
I literally just said it's my oversimplified definition. It could be totally wrong, but it's mine. Don't take it from me. also
you
don't
found
look at
out
God
that,
as a
then you found out the definition of how you're using it is wrong.
Then that's fair.
Change your belief.
Then that's fair. But I don't. It wouldn't change my belief though.
That it's subjective.
As wrong as my definition may be, I look at God as being different than just a regular subject.
So,
Or
okay,
agent.
and we can talk about it, but why do you feel like it changes your belief? Why is it that when people say certain things about the Bible, it's like, okay, we can move on from that, or like, okay, I get what you're coming from, but I still move on from my belief?
Because you're probably not addressing their points. It seems as though you're like an incompetent reasoner, given your attitudes in this conversation.
I was being nice to you, and I see you don't
So
like that.
that's me being honest. Like, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm saying like that's probably an account.
I feel like, honestly, my whole thing is just like, y'all are saying like, oh, these things are true, but I'm being like, oh, this is why I stand up for my girlies, and like, this is it. You're like, okay, move past it. And then you're being like, okay, well, this is the thing. I'm like, if we're gonna talk about Christ, I know why Jesus loves me. Like, we can always have that conversation. I don't like when
What's that have
other
to do with
people.
anything that was said here?
No, when they were talking about earlier, like where it's just like, oh, this isn't Christ-like, this isn't this and that, and I'm like, as soon as I said something, they was like, we're gonna move past it. I don't like that.
No, but I can agree with you. I like
talking about themselves, or like, I don't get it. Like, people are having a discussion about, like, you know, philosophy or something, and then people will come off the mic and just be like, well, I feel this, and like, I felt like I was being, you know, and it's just like, try to focus on the points.
Stop making general statements about dumb people, bro. Talk to the individual. Be a man, Miller.
Oh, are you talking to me?
Yes.
It's a general point, dude. Like,
No. You talk about one person.
Do it all.
You're not talking about people. If you talk about one person, address the one person you're talking about, bro. There's only one person starting off.
I feel like you should say why.
Put a name on it. That's what he's saying.
What's good to the room? Respect to the mind.
Hi, AK.
I mean, like, Dollface, like, I mean, there's probably, like, a couple of options. There's, like, number one is, like, people aren't really engaging in good faith about the content of the Bible, right? Which is probably true given some of the people on this app. The second one is, like, maybe, like, you know, you're not being as direct as you think you are with your arguments. And, like, there's always, like, a way to improve that, right? Like, you know, like, you can actually work on having these more structured arguments, and that might help you, like, show that people aren't addressing what you're saying to them, you know?
I feel like, honestly, truly, like, I fuck with where you're coming from, and like, honestly, truly, there's no way, and like, honestly, people like Nathan, Tim, Psych, Pockets know this. There's no way that I can come from more where I'm coming from without y'all calling me a bully and me being mean. Like, there's no way where as a Black American woman I can say what I'm saying and y'all don't be like, she's being mean. Oh my gosh, it's the pretty girl who's being mean to us, without like being on like my square, being like, no, I don't agree with what you're saying.
You being pretty when you said that?
No, the whole point is that, like, it's not personal to all this. It's not personal. People are discussing ideas, right? So, like, you know, when you say something, they're not thinking like, oh, here's the pretty girl doing X, Y, or Z again, right? They're just trying to discuss the ideas.
You're
Not
not,
like personalities.
but my homegirls are, and I feel like that's very different from like you versus me. Like, that's why I even came into the room apologizing to like Psych, because I'm like, yo, what I did to you was disrespectful. Like, as a woman, I know that I shouldn't have been rude to you like that, and that's fucked up. Like, I apologize. But I know my bitches like Pockets, like, okay, you lucky if she don't cuss you out on my behalf. What are you talking about? You lucky I'm actually cussing you out, because if I don't cuss you out, the girls will come behind me. What you talking about?
Yeah, well, that's
So
just like,
it's like a whole situation being like,
and also too, just like,
no, y'all as men feel like y'all are really banging the Charles and doing what you're doing. There are more men who take up for people like me, and also my girls who don't play that shit. So it's just like, yeah, I'd rather apologize to a nigga who I know like takes up for me and is like on that same type of shit. And I understand like how he understands like, okay, I'm not always on my shit, but like I'll be the best person I can be. Like I want to be the nicest person I can.
You're better suited for a show like The View than like a philosophy circle. This sounds like gossip.
It's not about gossip. It's just like focusing the room on dollface, right? Like we were talking about a philosophical topic, and now we're talking about dollface, right? Which is what I was trying to like object to. I find people in these rooms try to do that a lot, where they try to center themselves or their feelings, right, and have everyone be discussing like what they think or what they feel, as opposed to like an actual genuine topic that like I say I find. What I'm doing is I'm trying to rail against it, right? Like if I say here's my opinion, that's not asking everyone to focus on me, right? But like we were clearly talking about something like a philosophical topic.
You brought yourself up.
Now
Bring up your own beliefs. Do your own
You
thing.
brought yourself up. We were talking about like creativity.
What the fuck are you talking about? Don't take me the word annoying. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, great.
Don't ever call me a nigga, you dirty ass piece of shit.
Yeah, okay.
Don't ever call me a nigga word. Now go ahead and finish the conversation you were talking about with
Yeah, then shut the fuck up. Then how about that?
I will not use the fuck up. You want me to shut you up?
Fine.
Is that what you want?
Try your hardest, yeah.
Nah, I'll shut you up. It's never a problem.
yeah, so Mike, there's a difference between like saying here's my opinion and saying like here's what like what happens with like my girl.
I was fucking around.
I know. I'm just trying to make the point like as clear as possible.
But I think at a job, if somebody brings up themselves, sometimes people only have their opinion to add, right? If somebody brings up themselves, it's up to you to dig and see the value or the correlation. You're supposed to take them out of it, right? So with her submission, I took her out of it. For me, because there's other people that feel like her. There's other people that she represents when she speaks. So that's for you. That's
What
what
do you
you
think she said then? Like, give us your analysis.
No,
she
was an example. I'm using her.
No, I'm saying, did you listen to her and did you take her out of it though? Because you kind of
take her out of it. What was she saying?
I don't know what the fuck she was saying.
Exactly.
Stop leave my girls alone.
No, because I was in and out of what you were saying. But I'm saying that if someone gives their opinion and you're having a philosophical argument or whatever the case is, there's got to be some value in their opinion. You don't have to center the person because they offered something from their life. You can take them as an example and correlate it to the topic.
Period. And honestly, on that fact, I don't give a fuck what y'all hear about. I love niggas. I don't care that y'all want us to hate niggas.
Don't call me no nigga. Don't call me no
I
nigga.
don't care. I'm sorry, Black American man. That's my.
Yo, channel keeps going to shit or something like that.
You niggas mad.
That's my man. No, hold on. Shut the fuck up.
Nah,
I love Pockets. Me and Pockets have been cool. Me and Tally, it's a whole new thing where I'm like, okay, Tally.
Nobody gives a fuck.
I like that.
Dude, Dollface, you're not.
You don't give a fuck, nigga.
No
You don't give a fuck.
cares.
But I be hoeing you niggas every single fucking time. I hoe you every single fucking time. You are a hoe ass nigga. I hoe you every single time. A big Black American woman, I hoe you. Like it's not a problem. Like yes, that's my girl. I'm trying to shut up because I hoe you
It's not
niggas.
about you.
I hoe both you niggas. I'm not gonna shut up. Both you niggas shut the fuck up so we can get back to the topic.
Okay, great.
Shut up so we can get back to the topic.
Okay, what's the topic, Dollface?
Shut up! You never gonna shut me up. Get up and shut the fuck up so we can get back to the topic,
You
nigga.
didn't speak proper English. What is the
Shut up,
topic?
nigga.
What is the topic?
Shut
What is the
up.
topic?
Losers.
Yeah, what's the topic?
You not my big sis. You're not my big sis.
What's the topic?
What's the topic? Tolly, what's the topic? Jill, what's the topic? Spike, what's the topic? You hoes is nothing to me.
No, we
Shut
were
the
talking
fuck
about
up.
topic before you interrupted.
Shut up. I don't care. Everybody else, you niggas, shut the fuck up.
Bro.
Looks
Shut
like
up.
someone sent us
Shut up. Ass nigga.
Yo, Nathan.
Hey, Monica.
No.
Hey, Monica.
Yeah, can you get rid of this fucking monkey?
Honestly, you
Listen, man, y'all right away, man, Saturday.
That's why
I
you're
was
lucky.
enjoying that
You're
conversation he had,
lucky
man, from
because
Mr.
you
Saturday.
niggas ain't got no motherfucking lips.
God damn, come on,
What do
man.
you mean? My lips are voluptuous.
Lipless.
I have
Lipless.
lips.
Big
Yo, Tally.
monkey niggas ain't got no lips. We got you in cages, and it's okay. It's okay. We got you in cages, and it's okay.
Why do you people
Big
come
black
like this?
American will never lose.
Don't do that.
We'll never
Name on
lose.
it. You're talking
We'll never lose.
Why does
All y'all
Dollface
have
come
to
on here
turn
and
off
behave like this?
AAADE because you speak of us.
Dollface is what we might call a coon.
Yeah, she's a
Coon.
A coon.
fucking porch monkey.
Nah, I really am y'all niggas big brother. I've been thinking about that. I'm
Are
y'all
you drinking
niggas'
right now?
brother.
Are you like drinking?
No, I don't have to.
So you just like naturally
Hey,
are the
shut
drunk.
the fuck up. Hey,
No, don't
use the word
blame
like
your
the R
drinking
word
now.
and this and
Don't do
that.
that.
Like, honestly, you have to use all these bad words because you
Okay. Listen.
trash, you're white trash.
Pockets. Well, I can't do this, Pockets. I can't do it. Help me out.
Dollface, I'm begging you, love. Let's just like.
Right.
You don't know that inside joke deep stuff.
I'm in there too.
Honestly, I feel like the girls aren't saying nothing. Pockets, you not being nice. Pockets, you not being nice.
Oh my God. Stop talking, please, Dollface. Please let the conversation continue.
Wait, whoa.
No, but Pockets, dude, don't do that, Pockets. Don't do it.
I'm being nice.
Don't do what, Bruce? You just got here.
No. She actually is she's been nice, dude.
Can we talk about the new plus features and how even more
Yes.
careful?
Thank you, Monica. You sound nice. And nice Monica is sometimes. When she isn't being weird.
Monica doing you.
Come on, guys. Don't try to take us stuff. I like someone. Go ahead, shine, baby.
Monica's on that shit. Yeah, Monica.
Dollface. Let Monica do her thing.
No. I think Dollface should talk more.
No, Monica, go do your shit.
Come on.
No, let Dollface. Why you don't want
No, let Monica speak. Monica is the OG. Let Monica be an OG. Shut up. Monica, speak.
Y'all making a shot. Go ahead, Monica.
Y'all know that Monica. You're all in.
There are 4 features that come with the plus package. You pay by the month, you pay by the year.
Go ahead, sister.
The first one is it'll tell you who's snooping on your profile. That's not a huge factor
And
for me.
translation, that's who's peeking in your window. Go.
Yeah, it's not gonna watch it.
It'll also allow you up to 7 or 8 links on your bio. Apparently, if you're advertising or you have a different websites you want to.
You can drop those links, like the addies and all that, in your profile.
Can you let her speak, please?
Third one is you can snoop on rooms. There's one in the audience right now. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they're hearing and what they're recording, and we can't get rid of them.
So for the people that has like wires, that's for you guys. That's for y'all.
Can you let her speak?
Well, you in the front of her.
Hey, Monica, real quick. Monica, that question to Monica really does. How the fuck did you talk about the fuck I'm talking about? If I ask Monica a question, hey, Monica, real quick. Can you repeat what you just said? Because you went in the Matrix. You were explaining the third point. I do apologize. I'm sorry. That's all I wanted to say.
You can snoop in rooms.
Yo, shut up, Millie.
You cannot join the stage. You cannot write a chat and know.
Yo, A1, take a walk.
There's a one in the audience right now. You see Anon with the plus. That's somebody random that we don't know, or it could be someone that we hate and it's here listening to us. We don't
Or it
know.
could be someone recording you. You just don't know.
It could be admins.
So what does he say about the person that
Wait, I'm actually looking at a fifth one right here in ChatGPT. It looks like you can actually find it.
Pockets, you really laughing at it. You know what? Pockets, okay. About this.
No what?
Yo, why did you just like
You said Monica.
Ladies and gentlemen, the final point about the Anon accounts, you cannot remove them from the room. They they're here until they want to leave. Now, if they want to participate in the room, like writing in chat or joining the stage and speaking, they have to leave the room, change the sunglass setting in the top right of their profile, and then come back in the room as themselves.
Oh, so you can
There's a fourth
spy on
feature.
a room anonymously. That's what somebody's doing down there.
Now, last question, Monica. How much is the premium?
It's $5 a month. You pay monthly or annually, and also, if a moderator has you blocked, you can't get in, even if you're in anonymous mode. It will block you from the room.
That's interesting.
Count your blocking buttons, everybody. It's getting real.
Is this on Clubhouse or what?
You should all block it.
So they can't do it anonymously?
No, hold on. If this is just on Clubhouse, Pockets, add me. I guess we gotta be for the bitches now. Oh my gosh, we can't even be nice to the niggas now. This is crazy. No, but for real, if we get blocked by somebody in a room, that means we can't come in there no more. That means we
The
have
moderator.
Oh my God. Please. Always.
Deal with it, nigga.
You're giving too much information, man. This is like information overload.
I'm sorry.
Okay, what do you expect that y'all should be doing if alright.
Try again next time.
We got you.
No, leave Nathan alone.
Bruce came off mic and said, beep.
So why
Don't be knowing. I didn't know it. That's serious.
Red Bulls, bro. They got
no, nigga, it's not Red Bulls, it's Hurricane.
He said, it is Hurricane Harley. Stop playing. But no, Nathan is
alcohol.
Okay,
It's
so
alcohol.
we don't listen to these people no more. Honestly, like basically, we're not cool people.
Mix this up, baby.
We don't like these niggas no more.
Bruce, is a hurricane a beer or a ball?
Fuck the mix. Shut your white ass up.
No, why can't y'all answer? So is it fuck them niggas? Is it fuck them niggas? You don't know that no more on the app.
That's why no one's answering. Nigga, go ask ChatGPT.
People don't understand what math
Let's go. We here.
What happened when you scared
Turn away, Nathan? Would you turn away afterwards after you booked the 800s?
No, when I get to 850, that's when I'm watching.
That's
I'm almost there.
Y'all was all going back and forth when I was
823.
You got 850, that's what
Don't be pussy now. I don't like that. Ask me
Why?
Yo, they
talk now.
What's that again?
I love
Listen, talk now. Because
I'm sorry for both.
y'all was all on y'all. Oh, is she saying this? She's saying that. Now you can talk to yourself.
Preach.
Why would we talk to me like that?
They're actually more intelligent.
The fourth feature is profile album. You can see multiple profile PTRs when you click on the person's PTR and scroll.
Hey, Pocket, did you say that's like a sign of intelligence? It's just
Yeah.
like
I like dog, but
like, yeah, that's true, right? Like, people who are intelligent talk themselves more, but like, it's not full-blown conversations. Like, with like a topic that's
you're okay. Whatever.
You said intelligent people talk to themselves more.
Yeah, you're a drunk retard, Bruce.
Yeah, they did.
again.
And you're a white dude, then you're a white dude that
I'm not even white.
Yeah,
Shut up.
Motherfucker gay white.
Not
no, like,
Yeah, that's another thing about that. What makes y'all just sound people up based on their voice? Y'all just be calling people white, black, all types of shit.
I mean, yeah,
Yeah, say that he sounds white. Don't call him white. We know you on the phone.
think I am? What do you think I am?
Definition somewhere.
Bruce, I think you're whatever you said last time.
Don't give Somali.
Yo, mods, this is a great way to run a room. Just have a bunch of drunk people random each other.
But you guys got like people that got opinions.
I'll tell you what this is. This is what you got.
So all y'all vegans though.
Me and my girls, like, you never make fun of us. You never make fun. I dog walk you.
What that's a dog walk.
It's like a little bit Jewish.
Alright, I'm just gonna move down the troll, bro. Alright, Bruce, sorry for that, bro. You just making noise. Alright, let's get a conversation on the table.
There we
Try this
go.
again. If you can't do it, I'm sorry, we can up and move on, and we might leave you if you can't keep up. And I'm talking about you just can't say random stuff. You gotta add to the conversation. Alright?
That's crazy. You gotta get that statement. You can't just. Yo, you cannot just say random stuff.
Alright, Miller.
Yo.
God doesn't exist.
God doesn't exist because
Oh, hell no, I'm out.
I have a prior probability.
Nah,
It's like a
chill.
philosophy room, you know what I'm saying?
Nah, chill. Let him go. Go ahead, dude.
Yes.
Why don't you think it exists?
God doesn't exist because there's like a prior probability of like God of any particular thing existing, right? And the more features that a thing has, the less likely it is to actually like, you know, the less likely it becomes like as a prior, right? So like if I say there's something that, you know, was at the beginning of the universe, but it like I can't say anything about it, right? That has a certain amount of likeliness attached to it, right? And then if I say like there's something at the beginning of the universe, but it also is like a person kind of and has a mind, right? And it cares for you. Every time I add a predicate there, I make the prior probability of the thing, right, decrease significantly. So I think God has a lot of predicates attached, right? So I give God a specifically low, a really low prior, right? And then I don't think any of the posterior evidence, like in any way, justifies the belief given the low prior.
Okay, can I say something to you? And just like.
Oh my God. Yeah, no. You gotta add to the conversation.
No, I want to add to the conversation. Listen.
You got one shot now. If you mess it up, this is listen. If you mess it up on this side, you can get moved down for 5 minutes. What's up, Mom?
Can I cut down things?
Of course.
And let me make this quick too. Okay, here's my thing. When you're saying we predicate based on what God is, we have to understand that God did come down. There is the Holy Spirit, there's God, and there's Jesus, right? So we have to understand like the way that even we move, we want to be as perfect as God, even though we fail every single day, right? So just like
No, you failed. You're not on topic. You're not on topic. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to move on.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Can
go.
I get back to what he's saying?
You on topic. I'm sorry.
He's basically saying
You didn't bring up anything with Jesus. He didn't bring up anything with fuck. I'm sorry.
But he's saying.
I said that before. I said that if you can't keep up, we're gonna move on.
Okay, there's no way for us to be like, oh, God.
Okay, we'll circle back. Let go. Go ahead.
Whatever. Okay.
And is it Matthias? Yeah. So now you said that God, like to you, God doesn't exist because what you said, I believe you said two things. Because first of all, my question is, when you think of God, are you thinking of just a actual physical character, or are you thinking a little bit beyond that?
Are you asking me?
Right.
said a P word, and I was
Yeah. So
yes.
the specific argument is called the low priors. The specific argument is called the low priors argument, right? And like all it means is that like okay, so here's what a prior probability is, right? So if you had a coin, right, you would say like it's a normal coin that you flip. You would say like there's a 50-50 chance, right, of it landing heads or landing tails, right? And that's before like you actually do any flips, right? You just like know that it's like if it's a fair coin, right, then the probability is going to be 50-50. And that's what a prior probability is, right? And then like you can start flipping the coin, right? And let's say like the coin just like comes up heads every time, like 1,000 times in a row, right? Like then you just know it's like not a fair coin, right? So like so there's two things you have to understand in that, right? There's your assessment of what the prior probability is, which is 50-50, right? And then there's the actual trials of flipping the coin. And we call that the like posterior evidence, right? So sometimes if the thing that you like, if you think that like there's a 50-50 chance, right, that the coin's gonna land on heads, and then you actually start doing the trials, and it lands on heads 100% of the time, right? You would like come to a conclusion that it's not a fair coin, right? Because fair coins have the expected prior probability of 50-50, right? And only like coins that are unfair, that are stacked, right? That are like forcing themselves to land on heads every time. They're the only ones that come up 100% heads, right? So you have to have like sorry, 1 second. I'll just finish off. Be right back. You have to have like the two things kind of like play into each other, right? You have your assessment of how likely the thing is, right? Given no examples of trials, right? And then you have like the quote unquote examples of trials, the posterior evidence, right? And then you like compare those two things, right? And you see like maybe like I thought the thing was really unlikely, right? When I had only the prior probability, but now that I have all the posterior evidence, I think it's likely, right? But like you have to like overcome like what you initially conceived of as this low prior probability, right? So it's like if you have a low prior on something, it just means that you need more evidence in the posterior trials, right, in order for you to believe that thing. That's just kind of how that works.
And so here's my thing. Hold on, real quick. I'm sorry, I'm gonna finish real quick and I'm gonna move on. But in your conversation, right? Hey, shut up. What I'm gonna say is, in your same conversation, you're basically being like, if we can show a short-term evidence, then it moves on to a long-term evidence, right? Okay, here's me being a Black woman who is more conservative. Let's actually talk about it, right? If we're gonna say that these things are just something that happens and then we move on, then that would mean that I actually have a better leg to stand on than you would. Because yes, you may have these conversations, move past and have people to take up for you, but at the same time, it's just like, I know for a fact I've been around people who do things and we fuck with each other, not because we are doing just shit. We are long-term evidence. Right? Hold on. Hey, shut the fuck up. We're long-term evidence, right? If you're gonna say that, oh well, this is a problem, and
I'm talking about probabilities.
Hey,
it's not. Like, hold on, like I'm trying to be like clear here. Like, you know what like a probability is? Like he's talking about like given the concepts. Okay, cool. So think about it this way: given the concepts at hand, right? There should be an assigned probability before you even examine the evidence on the table, right? Like an overly complex object has a lower probability of existing because all of these things about the object have to be true. Right? And as you add those things that have to be true, the probability of it being true is less likely overall. Like, the thing about like a math equation, the more premises it has, right, the more complex it is. Okay, cool. So,
honestly, I feel like you want to pop your pussy, and that's cool. I love that for you. But if we're gonna actually talk about math, honestly, truly, I can actually talk about people in this room. Right? Like I can
that's your issue. You talk about people. You talk about people in your show.
One second. That's so nice, dude. Just
what the fuck was that?
That sounds good.
That pockets.
Yeah, that was just a huge relief. Y'all never had one of those? Like a relief?
I don't know what I'm talking about, so I just want to stop and talk.
Yeah, that was just, that was beautiful. So, Mills, I have a question for Mills.
Sure.
When it comes to like the probability, now, I'm not a fucking genius, so I'm gonna just put that out there. I don't know shit about math when it comes to, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Wait, don't come from my bed.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, like, when it comes to stepping outside and seeing how nature works and how we work with nature and how just the whole world works, do you think that could be accident or if that's on purpose? How we all, you know what I mean? I don't know if I'm explaining it correct.
Like, I think you're making some sort of, like, I don't know, like, inference, like design inference or something.
Right,
that,
yeah. Like, do you believe that the design of this...
everything works so well together.
Exactly, yeah. Do you
that,
think
like,
it's the accident or that's actual design, something greater than ourselves created?
Oh, I think it's, like, most likely accident.
Okay.
Right? So, like, yeah, so I think, like, there's a ton of stuff, like, if you look into it, like, really closely, there's, like, a ton of stuff that, like, just doesn't make a ton of sense about, like, how life works, right? Like, there's a ton of things that are just, like, just good enough to get by, right? Where they could have been, like, a lot better. There's a ton of things that, like, what's a good example? Oh, so, like, there's a certain part of a giraffe, like, in the giraffe's neck, right? That, like, because of, like, of the way evolution worked, right? It was, like, easier for evolution to, like, create, like, this, like, I don't know, part in the neck, like, by, like, slowly adding, like, you know, inches or whatever onto it. But, like, what it should have done, like, if you were to design a giraffe from the beginning, right? So what ends up happening is, like, because of the way evolution works, right? You end up having this, like, piece in the giraffe's neck that goes, like, all the way from the top, like, where their brain is, goes down through the neck and then, like, loops all the way back up again, right? And it's, like, the most inefficient design you could ever imagine. Like, no one who was designing a giraffe. Sorry?
No, where are the giraffes from? I'm just asking, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they just evolved from, like, you know, common ancestors.
In what?
Right, so there was something that was, like a giraffe. Giraffe, like, you know.
I always wondered about certain, like, coincidences, right? When, like, you know, we breathe CO2 and the trees around us, hold on. Like, we breathe CO2 and the trees around us need that CO2 to, you know, carbon dioxide to thrive, to build. Certain things I've always thought, you know, can't just be happenstance or accidents, you know, like, to the fact where, you know, the entire creation needs each other to survive in a way. It just seems too divine to really question.
Most people use it wrong, right? So when someone says things that came together randomly, it's not exactly how it works, because two hydrogens and oxygen make water. There is no other random chemicals that can mix together to create water, so it's not a random thing.
But I don't think they're not talking about that. Like, they're not talking about the actual, like.
No, we aren't talking about that because Black Americans think.
Yo, nowadays.
I'm trying to help you, I'm trying to help you.
They're not talking about the fact that those things happen. They're talking about the laws that play. Like, you know,
how did they come from?
Holy fuck. Like, you know, why is it the case that, like, you know, they kind of, like, what do you call it? The force of, like, you know, electron overpowers, like, the kind of, like, force of, like, gravity, right? Like, those things have to be true for you even to have chemistry function, right? And they're saying something like, well, it's not just the fact that those, like, molecules make water. It's like, why do those molecules even have the relations they do? What grounds them kind of, like, the labor for the actual laws?
Hold on, because also, AWOC, what's crazy is that these things would be here even without our knowledge of it. That's what's amazing, is that even before we put the actual label of this is hydrogen, this is oxygen, this is, you know, it was already there before we even had that or put names on it or whatever. So that's
just like an epistemic fact, right? Like, you know.
But why are the?
You know, it's the case that, like, it's the case that, like, you know, I will go to work tomorrow, right? Even though I don't even need to, like, think about it. You know, I don't even have to know that for it to be true. You know, like, it's just, but that's not kind of how facts function, I think, though. It's not like a feature of, like, intentionality or something. It's just, like, how the subject works in regards to facts and accessibility.
So I'm not sure what you're saying there, right? So, like, from what I'm seeing, like, they're not, like, they're not
It's
making
all
you
been
like
put away and
inference from like,
organized.
oh, the fundamental constants of the universe are such. Yeah, like
It's,
like building, they're not making that inference. They're making like a more like watchmaker. You know what I mean? Like you see a watch on a beat.
Like a fine tuning argument or something?
Not a fine tuning. Like I think they're making the design right, and not a fine tuning. I think you're pulling them towards fine tuning. Whereas I think they're really trying to make like the watchmaker.
No, I think they are responding to the molecules or the water being coming together, being the clay that he's saying like the lack of randomness. He's saying the lack of randomness is like besides the point.
No, besides the correct. Yeah. So like the other thing I'm saying is that like like he was responding specifically to that, right? But like I think what Pockets was trying to say is that like, you know, it's like curious how like we breathe
Everything
in
works well
oxygen.
together.
Right, we breathe in oxygen, right? It has nothing to do with like covalent bonds between like hydrogen and oxygen. It's more to do with like we breathe in oxygen and trees breathe in carbon dioxide. We exhale carbon dioxide and trees
that would be the case regardless.
Trees breathe in carbon dioxide. So it's like
it's that possible in LA.
Well, my point was to prove the existence of God, a higher power, something beyond understanding how do these things fit and work.
We're kind of arguing about what method you're doing that by, right? Like, under my question, I was finding Tim, and it was like, I don't think you're specifically saying that hydrogen is hydrogen because of like whatever you're saying. I thought you were making a greater point about like, all this stuff has this kind of functionality to it, and why are they functional? And Milt's just saying it's like it's more so like an argument about like intentionality being found in like design. More so than just like.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so he was right. I think I was maybe more contextualizing myself towards Tim and not, kind of focusing on the overall argument than others.
No, that's fine. That's why I asked Mel if he believes in like accidents when it comes to science and nature and all that. Are there accidents or is everything designed?
Well, so that's the interesting thing, right? So like it's kind of like both, right? So like the way people like describe evolution, right, is like random mutation with non-random selection, right? So like how your genome mutates is completely random, right? You just get like random mutations, like sometimes when people are being birthed, right? And that like changes their morphology in some way, or their like, ability to do X, Y, or Z in some way, their capacities, right? So the mutation part is completely random, right? But then randomly changed organisms end up surviving in a given like ecosystem is completely non-random because it has to do with which organism is the most fit for that ecosystem, right? So that's why it's non-random selection.
And man, that's one thing too, because I like that. I'm glad they used that word because a big misunderstanding too is the difference of when we say like survival of the fittest, or when someone mistakenly says survival of the strongest. In the evolutionary science, where fit just simply means able to reproduce at like a high level. So a lot of times we look at humans as fit, but so are flies, and so are a ton of other insects. So
I definitely feel like
means fit for the ecosystem. And that can mean a whole bunch of different things.
I definitely feel like even to you Pockets, I lay you down, girl. I definitely feel like when we have like the fittest, especially when we have like these conversations, like American conversations, like a lot of people will be like, oh, like you're Black American, you're this, you're that, like you're dark skinned, we don't even want you. I'd be like, why are you hoes on my ass? Leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Like honestly, you're the only one talking. You see how everybody else, I be cool with, I apologize, I have no beef with them. You want that drama.
About that, girl.
You see how he want that drama?
No, but he is.
I'm trying to chill, because I fuck with y'all, I fuck with the rest of y'all, y'all be cool. It's just certain niggas. You say you don't fuck with me, and then I be making these white men beat you up. Is that what you want?
We're getting into something.
I hate to be that black woman. Like, they be making me feel bad. Like, now I'm a dark, light-skinned woman making the white man beat this nigga up. Like, it makes me feel bad.
I need you to just mute up. Save it for now.
I'm a lock in.
Yes,
but I'm
saving it up. Listen to the convo. All right.
I just don't like how certain people say certain things.
Girl, baby girl.
Chicks just
Don't send me. I'm so sorry.
So what's good? Because this is a good topic. Who was gonna? I think a couple people were trying to say something.
Yeah, because I'm trying to learn. Because like I said, I did not listen to Bill Nye back in the day. I was snoozing through the classes, so I'm trying to understand the science. Hold on. I was trying to understand the science aspect of proving whether or not God exists. Because I always thought it was a higher power, something we don't understand. There's some things we'll never understand. And that's why I always thought God was something beyond us. And I don't think we could ever put science to it.
Can I ask you a question? No, Patrick?
No, you're absolutely right about that. Science doesn't determine whether or not God exists. God is like a metaphysical, quote unquote, like postulate, right? And science has nothing to say about metaphysical postulates. Right, it can only tell us about like quote unquote physical things and how they interact. It can't tell us about like whether or not a God exists.
The other thing is, sorry, on that.
No. So why, or even why a law is true?
Right. The purpose is not something science tells. Is like this doesn't give meaning or purpose. It's kind of it just tries to break down at the highest capacity of evidence to.
Well, there's just certain things that are like outside the domain of science, right? So like. Think about like whether or not it's right or just or moral to like kill someone, right? Like there's no amount of science you can do there that's going to like actually decide that issue, right? That's an issue for like philosophy, and it's the same with like God, right? Science is just not the thing we're going to look to adjudicate whether or not a God exists. We're going to look to things like philosophical arguments.
No, this game.
Science can be that. I mean, when you talk about science, the first thing you do when you conceptualize God, you use reference points of what God may be. So even to think about like the concept of God, you are bringing it into like the reality of the situation where you are then using these reference points. How you describe God, like maybe what God may look like, what God may do. All this is conceptualized by your own mind. So therefore, you can utilize science to just kind of like say, hey, God exists or not, right? So if you say you can't conceptualize God, then no one can actually know what God is, right? So how can you prove that at all? So therefore, the end result, the conclusion is you are agnostic. You don't know if God exists or not. But if you say there is a God and you listen to scripture or whatever religion is out there, then it has been conceptualized, it's descriptive at that point. So therefore, it's now brought into the reality of like existence. So then you can look at science to kind of like, you know, determine whether it is there or not, or even philosophy.
No, but that doesn't seem right to me. Because like, think about it. Like, God could exist, and we could just be like not able to conceptualize it, right? Like those two things come completely apart. So like our epistemic limits, right, as like, you know, biological beings that like aren't omniscient, aren't like, you know, omnipotent, omnibenevolent, right, don't have any of the omnis, right? It might just be like impossible for us to like fathom like a true like a concept that actually maps on to like what God really is, right? Like we might just be like we might not have those types of senses kind of thing, right? Like we might just be like limited in that way.
Why do people like, because I don't.
But it can still be true that God exists, even if we are limited that way, right?
But why do people use like, and I've heard this, hold on, I've used this like, I've heard this like maybe once or twice, I don't know, but why do people use like the Big Bang Theory as a reason to prove?
Because they don't know what it is.
Well, no. I think, so, pockets, like, you can use scientific evidence to like support premises in philosophical arguments, right? So like, people will make arguments like, if the universe began to exist, the universe has a cause. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist. Therefore, the universe has a cause, right? And then the people will say like that cause is God, right? So like,
it has to be an uncause.
In order to support,
Yeah, well, it has to be uncause as well, right? Yeah, I was just adding that part. It's something important for the premise that like the cause has to be uncause, and that's how you get like the necessary.
Right.
But to specifically touch upon what you're saying, like,
I just want to.
when they found out that the Big Bang Theory
I just want to like land it, so it's like a starting point. Yeah, so I just want to land it so it's very clear, and then I'll shut up once. So, like, in that argument I just gave you, right? Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause, and that cause is God, right? In the second premise, right, the universe began to exist, someone might bring up the Big Bang as evidence of that fact.
Does God exist?
But it's so the conclusion is God exists in that argument, right? But it's still a philosophical argument.
And even, here's my thing, Mila, even in that conversation, God does still exist. I feel like that's why y'all.
Alright, I'm back. No.
Well, I'll face you this question, Becky. Like, think about the kind of argument you have.
No, let me finish the conversation.
But that makes like, you're not engaging. That's probably why you lie.
Finish what you say. Let me answer him.
I think you love it explaining to like people just like.
Listen, you were talking to me.
You're not answering it.
You was letting them be quiet. I want to answer him specifically.
You're not answering him.
I'm starting to enjoy
And I don't
walk
have to do
with
that.
all this.
Honestly, I don't have to do that. Yeah, I don't have to do that. I literally don't have to do that. Like, honestly, that's one of my favorite things about being around the whole ethnicity of people. I don't have to listen to you.
I'm black. You fucking dig.
I don't have to listen to
Respectfully speaking, I think Dollface is just speaking right after Miller. Even though it's a bad point, let's be.
No, Nathan said no. Like,
She's been doing this all night, bro.
Nathan said you have to be on topic, bro. Nathan said you have to be on topic.
Let's let the bad point come out, and then after the bad point, you can show us.
Nathan, this is why they had to deport all Mexicans, bro. I'm looking for trouble.
And honestly, truly, honestly, I love y'all because honestly, it's so funny because
you see
it's
why?
so crazy that. No, shut up. I'm only a little bit Mexican only because we used to be black, but in the end, but they was yelling at us and they was like, "You're not Native American no more. You're Mexican." I was like, "Oh my gosh, what the fuck?" I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck no word. Like honestly, truly, I'm after a bunch of time. It is.
Can we count that as her submission?
Someone just make it one odd.
So I want to agree real quick too, because this is a subject I generally enjoy reading on and watch a lot of stuff on. So a lot of times through podcasts, people misunderstand what science say what the Big Bang is.
No, don't stop coming at podcasts because he was coming at it.
There you go.
To the discussion of what, see, scientists wouldn't say really what started it. They don't really talk about that. But so, a lot of people take the Big Bang as like that's when space and time started. So they think someone had to, a mind had to start it. And some people would say God could even have performed the Big Bang, which scientists do not say he never started, and have left it alone from there too.
What do you think the Big Bang is, bro?
It's the expansion. It's the early expansion of the universe.
Oh my God, Miller. Yeah, Miller, your name is right there, bro.
No, but that's what the answer is. Yeah.
No, what? It's the expansion. It only talks about the expansion of the universe, meaning that it expanded, not that it is the beginning.
Yeah, it's as far back as you can go to where time conceptually started.
And then what happened is, so like this is when we get into like, can science prove it? Well, science can prove it because we can watch the radiation. We can watch the cosmic microwave background. Yeah, we can watch the red light shifts. So then when you talk about, so here's the problem is when you talk about philosophy, it turns into, well, what started it, and science doesn't really claim that. But what a religious person will say, or maybe a philosopher will say, is that there had to be a first cause. And I think a lot of people attribute that to the Big Bang, like God, that was it. But so that's where it gets confusing for religious people and scientists. It's like, that's not what science is saying. It's exactly what,
There are some like philosophers or some like especially religious people who think that like there's good arguments for there having to be a first cause, but like I don't think that's the case. I think it's like silly.
You don't think there's any good arguments for there being a first cause, Miller?
Sorry, yeah, I think they're all really silly, the arguments for there like needing a first cause. Like they all depend on like very, very, very philosophically dubious type of like assumptions or premises, right? So like the type of like regressive Aristotelian first cause that argument that Tim was pointing out, right? Relies on something called like the principle of sufficient reason, right?
And what's wrong with that?
Well, nothing. But
like who dislikes many people.
There's arguments against that.
Yeah,
it's like the conjunctive effect.
Yeah, exactly. PSR is like even like a weak PSR is like still too strong, right? Because like presumably a lot of people will not. I think there's true facts, right? And if there's true facts, then like those things don't need an explanation. So the PSR would just be false in a case like that. And I don't think there's any good arguments that are levied that like say like.
Think about that idea of like facts. It's like
I'm just supposed to say the same thing.
I was thinking about like you can say God's necessary, but it's like what explains the necessity? Like, is it a brute fact as well? Like, is it the bottom out as a necessity claim? There's no further necessity to explain the necessity. It just kind of gets weird, right? It seems like special pleading or something.
Why aren't people better? Hold on, y'all.
Dollface, shut up.
My God, why that? Why aren't people better, right? If someone says that you want to live
for God is outside of existence, my first thought is something outside of existence doesn't exist.
Yeah,
Existence is like the hardest thing to talk about.
Why
Dollface. Let me ask you this question. Why do you think you need to be heard?
I feel like, why y'all having these conversations about...
You say you don't know all that stuff, just put me down, man.
I'm saying, like, why are we having these conversations?
Well, why do you think you need to be heard? Why should we listen to you?
You don't have to listen to me.
I must say,
Be down there.
an hour, but I do enjoy that knowledge is going to do what he typically does to me to make it.
Yeah, I got a question for Tim. Tim, you're one of the philosophers. So what is PSR? These philosophers.
I don't understand the word you said. Say it again.
Yeah. What does PSR mean? This is a common philosophical term.
PSR. I'm not a philosopher. Like, I enjoy science. I enjoy listening to philosophy. But I don't know what that term means. PSR. No.
You're good. PSR is just a philosophical term for principle of sufficient reason.
I might have heard the term before, so like, I don't know if I've heard
It don't speak like that. That's what it is.
No. Yeah, that it should be like some kind of explanation.
In the context of what we were talking about, Tim, it just means that like everything has every effect has a cause, right? That's what like the PSR in the sense that we were talking about it, which is like what you need to like run the type of Aristotelian argument you were pointing at before, right? The like sort of like, you know, whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe begins to exist, so you know the universe has a cause. That causes
whatever begins to exist.
So the opposite is if someone says uncaused cause, is that a rebuttal to what PSR is?
So when they say PSR, they're gonna say their version of specific reasoning. They're gonna try to like say, oh, this is what I mean.
Principle of sufficient reason.
Sufficient reason, yeah. So like, so Tim, what you would want to say in that instance is you would want to say like, well, why can't I have grouped facts, right? Which is to say that like there could be something that comes into existence or starts existing, right, as like a fact or whatever that doesn't have like a completely 100% described like a cause, right? And that's like that type of thing in the philosophical literature would be considered like a brute fact. That is a fact that doesn't need an explanation. And if there is a fact that doesn't need an explanation, then the principle of sufficient reason, which says that like all effects need an explanation in terms of a cause, would just be false.
Does the whole married bachelor thing fall into this?
Well, this is like analytic truth. It's like, you know, something that's true by definition, like that, like is kind of separate from PSR, right? Because like you can have those types of facts and still have brute facts, etc., right? It's just like necessity relation kind of stops at God. I think God is just necessary without an explanation. There's no cause to him.
Well, I find that if God is the answer for everything,
the uncaused cause.
No answer. Like also, there's no. So if he's the answer for everything, then there's
kind of like this idea. It's like, you think an object can explain itself? It's kind of weird, you know?
Right.
Like, do I explain myself? No, it seems like I'm explained by this causal history that my parents, etc., you know, those things explain those facts.
But that's how you get out of the infinite regress, right?
Yeah, but you can almost break down any subject and think you can always kill a conversation at least, or kill a thought, because with the infinite regress shit, because then we both just stop at, because you'll hear me say, well, scientists say they don't know what happened, and not knowing is not necessarily a position.
Oh, if you say that everything that begins to exist has a cause, right? Then there's going to be something that exists that doesn't have a cause, or something that began to exist that doesn't have a cause, right? You got to stop. There got to be some starting point.
No, see that's
infinite regress. There was never a starting point.
See, like that's like a very common mistake kind of that people make too, right? Like another thing I could just say, if someone says to me like, you know, every single thing has a cause, right? Every single effect has a cause that like fully explains it, sufficiently explains it. I could just say something like, okay, absolutely, right? Every effect has a cause going back ad infinitum, right? So it's like there is no effect in the chain, right, of like cause and effect. There's no effect that doesn't have a cause, right? Because it's an infinite chain back. There is no starting point, right? So therefore there's no need for like a first effect that doesn't have a cause, right? So I can just like accept the PSR and then just say like, well, you know, time stretches infinitely in the past, right? For the universe, the multiverse, or whatever.
Yeah, when we move over time, when we say there was a beginning for our expansion of our universe, right? There is a beginning. There was.
Yeah.
That's what we say.
Yeah.
You're saying there isn't a beginning.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, what did you say, Bill? You said it's right that we have a beginning in our universe or something?
Yeah, like I think scientific evidence, right, like commonly adopted, understood scientific evidence is that like our universe started 14-point-something million years ago.
That's like the Big Bang started expanding. It's like, you know, that could be like an infinite cycle.
No, of course. Yeah, I was just saying, like I think you know what I'm saying, right? Like the point is that like you can just deny that like every effect, like you can accept the principle of sufficient reason that every effect needs a cause that like sufficiently explains it, and then just say, well, you know, there was no beginning of the universe, so there's never a instance of an effect without a cause, right? Even though like there's a response to that, which is to say like, well, what explains the entire chain, right, of cause and effect? Even if it goes infinitely back, if the principle of sufficient reason should say that there's something that explains the entire chain, because everything has an explanation. So I think that's a response to.
Why is that a problem? Everything does have an explanation. Everything does come from
What explains God?
What explains God? In which way?
The way you just said everything has an explanation, that way. The way you said.
So, for example, like me personally, as someone who doesn't, you know, experience privilege, I definitely feel like even when people come at me and they're like, "Oh,
no, I don't need that." Like, no, I'm asking like your account for like what explains God.
You're not explain the situation to you?
No, because you're not talking about what I asked.
Okay. You want me to explain it like raw, right?
No, I want you to explain it in a way that
okay, no, I can do it raw. As a Black American, I'm better than you. I'm prettier than you.
That's not true. What is this like racism? I'm black. Fucking
you're a fucking hoe. You're a weird ass nigga. And honestly, truly, you have to fight for your stake in these rooms. Honestly, they kick me down, put me back up. They know I may be wildin', but they know I'm a nigga. So.
What do you mean? They like it more than you.
Is that what you?
That's
false. Is that the answer you wanted?
No, that's false.
Is that the answer you wanted?
Sure, I'm more like.
Is that the answer you wanted?
Anything.
I can hold you out.
Talking out of your ass.
I can hold you out anyway. They're saving you.
Oh my God, you're just like a retard.
The white save you. The whites save you if you like. Okay, but when I came back, period, I still came down and talked shit. Like, it's no problem. It doesn't. It's not.
Every time she lost energy on herself.
You're a homeless.
herself.
Yo, Eric, you're in this fucking dog retard.
I can talk to you. Asked me a question, I answered.
Yes, your answer was talking about yourself, not answering his fucking.
Okay, so what is your question about other people? Go ahead and
What? What? What?
No, how was it? Like, honestly,
You might have brain damage.
Ask her to repeat the question that was asked her.
Yeah, your cognitive faculty is
ask that
broken.
question.
Oh, no, look. What did I ask you originally?
No, let him ask his question. I don't care about you.
You're fucking.
Let him ask his question.
I asked you the question, right?
Okay, what's your question, Lil?
No, what did I ask you? How do you know that you answered my question if you don't know what I asked you?
I feel like I answered your question because I was like, okay.
You just feel like it? I feel like you didn't. I feel like you didn't answer my question. Well, I feel like you didn't.
Okay, so go back with your question again. We can laugh at you again.
Alright, I'm gonna ask you one more time. And if you don't answer this question, you have to admit that you're like not tracking, okay? And then we can kind of like work on your reasoning faculties.
Okay.
Like, look. Okay, what explains God in a way that everything else has an explanation? Because it seems as though you would appeal to everyone else's explanation to be God causally, right? So then how does God explain himself?
I'm not God. Here's my thing. Okay, so here's step by step for you, because we know you're slow. Okay, so I'm gonna take it step by step for you, because like you got your pen and paper. So I'm gonna take it from the top to the bottom.
Yeah. So answer my question. I'm waiting. Yeah.
Okay. So the beginning is, how do you know that you believe in God? Right?
No, you can't answer a question with the question. You simply give me like.
No, I'm answering your question.
Are you asking me?
Papa's, I'm telling you to get your pencil and paper.
Yeah, it was like what's a rhetorical question?
I'm telling you to get your pencil and paper.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, get your pencil and paper. Okay? Right, period. So I know that I do support God because honestly, truly, if I was really a type of person who y'all believed wanted to be a victim or this and that.
She's not answering the question.
No, listen, get your pencil and paper.
No,
Why are you talking?
I'm done.
Why are you talking?
Talk about herself.
Why are you talking?
Let her talk about herself.
Shut up. Exactly. I would know for a fact that's not true because quite honestly, we have our pencil and paper. Get that out of what the Lord wants for us. Okay? The Lord wants for us to be peaceful. Write that down. The Lord wants for us to be understanding.
What happens?
The law given, the law taken away. Thank God.
One of the hosts got mad. Y'all just be getting mad.
No, you just talk. You just rambling. I warned you. I told you that if you keep rambling, I'm going to move you down. No. If you keep rambling, I'm going to move you down. This means anything. Please.
How is he saying something to him rambling?
Because you just using words. And using words in a room, but words of meaning isn't cool. That's not cool. That's what, by definition, what cooling is.
He asked me to answer to him why I felt the way that I did. And I was like, okay, cool.
That's not what I asked you. You fucking insane woman. No, I asked you what explains God.
Okay, and I was answering that to you.
Okay, you explain God by talking about what he wants? How's that word? Okay. Oh, how do I explain the sun? I explain the sun because I want ice cream.
And yelling at each other and like calling us idiots. You think you're calling me an idiot and doing something? Do you think that makes me like
feel better?
It makes me feel good. You think I give a fuck if some loser is calling me an idiot?
When I go have sex tonight, I'll be like, this is retarded woman.
I care about people like Tim. I care about people who actually have like helped my life and want more for me.
Because you're fucking selfish. Clearly, you're a selfish person.
You're a fucking loser. I don't give a fuck about some fucking loser feeling mad about
I'm a beautiful motherfucker.
Who cares?
You can never put me down.
If you say so, I don't care. You're not that to me. You're a fucking loser.
Yeah, you're a random mainstream idiot, bro.
You can't even take me being like, oh yes, I respect these people, blah blah blah, because you're like, no, it's not me. You're not talking about me, so it's a problem. That's loser shit. You're a lame ass shit. I don't have to protect.
Are you mentally ill?
You're a loser.
At this point, she was like repeating words that she's heard in the room.
Probably.
You're a loser. I hate that for you. I hate that you're a fucking loser. Because honestly, there are so many people who are fucking cool. Like, there are so many people, like, even like
the Cheetos, man, that guy's cool.
He's fucking cool.
He looks like he smokes weed.
Mr. Marlboro.
Oh, that's a cool nigga.
No, that's a cool camel.
Yo, Pocket, that's your friend? Pocket, why are you hanging out with people like that, for real?
She's either plastered out of her mind, or she's like quite possibly the dumbest person on the app.
Let's not talk about people when they're not on the stage. Let's leave it.
Yeah, you're right.
Listen, she's not usually like this. Right now, she's trolling. Let's not troll. Anyways, Miller, I think you gave a poor argument for the non-existence of God, and that's okay.
Okay. Well, what was poor about it? You can also, like, there's other arguments too, right? Like, you can play like an abductive game with saying things like, you know, most religious professions about a god, right? Even like you, Nathan, you take most of them to be wrong, right? Like every other religion that isn't your religion, their gods you take to be incorrect. Basically, even people in your religion that don't have like the same view of God as you take to be incorrect, right? So there's way more God concepts like that you reject than there's God concepts that you accept, right? So it's just like more likely that any specific God concept, right, is going to be non-veridical. That is like not tracking the like truth of ontological truth of what actually exists. Than any specific one being true, like more likely actually vertical, right? So that's just like an abductive or inductive way to think about like God claims. So that's another argument for atheism. Are there any other good ones you want? I'm missing.
You think Nathan's gonna respond to?
No, he doesn't have to. Doesn't have to. Are there any other good ones that you think are good that you think I'm missing?
I think I like the low priors is my favorite, to be honest.
Yeah.
I used to be like more agnostic, so I heard that actually. I mean, like I think there's like arguments against like Christianity. Like I think like the logical problem of evil is fine, but it's like an issue contextualized towards certain religious institutions.
Oh yeah, that what you think? Oh really? So you think it's like an at-home kind of thing when you're presenting it? You have to present
but another way, like yeah, but another way you want to fucking
fuck you. Like I oh by the way, Sasha came in and back on this is what I was saying with Glad.
About the idea that like yeah, but like I think Cloud's point is still true that like that's arguments are only ever going to be forceful if someone accepts the premises of it. Right? That's what makes it contextualized.
No, but like the whole point is that like I think accepting premises, right? That's where I can draw out the like.
That's true. Yeah.
So right? Like I know like, when you have an at-home argument, right? They have to accept the premises, right? But it's their acceptance of the premises that allows you to draw the tension. Right? So just pointing out that they have to accept the premises. That's a sort of like deflationary point.
Yeah. No, I agree with you, but I think the ad hoc would kind of be like, it's not necessarily a function, or I guess it's a function, but it's not a part of the argument. The ad hoc comes in when you have like this kind of like understanding of their background beliefs too, on top of the
Exactly.
Topics, right?
But that's not the
No, I think I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But the point that I think I agree with Albedo is that like all arguments are head hop, and the way you describe it is just the fact that they have to accept the premises need to be motivated. Like an argument doesn't function if they don't accept the premises. I think that's true of every argument. But ad hoc is just the idea that like there's going to be background tension.
No,
right?
no. You don't have to accept the premises for arguments to be forceful. Like you can have a specific argument for a premise, right? And they can like think that that argument for the premise is like, you know, generally successful or whatever, right? But like they don't have to like accept the premise before you like start talking to them about the argument. But that is a requirement for an ad hoc argument, right? Because an ad hoc argument, when you're creating it, right, when you're like, you know, like determining what it's going to be addressing, right?
Motivational.
You're only addressing a certain subset.
No, I agree with you there, but like by motivational there, you just mean that like persuasive intuition wise or something, right? Like, I mean, I can agree there, but I think like in terms of it's like being applicable functionally, right? Or to have the motivation that like, you know, the conclusion does follow in the way that should persuade the person. I do think that is a function of the perceptive premises.
Well, only in deductive arguments.
Well, I mean, that's going to be true for inductive ones. Just be like, you can say it's probably true or something. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but like that's fine.
More
like it's still motivational.
Like you can get like more likely than not premises, right? That are like
no, that's fine.
They
right?
don't,
That's still, but the idea there is that like
likely, right? They're determined on like more likely than alternative. They didn't have
but the idea there is that like that probability claim is going to follow in some function, right? Given the argument.
I'm not sure what do you mean by follow, given like what?
Okay, like yeah, even an inductive argument, right? It's like I don't mean follow inductively. I mean like it's gonna like the conclusion is true given those. If the premises 1 and 2 are true, the conclusion is likely true, right? Like
yeah, but that's like an inductive argument. I can just be comparing A to B.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know what function is, bro. But let's think inductively. That's why you said likely. I was playing out the language you use. I'm saying, but that is like the function of the argument is that motivation. So let's illuminate that for the person, right? Like you know, I agree with you that like I can give someone an argument. They can even think about the premises being true. They can have an intuition about it or something. Like you know, whatever. That's fine, right? But like I think the point Abino was saying is that like that relation or that motivation is like the kind of function of why we give arguments in the first place.
Like okay, so like I look at it like this. Like you can tell me where you get off the ship, right? I look at it like this. If like me and you have a disagreement, right? I can do like one of two things, right? Like I can give you an argument, right, that I think I have like support for the premises that you may or may not agree with.
Yeah.
Right? And we can discuss like what I think is my support, and then we can discuss like whether or not you think like the thing's valid and sound kind of thing, right? So that's one way I could go. The other way I could go is I could very narrowly tailor an argument to your specific professed beliefs, and I could show a contradiction.
Yeah, and that's like an ad-hoc, yeah.
Yes, and they're
right. So I agree.
Completely different. That's all I'm trying to point out to.
Yeah, not only completely different, but I do think like in the sense that you're saying is that, especially the evidential problem of evil, that clearly is addressing the person's personal beliefs, right? More so like about their like kind of like that's why I say think about like Christian commitments. And like it necessarily like seem to be engaging with background beliefs. But they're gonna be forms of arguments that don't need that, right? I think we agree there. So yeah.
No, I
think the point I'm saying, yeah. No, but I think Albedo's point was that like the motivational part is like true of any argument given the premises being accepted or something. But like I don't know, he was just being overly combative with you.
No, that's fine. Like you know, shit happens.
He was doing that shit where like he's like I'm a black belt, so I'm gonna like wrestle.
But I did make a mention of this. I did say some stupid. Yeah, the propositional stuff is really bad.
I got a question for you too, or a statement, and I want to hear your opinion on it. So someone says, and this is the argument like I would make. Well, I wouldn't make this. I would pose it. You'll see. Someone says. Believes in the creation story, right? Everything's created, Earth is created, humans are created, and they always bring up, like you should everything takes a mind, so they'll bring up like a computer. But I would say, if you can't distinguish what's uncreated
So for instance, they're claiming that the ICE just showed up because, okay, you were there, what are you saying occurred again? One more time.
This happened in DC. We're literally on Capitol Hill. It's a whole block that has restaurants, and my bakery is amongst the businesses that's on that. All the businesses on the block, just one. And when they went to that business, this was them trying to find out who works there, etc., etc. And the backstory is this person used to work for the Republican Party, and he left because of the January 6th, what happened, so it's a personal vendetta. So it doesn't, and this is what's currently going on, because everybody is thinking, oh, you get the news from CNN. No, people have personal stories and personal encounters.
Yeah, but you don't know for sure what lead they were operating on. You're not on the inside of
But the lead is false, is what I'm trying to say.
How do you know it's false? If you don't know what lead they're operating on, whoever brought them to that, but you don't know what actually brought them to that establishment. You don't know what lead they were working on. You don't know who they had under surveillance. You're just operating off of your vantage point as a person on the outside.
But I just told you he's my business neighbor, and he doesn't have anybody working for him that is not American.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you don't know what brought ICE to his establishment. You don't know what information they were operating on. Yeah. Whether the information be false or not, people get false information. What I'm saying is, how do you know that ICE didn't go there on the basis of something that was legitimate? That's my question to you.
But it's not.
The answer is you don't know.
No, but it's not legitimate, because if it was legitimate, they would have gotten who they're looking for. It's not legitimate.
So, no, wait a minute. You can operate on a legitimate basis and then get there and the person is not there, or get there and maybe you got misinformation. It doesn't mean that they made it up and said, oh, we're just going to hunt down people who are here illegally. That's what you're trying to conclude.
Okay,
you don't have enough information. You don't have enough information to make that strong conclusion.
Okay, so then if we're doing raids, right? How come of all the businesses, and there are several businesses on the street, more than 40 businesses, why did they only go to one establishment?
That's a question for ICE, not a question for Manfinity. And for you to make a strong conclusion to the opposite, that, oh, they went there because they were targeted, that's also premature. You don't have enough information to make any strong conclusion. That's what I'm trying to suggest.
But we have the information that this is something that's happening all across the board. They're grabbing people left and right, even grabbing American citizens like, oh, sorry, my bad. They grabbed a vet the other day. We spoke about this. He's like, I'm a vet. I served. I'm a citizen. I mean, if we have the resources to go after them, we shouldn't be making errors like this, wasting taxpayer dollars, going to a vet.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I don't have any I never had the expectation that this effort, deportation effort, was going to be executed flawlessly. And that's not to leave them off the hook. They should be held accountable. Anytime they frustrate the life of an American citizen who's just minding their own business, they should be held accountable. They should have to explain for themselves. All of that. But if you had the expectation that this execution was going to be 100% perfect and flawless, I've got a Brooklyn Bridge to sell you. Okay, there's going to be errors. There's going to be mistakes. And I agree with you. There shouldn't be. But I'm a project manager. We can have the best of intentions, but when the rubber hits the road, things happen. And the problem is, if they continue to do the problem after they've been made aware of it, that's another issue. But once they're made aware of an issue, if they try to correct it, give people the grace. Stop acting like they're this Gestapo. They're not.
Yeah, but they're moving like a Gestapo, bro. They grabbed a kid in Harlem the other day. People are like, who are you? What is going on? They grabbed a guy coming from court just 2 days ago, went viral. Coming from court, the judge gave him a stay. They still took his ass. He looked like a white man. He looked European. So it's this Gestapo attitude. They're not listening to judges. They're not doing due process. They're just not fucking following the Constitution. Everyone should have a problem with this. They could grab your black ass to say, we don't want to hear shit. We're taking it. You might get out.
Did you
might get out.
Sorry, I can't speak loud.
Go ahead. Hear what he said. That man said, and he said, anything that frustrates the life of an American citizen unnecessarily, we should trash them for that. And I know that you guys don't like that we make a distinction between an American citizen and a legal alien who jumped over the border, but that's where my mind makes a clear delineation. And as a project manager myself, a manager of project managers, we try and implement things to the best efforts that we can. It doesn't mean that you're always looking for the worst intentions, projecting the worst intentions onto these people. Maybe they are trying to do the mission, and these people get caught up in it. That happens. That's okay. And you're going to have that, especially when, think about if you're working at the local Blockbuster Video in 2000 or 1999, and your manager has been letting you smoke weed and shoot smack in the basement of Blockbuster for the last 10 years, and all of a sudden you get a boss who actually cares and knows how to do his job. Of course people are going to be mad. They're like, what the fuck? We used to be able to shoot dope between our toes at the register, and now you're telling me I got to show up to work on time like a new boss is in town, a new sheriff is in town. That's going to be uncomfortable for people and make them upset. It's a great analogy.
It's a horrible analogy. I think it makes it's a good point that people are upset that we're finally implementing a level of,
I'm not upset.
I'm not the law of the book. What's wrong with that?
No, I'm not upset about that. Enforce the laws of the book. But, again, when people are afraid and people are getting caught up and people that were allowed to stay and all of a sudden like, no, your GPS is control. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that?
What's the benefit of the teach the important GPS?
To admitting
Yes, temporary.
I'll finish the statement again. You don't just throw your temporary protected status out the window and take it the fuck out of America. Give them due process, especially if they're individuals that are contributing to the economy, working their jobs, and they're not the people that cross the border illegally. Go after them while you're going after the people that are actually trying to live on the American dream, are getting up every day for the people to work and following the law. Why go after them?
Because we don't have infinite resources, and we don't have the luxury of just going through
They're working.
We don't have the luxury. We don't have the luxury of just going after this group of people, leaving this group of people alone. It's an all of the above approach because we're in crisis.
They are endowed by
that. You don't understand that. Just for this position of government in this country, you can sit back on this chair and hold your arms and make all the criticisms you want. When you're actually in charge of running a country of over 350 million people and there's finite resources and you have to make tough decisions, okay? This is what you get. Bold leadership who's not afraid to make a You can ask me anything with that. I love that accent.
Please don't scroll.
Please don't scroll. Please don't scroll. Yeah, because
Let me ask you a question. Can you fully understand how they're incorporating
dominating the headlines?
No, not fully.
Okay. Do you know that when somebody comes in, and I'm talking about when somebody comes in legally, right, they have no idea to Supreme Court. Contrary to what you guys believe, nobody takes any benefit that is not for American. Under any circumstance.
I understand that's what it says on paper.
No,
that's not how it's actually written out.
Yes, it is. I wasn't born here. I wasn't raised here, right? I came here 13 years ago. I paid taxes when I wasn't even supposed to pay taxes. So guess what? Because the law of the book says if you're working for a company as a non-US citizen, you don't get to pay tax unless you become a permanent resident or a US citizen. I paid tax into your system for 17 years.
What kind of company?
demons have no.
It doesn't matter because I'm not going to. No, it doesn't. No. Well, I'm not a landscaper because I came here because I got three college degrees. 200 grand more postgrad. So no, I'm not a landscaper. Right. Okay, so.
You have a different experience.
Right.
The vast majority of people who come across the southern border or any border.
Well, hold on one second. But the point that I'm trying to make is this, right? This is the point that I'm trying to make. You have to have an American citizen that is willing to tell the American government that they will sponsor you for 10 years of your life in these United States, including their families. So when you're saying these people are relying on the system, that is not accurate. Because somebody who is American that already has their own family, let's say it's 2.4, right? Let's say it's a 2.4. Now they've got you and somebody else that they've got to show that they're above the poverty line to support you whilst you're here, because they don't. Like, guys, if there's anything, listen, I'm neither Republican nor Democrat. I'm for the right thing. Right? One way or the other. You can't just rely on it. I don't wake up in the morning saying, oh, you know, I've lived in America 17 years. I support what this. No, I support the right thing. That's how I live my life. Even when I lived in England, same situation. One thing you guys need to do is go really study your immigration laws and fully understand it before you have these conversations. Because a lot of Americans don't understand the system when it comes to immigration.
I understand the system.
The system's broken, guys. It's broken. It's been broken since I came here. And I've not made it a secret. I've never made it a secret. I've told you guys how much money I spent with getting to just a green card holder. It's a broken system. And you guys don't have an immigration system. You have a labor issue. It's a labor
Let's not get off the immigration system because you just spent a few minutes talking about it.
No, don't do that, Doctor.
We believe you. No, we got to go with what you just said. We believe you. Right? I have family members who have gone through the legal immigration system. It is cumbersome. It doesn't make 100% total sense. And I believe the things that you're saying. What we're just trying to say, instead of just now lumping all these groups of people together, we're talking about delineating between somebody like you or even somebody else. We have Ukrainians that work for us. We have Polish that work for us. It's a different situation. Going through the legal immigration process is very difficult, and it doesn't make 100% sense to me. You do have to be sponsored, and it is for 10 years. And there's a lot of other requirements that you have to go through in order to do that. What we're talking about is not you. You are a legal immigrant to this country, and it's harder to do it that way. A lot harder to do it your way, rather than hope that you get some sort of presidential decree that says you're now a citizen. It's a lot harder to go through the system. So we need to change the legal immigration system to be less cumbersome, number one. And number two, we need to not try and lump you in with the 8 million people, 8 to 12 million people that cross the border, southern border, and overstayed their visas in the last 5 years. You're not the same people group. Please don't put yourself in that people group because you're not. That's all we're asking.
But the point was, Manfredi's making it seem like everyone that comes here is bleeding the system, and that's not the case. Everyone that comes here doesn't get food stamps, doesn't get free health care. You said it's overwhelming the system. Then what did you mean?
I said we have finite resources, and there are some instances where people who come into this country illegally, and they
define that.
What do you mean by that?
We believe you. Family members who have gone through the legal immigration system. It is cumbersome.
When I hear that, I think Medicaid, I think food stamps, I think healthcare. What do you mean?
We're just trying to say resources. We're talking about delineating between somebody like
get overflooded with people who are here illegally. Emergency rooms. So that means doctors and resources in hospitals in your favorite city along the border or your favorite city anywhere in the country. If you have a population of illegal immigrants just popped in, some they're sick will end up in emergency rooms taking resources away from citizens who need medical attention. Now they got to wait longer. There's got to be more BS in the emergency room. Also, schools. People are illegally, they have children. Their children are taking up space in the classrooms that could be going to American citizens. Now they're learning in a more crowded environment, making it harder for children to learn. Another resource that it's taking advantage of are some of the social benefits that you said don't happen, like food stamps, like Section 8, like the other things. There are emergency programs. I'm not saying that they're just given to them willy-nilly, but there are emergency programs, and if they meet certain statuses, if they meet certain priorities and preferences, there are priorities and preferences in these various housing authorities, these food stamp, the food stamp. If you meet certain priorities and preferences, regardless of your immigration status, especially in places like Boston, especially in places like New York that are overrun with Democrat, liberal, left-leaning government leadership, okay, they want these people to be absorbed into the system and supported. And I understand what it says, that these people shouldn't be. I wasn't done talking, though. I wasn't done talking, though. Let that check. Wait a minute. Let that check. I gotta agree with me. You gonna let me being hard for children to learn. That's another resource that's there. Yeah, come on now. So the thing is that I understand your point, Divine. The letter of the law may say, oh, illegal immigrants, they don't get this and they don't get that. But when you look under the hood and you see how things are actually in practice, like, for instance, voting, okay? You're not supposed to vote if you're not a citizen. But in certain places, now that you're an illegal immigrant, you can get a driver's license. Now the system can't delineate between someone who has a license versus a citizen, and they're being allowed to vote. Just because the letter of the law, because the letter of the law says one thing, the implementation is being done differently at the under the hood level. And I want you guys to understand that there are illegal immigrants in this country receiving federal, state, and city benefits and using it to the degree that it's taking away from American citizens who deserve it more. Thank you, Jesus.
I'd like to clarify a point with regard to your driver's license that you just mentioned. Whilst sanctuary cities will give a driver's license, right? Those licenses are actually labeled. They're different to the license you get as an American citizen. So no, you cannot vote.
Not here in Massachusetts.
No.
It's no different at all, and it automatically registers you.
Not in California either. Anyone can vote in California. Anyone can vote in any state. Stop telling us what's true. We're going to send it to Grok and do a fact check.
We live here. We're telling you that you think you should know. You've got your finger in
It's
your
called
ear.
absentee ballot. Absentee ballot, love.
I'm dealing with people committed to misunderstanding you, and Ricky.
Because that's what we do. This is where we live. This particular issue in New York, California, and Massachusetts is completely and 100% true. This is the way.
Bollocks, that's not true. She knows the truth. You're not listening.
Okay, it's not true. Okay, they can go to jail.
It's called absentee ballot.
Even locked up. Illegal immigrants cannot vote.
There was a motion in New York State, or I think it was in New York City, that allowed them to be a part of local elections.
No.
I can give you
Elections, yes.
that headline.
Not
So they
true.
could be in. Okay, it's not true.
So now we believe news? Or we believe news?
All the news is fake news, love.
This is on the state.
It's all spam, including this room, except for Man Fittany. He's telling you the truth, and you're all just spamming us with your lies.
Yeah, I like to hear what's going on here.
Now stop with your spamming your lies. It's all communication is spamming. All you're doing is spamming us with your fucking lies.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Sounds like you believe the propaganda.
You believe the propaganda? What did I say that was propaganda?
No, you Man Fittany, you're telling us the truth. These other non-native English speakers, these non-Americans are lying, spamming us with their propaganda, wasting our fucking time.
I can't move people to the audience.
Firstly, you don't even know if you're Scottish, Irish, Scouse, Australian, South African. Go ahead.
Anyone to the audience, I can't mute individual people. This is terrible.
Yeah, it's because it's public. Let's play fair, guys. You can't have no
You can
control.
mute the whole stage.
mute the whole stage. I can mute the whole stage, but I can't mute the individuals, and I can't move people to the audience.
Oh, what a shame, Manfredi. Well, now I can always come back under an anonymous account and continue listening to all the spam and lies that this app generates, minute to minute.
I'm sorry. We're going to give the microphone. We're going to give the microphone to Monica. And if you keep interrupting, I will have to remove you from the room, and I don't want to do that to you. Monica, what were you saying?
The three dots to the top right, just change the settings of the room to anyone can join the stage. You have it set to no one needs an invite. You change it.
Turn hand raising on. Yeah. That'll change it for you. No one can. Everyone, hold up. Hand raising. Speaker, which should I put it? Everyone can, speakers, friends can, or no one can?
Everyone can.
Everyone can. It's boring. It's just your parents stuff.
Okay, so now I'm going to change it.
Move down without having to remove people.
Oh, this is great. I love me some Monica. Thank you, Jesus.
He figured out the
I got control of the room. Y'all keep messing with me, I'm kicking you down.
I just Googled it, Manfinity. It's not true in New York. They cannot vote. They cannot register to vote. They cannot vote in New York.
They can't vote in every state full stop, so I'm not even wasting time acknowledging that. You can't do it.
They only changed that in the last year. They literally changed that in the last year.
Where did they change it to?
In New York made a law that they when they said that you could vote on for the state and local elections, they meant it. They made it a law. It got changed back again last year.
Yes, they did.
Really? Really?
It's not. Put up a shot. Don't be the law.
So I will tell you, according to Reuters, not front posted, New York City law allowing non-citizens to vote has been struck down by the court. But that was the case for at least 2 or 3 years there in the administration. I'm gonna listen. I didn't make it up, man. I just read it to you.
They tried to make a law. And
no, it happened.
It never happened. It never happened.
But why do you? Okay, so you think the people that wanted to do it, you think they went away? Those crazy people that want illegal non-citizens to vote are still alive and well, and they're living in your government.
They never have been allowed to vote, and they never will.
Okay.
Yes, they were.
Let's read it.
No, they were not. They were not allowed to vote. Show me where they were allowed to vote, and I'll shut up. Because you guys
New York City.
Not true.
Well, saying it's not true doesn't mean it's not true.
So prove that it's true. Prove it.
He's literally reading you a Reuters freaking article because it was a law. It got on. See, you're not letting me finish my sentence. You're not letting me finish my sentence. They made it a law, and then they put it on the books, and then it got contested, and it took them 2.5 years for it to go through the Court of Appeals for them to strike it down. But for that time that it was on the books, people were allowed to vote on local and state level. Oh, Jesus, Jesus, bro.
All right, divine. All right. Wait a minute. No one else should be speaking. I want to hear how Divine responds to what Doc just said. No one else should speak.
I'm in New York. Quick Google search. It was never on the books. It never happened.
Okay. Alan would like to say something. Everyone, please be quiet. Alan?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Rachel. Please allow Alan to speak.
Hey, how are you? And
my friend Alan.
Yes, right. Non-citizens are generally not allowed to vote in U.S. federal and state elections as voting in these elections, blah, 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 blah. However, some local jurisdictions in the U.S. have passed measures allowing non-citizens to vote in specific municipal elections, such as for city council, school boards, or local ballot measures. Okay, California, San Francisco, since 2016, non-citizens who are parents of or guardians of children in the school system can vote in school boards. This was reaffirmed by voters in 18 and 20. Oakland, I'll just read off the cities. Berkeley, Maryland, Tacoma Park, Hyattsville, College non-citizens with legal permanent residency or work authorization to vote in municipal elections. For instance, for mayor, city council, and local ballot measures. This would apply to However, the law has faced legal challenges in the state of unconstitutional in 2022 as of 2025. So from 21 to 22, it was allowed Washington, D.C., also allowed it in 22.
Stop for a second, Alan. What is your source? What are you reading from? Excuse me, I want to know where Alan. Excuse me, Alan. Where were you reading that from?
Grok on X.
What is that?
Grok. AI. Instead of Google, I use that.
Grok. I've never heard of Grok.
Yeah,
Go
Grok
on
is
X.
it's the X version.
So Divine, I want no one else to respond. Divine, how do you respond to what Alan is?
Legal, he said it, legal permanent residency. You guys said illegal immigrants are voting. That's what you said.
No, I said non-citizens.
Let me read it again. However, again, the synopsis. However, some local jurisdictions in the U.S. have passed measures allowing non-citizens. Whether you have legal residency does not make you a citizen. You can.
Okay, but the part you read was under New York. You're applying
No,
yourself
and I read. Well, if you're
read the New York part again, I was listening.
Okay, all right. I'll read the New York one. Let me go. In 2021, the City Council passed a law allowing non-citizens with legal permanent residency. They're still not citizens. That means we're letting you stay, but you're not a citizen. The law says if you are not a citizen, you can leave at any time. You want to vote in this country, commit to this country and the Constitution, and then you can go in that ballot box. Until you make that commitment, go away, you don't get to vote.
But you'll take the tax that they pay, right? They can go away.
Yeah, are you getting the benefit of working in this country? Are you getting the benefit and paying the tax?
Finance.
Okay, so Divine, do you concede to the point that there's an effort?
You guys
let me ask the question. Don't tell me no, I didn't ask the question yet. I didn't get to ask you the question. You concede to the point that there is an effort to allow non-citizens to vote in this country.
You're changing the question. You're changing it, but yeah. You said 5 minutes ago, illegal immigrants are voting. Now you're changing it to non-citizens with legal status. Like if they're paying taxes, yes, they should be allowed to vote. If they have legal status, and they're going to get due process, allow them to vote in local elections. Why not? City council, school boards, things of that nature, things that affect their day-to-day life. We say it all the time on these stages. Local elections matter. That's what really matters.
So let me ask you a question, Alan, and what you read, does that allow for, I know in New York it was the permanent legal status, but like in San Francisco, I didn't grasp what you mentioned there. Is that the same thing, or did that allow for illegal immigrants?
Okay, in San Francisco. There was non-citizens who are parents or guardians of the children in the school system can vote in school board elections. That in Oakland, they approved a measure that non-citizens, including legal residents and undocumented immigrants, to vote in local elections for city council, mayor, school boards, starting in 24, and in 22, Berkeley voters approved a measure to allow non-citizens to vote in municipal elections, though implementation is pending legal clarifications. So in all cases, they're saying non-citizens. As far as they're working in this country, congratulations. You are now in a country that gives you greater opportunities. if you would like to participate fully, first of all, come here legally, because there are plenty of people who are willing to wait their turn to come here legally, and just because you can walk across the border doesn't give you the right to cut in line and take jobs from the people who want to obey the law. And second of all, again, working here, you're participating in the country, you can pay taxes, and when you fully commit to being a citizen and upholding the Constitution and obeying the laws, well, then you should get to vote. And yeah, local elections do make a difference. And if a county suddenly gets, as Biden did this, suddenly gets a wave of immigrants from pick any country, and they get to vote in local elections and school boards, well, suddenly you're going to see school boards that don't reflect the actual citizens that are in that county or local.
Can we? Well, that is not conjecture.
So how many of you, hold on one second, please. I'll give it right back to you. How many of you Americans are actually standing in line for the minimal jobs that these foreigners come here and do?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does.
We can talk about it. We're discussing the value of
those minimal jobs, so it does matter.
We are discussing that.
Doctor, I'm going to ask you.
I'll go after you.
Yeah, so, all of this could have been alleviated, because I remember there was a bill that wanted to hire enough border agents, enough judges, and enough manpower to sort all of this out. But they chose to not vote on that bill, and they chose to give money to Ukraine, they chose to give money to Israel, they chose to do everything but deal with this crisis, because they did not want Joe Biden to have the win of securing the border and having enough judges to process these cases. And now we're dealing with this conundrum of a catastrophe right now. With that out of hand.
Okay, thank you. Mansion,
after you go,
Doctor Responsible, do the honors. Please, just sweep that under
so much.
Jesus,
so much. Divine, it might make a fantastic headline to see this bill that I would puke all over and then throw it in the garbage, to see that be repelled by Republicans. It might make a great headline, and listen, you guys have been working off of that headline for about 8 months at this point, right? And that's fine. You think it's a great bill. You think that adding more judges is going to fix the problem. You think that shortening the time of the people's stay, of the time that they have to wait before their hearing will fix something. You feel that adding more border agents for that sole purpose will fix something. I don't think that will fix anything. The only thing that will fix anything is the Remain in Mexico policy, which I've been touting like a fucking parrot on this stage for 2 fucking years. Because of our illegal immigration laws, because of our immigration laws, I should say, once a person's pinky toe, no matter what color it is, white, black, ching chong ching, purple, Asian, whatever it is, once that pinky toe touches American soil, that person is afforded a gigantic amount of rights under our asylum law, right? So they're untouchable at that point. So the only way to fix that problem is to stop them from putting the pinky toe on soil of the United States in the first place. That is the only way to fix the problem, because we are outdone. Once the person steps over the U.S. border, there's nothing the president can do to fix this. This is now in the realm of the bureaucracy, where that person will be given a court date. That court date will be 6 months away, or if the bill that you love so much got passed, maybe it's 4.5 months away. That is not a win. And that is why the Republicans, among many reasons, maybe it was to stay loyal to Trump. Fuck if I know. Happy if we did. That is why they didn't vote for it. because we've had 35 years of this nonsense from Republicans. Now, I'm not even talking about the Democrats. I'm talking about Republicans. The Republicans that are America First stood up and said, I'm not voting for that shit because it isn't going to fix dick. Now, in your own mind, you can have fun and explain that as, they're in a cult and they're just, praising the master and they're doing blood sack, whatever you want to say about it, you can say it. I'm okay with that. I'll deal with the repercussions. Hold on a second, chill.
Why you not the letters?
I'm waiting like ass to go to the audience. Respect yourself. Anyway, stop interrupting Raven, if you would. So anyway, that gets down to that point. We don't see it the same as you. There was no great, beautiful immigration bill. This was just another attempt, a bill written by Republicans in the first place who were pieces of shit, brought to the House by other piece of shit Republicans and Democrats, and now you expect us to just go ahead and sign it? No.
The link sharing thing can be useful, but it's just a troll to a yoga account.
Yeah, I mean, I signed up for the anonymous ability, and I could care less. It's in fact, if I get kicked from a room, generally the mods are saving me the time. So I don't know why I would pay $5 to live stream chillism all day, but the fact that people are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, gives you some consistency if you are looking to essentially scrape content.
Well, the feature that I think I'm surprised you don't like is the fact that you can now link to you can link to different URLs. So that's valuable to the people who are in the service industry in some capacity as entrepreneurs, or make products or something. That's where it goes.
Yeah, you can promote your OnlyFans.
That too.
I keep breaking the servers on my OnlyFans.
Okay, so Edmund, how does this screw you up or help you?
It's pointless. I mean, I'm just consuming spam like you. I mean, this app is literally just spam, and it doesn't help me or hurt me. I'm wasting my time here, but I don't know. It's funny today. I was thinking, I'm like, if it was the end of the world, I'd still probably prefer to listen to random people have random conversations than turn the television on, or just there's so many alternatives to what you're listening to on a 24-hour cycle. So I don't know. I find it interesting content to live stream because YouTube, I have 10 YouTubes going, and sometimes they pop and you get thousands of views. But again, there's no interest as to like what app is that or who
Yeah,
are they?
but Edmund, if you're in a room under anonymous, if I'm understanding what Jasper told me, you can't be removed, right?
Yeah, so it throws. I'm probably one of the most thrown out people in all the rooms. So if there's like a big room, I mean, that's the things. I have 5 accounts. I would rather just spend the $15 to get a new account on a new burner phone. It's like I would just rather invest in a new Clubhouse account. So their model doesn't impact me as a consumer and user of their model. I would rather just create a new Clubhouse account than do any kind of subscription for these fuckers. One account.
Okay, so there's like an anon in the room. I don't know who this is, but the person can't even put in the chat like they're testing it. So
yeah,
that person just will live in the room.
Yeah, and this is the thing.
You can't click on them. You can't do nothing. You click on this.
No. But honestly, haven't all of the most dramatic conversations already happened? I mean, if there's a war or something, major conflict escalation, I mean, there's times where certain speakers here may have interesting insight. And as someone, it's like you got to do all the work. You got to go through the hallway, try to find, what you think is the high value content. And all this shit on this app and all these other rooms are so I hate to say it, but you know, it's not even I hate to say it. I don't know. It's low value content. It's not intelligence. It's just, you know, it's a certain demographic.
Well, now I get to go spy on people with the anonymous thing.
I'm thinking this could be interesting. I'm going to try it now. All right, I'll be back.
It does like force people to clean up their speech, I think, which is probably the best component of it. But it's also can it create some like legal problems? I mean, to have this anonymous listener where there's no, you know, like tracing or sourcing. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think
having anonymous listeners is I think it's gonna end the app because people are just gonna be too cautious.
Really, there are people on here who love to throw shit to the wind or throw shit to the wall, see what sticks. I mean, because that's the I proved that the premise of anonymous is redundant because you can just create an infinite amount of very agnostic accounts where no one can identify it. And the thing is, I've listened to all of the interesting conversations or all of the supposed interesting people. It's all just spam. So there's no reason to, you know, invest in a monthly or annual subscription to this stupid platform. I mean, there's just not, because you can create a new burner for $15 and create an agnostic profile that the mods can't necessarily detect unless they cross-reference and go to my live and confirm it's me and say, yep, that's fucking Edmund. You know, that's the thing. It's like, but I'm the only loser doing it. So how many people are going to sign up for this stupid shit? A couple hundred people? Wow. Moving fucking mountains with hundreds of subscribers at $5, $7 a month. Wow.
Oh wait, isn't this good for you? The fact that you can have these anonymous accounts, you can go in and no one will remove you.
No, well, that's my point. Is I would rather just spend the money on creating a new account and not attaching it to anything and play that game again. Because for me, it's a game.
All right.
It's like a game for me. So when somebody detects me, they say that's fucking Edmund, kick him. You know, I mean, but I'm just who they assume every time. I've conditioned people on this app in this little micro universe. And
Evan, you made no true statement that every troll I see, no matter what, I believe it's you. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I definitely you're the number one suspect of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, and so that's my point. Is like, this isn't gonna move a mountain. This isn't gonna move it. You know, well, wow, they're making like, say they get 1,000 people to even sign up monthly. It's like $7,000 a month. Do you know how much they spend in fucking server costs on this stupid app a day compared to the model doesn't work. If they don't empower the creators here and give them a revenue share, fuck them and fuck their stupid platform and fuck their stupid business model. Like, make this an economy. They don't make this an economy. I mean, make this a fucking economy, a place where people can actually earn a living. You know, and then it'll get some fucking traction. They need to turn it into Patreon or something. You know, it's totally pointless.
We were getting traction. Somebody changed the title, which is totally fine, but we were getting traction with my title.
Hey, I'm guilty, and you're definitely right. When I changed it, I thought it might help, but it definitely hurt the room.
Oh, okay. You know, that's fine. I was just curious.
Yeah, I just thought back to we were talking about that.
No, I mean, I think that was right.
I felt no, it was actually wrong. It was a good thought, but it was the wrong move.
Edmund, the one advantage of using the anonymous option as it is like access to houses. So if someone opens rooms that are only for house members, you can go into a room anonymous if you're a house member. You can't otherwise, but it doesn't really matter for a bunch of the houses that like don't have any limitations on who can join.
Yeah, I mean, if you could just fully automate the scraping of this stupid app and then have it auto post to YouTube, that would be cool. You know, it's kind of complicated to do, but I'm sure it could be done. But it always requires manual entry of some sort. So it's just not worth it.
Club Deck wasn't, like, I haven't used it in 3 years, but Club Deck wasn't that hard to use.
Yeah, I have there's a guy on here who records rooms and posts it to a YouTube channel called How to Waste Your Time. And it's got all of the rooms, like a lot of big rooms. I mean, he has captured a lot of big rooms, but there's the thing, it's just like, you know it and I know it, that this app is just a drop of water. I mean, it's totally insignificant. It's just fucking chatter. That's all it is. It's spam.
Spam with feelings.
I mean, going into the election, like, there was more value in the app, absolutely, at that point, going into the election with Kamala and Trump. Like, that was the after that, it's like, see, this app does have this like propaganda social aspect to it. But it's only like, more relevant and important at like peak times. So what does that tell you? I mean, that it's all spam.
I don't know. It was more entertaining, in 2020 and 2021. It was humorous when there was like late night rooms with like 6 people and Matt Gaetz in a room.
Yeah. Lex Fridman was funny on here. I was recording him and he got furious with me that I was recording his conversations. He was messaging, "Not cool, bro. Not cool to record me without my permission, bro."
He was ultra sensitive, and like, I don't know why people deified him so fucking much on this app. It was so goddamn annoying that I found him absurdly dull conversationally.
So is Pink Taco going to make an appearance? Because I do like Pink Taco's rooms. Those are fun rooms.
This is his room.
Do you think it's rude, Dr. Jordan, if a woman demands that you wear a condom, but she also demands that you provide oral sex to her? Like, as a man, what's more valuable? The tip of your penis or your throat?
I think it's unfair, but I don't think it's rude.
It's unfair, yeah. But all is fair in love and war. So what do you think about Trump saying, "I'm talking to Putin and he's gone crazy," and he's launching these attacks while we're talking? So how do you view,
Well, actually, what I think is funny is, I don't mean to change the subject, but I was on the treadmill today when I saw breaking news scroll across CNN that Barron Trump did not apply to Harvard, and it just, the way it was taken out of context, or I took it out of context, but it was hysterical. But go ahead, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, why people think Harvard is all that great. I mean, but anyways, it's just that brand name recognition, and I guess that Rolodex, because I was thinking today, even if I were to go through, I have like these alumni directories, and I was like, man, I could probably raise a lot of money out of this alumni directory for a political campaign. So there is a certain aspect to having an Excel sheet of contacts, but that's like if you even work it. I mean, most people never even retroactively, I mean, how do you use your networks like outside of this app? I mean, have you ever, done alumni stuff or mass communication to people?
Well, I mean, I like LinkedIn. I mean, I don't really get involved in alumni affairs. I probably should, but I don't.
Yeah, I don't use LinkedIn anymore. They deleted my account. At one point, I think I had like almost 20,000 connections on there because I was just like every day going through going add. And but again, it's just like all spam. You know, that's what it comes down to. I mean, if you were to, tell us like how much communication you've had to spend on there, how much revenue you've generated from there. I mean, you'd probably be like, yeah, it hasn't been as great as I thought it would be, or maybe you have a big success story. I don't know, or you have consistent, revenue growth on there. But is that even happening for you?
LinkedIn has been helpful recently, but they're all saturated and they're all it just becomes more and more competitive. It's a rat race to kind of get your brand out there and get the visibility and get opportunities. So
Yeah, LinkedIn is kind of annoying in the sense that so many people's lives are just like dedicated to, managing that LinkedIn, adding new things, new activities, new prestige, new, and then they're always forward looking to their future job prospects. If this corporation lays me off, I can now represent myself as an information, advertising technology lawyer who's worked at Yahoo, worked at Good, then you got to find the new corporation, the new job, start working on all their work. I mean, maybe bring new business, basically. So everybody ends up becoming a business consultant, or a chief revenue officer to a certain extent. It's like fundraising, basically. So I don't know. There are some people who are very personable, and if you happen to go to their event and you're worth $200 million, you might become a donor.
Well, you're right that LinkedIn, they've come up with, every kind of way for people to funnel clients, but everybody's doing the same thing. And they're, these newsletter things, everybody's got people signed up on their newsletter. I mean, there's no way that people have the amount of time to read other people's newsletters and create their own. And like, it's just too much information. It's voluminous, in my opinion. And then you've got groups. You've got private and like Facebook. You've got private and public groups, and you've got this. I mean, it's a lot.
I agree. It's just information overload. I'm using X a lot, and I've been asking Grok a lot of questions, and that has been an interesting form of content generation.
How's the Adrian Titman stuff going?
I've rebranded everything Republican, because I figure that's like a brand that's never going away. And so to have like a bunch of Republican digital assets is, basically a political consulting and spamming business. But the Adrian Dittman stuff, he does still hold, he holds private rooms for subscribers only on X. And then he's also doing like, sometimes a Saturday room, but.
Well, wait a second. You just told me you weren't going to pay for this app, this new thing.
Not here. I'm saying on X. If you want.
No, but you're not paying. You told me you weren't going to pay for this on Clubhouse.
I did. Yeah, I just signed up for it to test it, and then I canceled the subscription.
I see.
Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, I've had a lot of fun with this app and bouncing around, but I have they took down one of my YouTube accounts recently, which had thousands and thousands of Clown House recordings, but I don't know. I have approaching 20,000 videos on YouTube, 15,000 videos on Instagram. It'd be so nice if YouTube had a way to.
What about how often do you record on Twitter?
I've been recording a lot of anti-Semitic, racist, low IQ pieces of shit on there in a room called JQ Radio, which is Jewish Question Radio. And all they do is talk about Adolf Hitler, his speeches, the Jews, everything and anything. And they have weird guests come in. I don't know if you know Brother Nathaniel. He's this like Russian Orthodox. He's Jewish, and he's from Brooklyn, and he's a self-hating Jew. He hates Jews, and he's a self-professed. He's insane. But the point is, these are little like hotspots of hate and extreme hate and racism and toxic communication. Total waste of time. But I like to go in there, ring my bell, and just remind them how they're all wasting their time and just spamming each other. So, doing that type of social audio activism, I feel like it's fun because people recognize it and they go, "Fuck, he's right. I'm wasting my time here. Fuck." People start questioning what they're doing in these rooms and why they're listening or talking or posting shit in the chat. I mean, so I don't know. It's just fun to like troll people who have really bad ideas and takes, and I don't know. I think they're like living in their own little universe of misery. Again, essentially, misery loves company. That's what happens in a lot of these toxic communication rooms.
Why don't you educate people? Why don't you?
I do on YouTube. I have millions of views of people that have listened to me reading books on YouTube. I create shorts, 1 minute, 3 minute clips of me reading books, and that's my educational contribution.
You should post that on Clubhouse.
It's all just algorithm, No, nobody here is ever going to see it. I mean, you could go to my YouTube and actually look at my YouTube and listen to me reading a variety of wisdom-based books.
Don't take this wrong. What are some of the titles
of the books?
Yes.
Look at my PTR, A Treasury of Polish Aphorisms. I'm not being facetious or actually joking. I mean, this book is really pretty amazing. And I was reading it to El Normo yesterday, and I told him that it was Jewish aphorisms. You can't tell the difference. They're just aphorisms. I don't know. They're Polish, but because they come from Polish translations, but the aphorisms, I have a couple books on aphorisms, and a lot of these things are like universal knowledge, basically.
You'd get following if you would on Clubhouse. Not that you needed it. If you'd read a book like Black Rage or White Rage, racist shit. I'm sorry, racist book.
Yeah, I don't know. This racist communication industry is. I saw this one African American lady give like a 4-hour seminar on structural racism and white guilt, and it was just. And I don't have the video anymore. It was like a Google talk or whatever. But basically, it's just the communication industry. I mean, all this DEI stuff and all these education scams are It's like it's toxic communication, and it's just it's political and it's business and it's sick, but it's what people do, because communication is like a commodity, and I talked to my mom today. She's like, I've heard everything. I've seen everything. So people do feel like they have, not seen anything new. And I think DEI and critical race theory and all this communication industry and the educational industrial complex is spam. And it's, you can witness it here on this app, and it's just racist, toxic communication. And
yeah, but the academics eat that crap up.
well, I heard these people talking about white guilt. Well, not people, but it was Bill Maher and Tim Pool talking about the reason why, like, North Chicago voted for Brandon Johnson is because the Loyola North Shore snobs of Chicago experienced white guilt. I'm thinking, like, I don't know if that's true. I mean, it's just another it's like another reframe. It's like talking about, trans and genders or even gay. I mean, everything is political. So all communication is spam, and it's almost all political. There's very little actual wisdom ever communicated on this app. It's like, 0.001%. So
at least you moved away from hypnosis. That was a healthy move.
yeah, but when I say hypnosis, it's more of like saying it's just propaganda. That's all I'm really saying. All communication is propaganda. It's all political. It's all spam. It's all hypnosis. I mean, but it's not hypnosis. Hypnosis is, it's something in a neurolinguistic programming book I read. That the Society of NLP declared in 1985 that all communication is hypnosis. And what that means is the brain doesn't reject whatever it's listening to, and it's sitting there storing it, processing it. So in a way, it's like essentially giving you a program. So that's why if you read a book, it's basically a program, and you actually have to read it, and that's why an app like this is like propaganda real time. I mean, imagine if Joseph Goebbels had Clown House and all of Germany came on the cell phone at the same time to listen to his messaging. Well, they did. It was called the radio, but there was no feedback. The audience can't talk back. The audience can't troll. The audience can't come in and just ring a bell. I mean, it's all push information. So it's group versus crowd, communication.
And the game is being played, and he wants to find her before she learns how to read. But it's a compliment for her, even though she never got the opportunity to really see what she deserves in life. A lot of times, most women get with a man where if she grew to her full potential, she would have never accepted him. He would be a man where he, like, whatever he became, she actually would have been like, nah. He's my type. So it's almost like predatorial. So even though you say it's a compliment for a woman to get married as young as possible, to dedicate her life towards a family, if that were universally true, then how come the man is 40?
Hello?
Well, okay, so you said, okay. What I'm saying is, it looks like, I'm just looking, again, as an observer, looking at that dynamic, I don't see it negative. Because, again, we're talking about things here. So, would you like to end your, are you finished up? Mike, is it Jarl or is it Jarl? I'm sorry, Jarl.
Technically it's Jarl, but whichever, yeah.
You see, even the name Jarl is a little bit of a pansy name, I must say. But Mike Moon would like to finish his input.
For the benefit of Doctor, I want to say that I'm pleasantly surprised by things Trump's doing in his second administration. I see him as an agent of change, a change that was necessary to the status quo of the United States of America. Whether or not you like him personally, we have been doing much of the same thing for a very long time, and increasingly so, countries, especially European countries, decide somehow that they're our fucking equals. They're not our fucking equals. We've always been their fucking daddy. We've always taken care of them. We've always been the fucking leader. We still are the fucking leader. And when we hear that America is somehow losing favor,
fucking leader, right?
it doesn't matter if America's not losing power. If they're losing favor, if people are going to whine more about us than they used to, they're still going to rely on us when shit hits the fan. They always have. They always fucking will, at least for the near future. And the reality is we haven't gotten weaker by standing our fucking ground, turning inward, and paying more attention to ourselves for a little bit. And there's a lot of things Trump's doing that make a lot of fucking sense to me. Taking money away from Harvard and putting it in the fucking trade school sounds like a great idea, okay? Tariffs on the movie industry, you start freaking coming back to the United States, making the movies here. I live in Atlanta, right? We built giant studios for Marvel to film their shit, and then they ran off to fucking England as soon as they got 5% more royalties or paid over there, or discounts. So the reality is this: give them the fuck back, or they can go pay twice as much to go overseas. It's the same with Canada, by the way. Canada's 35%. Fuck them. So there's a lot of shit he's doing to basically say, listen, let's reevaluate and figure out what the fuck he's doing. He's doing things, okay? Now, whether or not these things pan out, whether or not these things end up being good or bad for America, a lot of this shit is almost done.
Congress, let this American citizen speak, you fucking dirt napper.
A lot of this shit that's going on is new.
Congress, you can go. Congress, I will allow you to go, but you just have to wait your turn. You can't jump the line. You can't cross the border that way. Please allow Mike Moon finish.
I apologize, please.
There's a lot of shit. I'll wrap it up. There's a lot of shit he's doing that it remains to be seen how it's going to pan out. We don't know. But the fact that something's being done to look at these things from a new perspective is very important to me, that it gets done. And if he's an agent of change to start the process, and now we think a little more about things in ways we haven't considered before, I'm totally good with that. Whether we end up with another Republican or Democrat in the White House doesn't really make a difference to me. I just want something that will continue focusing on America. And it appears that he kind of knows what he's doing this time around a hell of a lot more than he knew the first time. The first time he was a little bit like fucking, what do you call, I don't know. He was out of his league. He didn't know what the fuck to do with the first time. The second time he kind of got it figured out. And he's doing some shit now. And he's being very deliberate about it. And he's being strong. And if people don't like that strength, or they say they don't like it, in the end, when shit hits the fan, they want it. So fuck the rest of the countries that have a problem with it, but kick ass. Go America.
All right. Jarl, Congress, you're up next, but I want to give second for Jarl, or I think it should be Charl, but
wait,
if you want to
we'll
say Jarl.
Can I say 10 seconds? Can I say 10 seconds?
Sure.
Bro, I will just say this. Mike has been very anti-Trump, as he would tell you, for 5 years at this point. At least
I don't remember that. I don't remember Mike Moon.
He's a guy who puts his heart on his sleeve. He believes, and then he goes and puts it out there. And he didn't even say anything that Trump is good or Trump is great or anything like that. But just him giving a chance to let the guy do his thing, and then we can judge him on the basis of the results. I mean, this is like breaking my heart right now in a good way, and I appreciate it.
It's called having a wait and see attitude rather than the left, who has an I already know attitude, arrogant, and that's the difference.
Yeah, I don't know what I don't know, and I'm open-minded. That's what it is.
Absolutely. So, Jarl, if you'd like to respond, or Jarl, if you'd like to respond, very quickly, we'd like Congress to voice his concerns.
Sure, I'll be super brief. So obviously I disagree with Canadians being pansies, but you guys are allowed your opinions. Just really quickly, the Hollywood thing I think is interesting, because Hollywood to me is like the industry that America, like movies specifically, that America like dominates. There's not a single country that comes close to making entertainment like America. So it's just like crazy to me. I don't see how terrifying like American movies made in other countries is going to help, right? iPhone or Apple was the largest company in the world without making their phones in America, and I think that I just don't see why bringing back production is going to help America. That's not like what America's strong at. America's good at innovation and technology, not manufacturing. But anyways,
thank you, Congress.
I can say really quick, it's going to bring back jobs. I'm in the industry, and the jobs have been decimated here from all this shit. So it's going to bring back jobs in that case.
Before we go back to Congress, Jarl, it's going to bring back. I understand you can do two things at once. You can innovate while at the same time employing your people to the point where we're not living in parts of the country where we're devastated. when industry's left. So you've got to have a balance, and I understand that you think that innovation is the only way, but it's not the only way. It's a both and approach. But let's move to Congress. Congress, you'd like to provide. I'm sorry. Please wait your turn. We have Congress up next, and then Alan, and then maybe Cry Rachel, and then Abby. Congress, what would you like to say?
So, all right, thank you much, of course. Being called names here, that's absolutely right. But then when we talk about President Trump coming into the picture, when we look at his history and what he's done, see, US, of course, is a state which will poke nose into situations when they're not having anything to do with, these guys come into the picture when they talk about India and Pakistan. And then they say that, no, India did the right thing. Yet, your premier is okay signing a deal with Pakistan, with a lot of other countries when they so just to give you an idea, trade policies, Trump's when we look at him, bigger picture.
I'm sorry. I'm going to let you finish, but you have to. I want you to be clear. What is your input? What point are you trying to establish? Because I'm getting lost in what you're saying.
See,
what is your main point, and then I need you to try to establish it. What are you trying to get across?
US has seen better leaders who've actually helped the entire global hemisphere. But then when we talk about Trump, someone who is a menace in his own life, it's weird. And
so your point is that Trump is not a good leader?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and what's the strongest example of Trump not being a good leader? Something that he's done in the last 100 days or so.
Him saying that India is a very good friend, blah, blah, blah. And the recent attack in Pahalgam, what happened?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time understanding you. What did he say? I'm having a hard time understanding your English. So tell me, what did he do that makes him such a bad leader? One more time.
Simply put through, him funding Pakistan, him funding Turkey, and India being very vocal about the fact that we've had these situations and we sharing that Turkey is involved, Pakistan is involved, and US signing a deal with Turkey for,
But this is an example of poor leadership to you? Can anyone translate to me what's happening? What did he do in Turkey or in Pakistan that makes him such a... I don't know. Now, wait a minute. I'm appointing Alan to translate what Congress is saying in very short, brief terms. Please, Alan.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what he's saying, and I actually, on this point, I agree. I don't like Trump's position when it comes to his support of Turkey, and I understand if he's making, I didn't know this, if he's making deals with Pakistan, no, I don't like that either. And that's one of the things I had to consider when I was voting. So, yeah, I mean, Turkey has been instrumental in, though it doesn't get any press, it's been instrumental in a lot of the unbalance and problems in the Middle East, and Trump is supporting them. So I think that's what he's talking about.
Yeah,
it looks like Congress
real talent. I'm sorry, dotheads. We should be supporting the dotheads. The Indian people are a great market. They're great people who love our country. And Trump tried to do this in his first term. He tried to really make deals with India, and we should continue on that path. The Pakistani
Congress seems to be
saying the dotheads in India.
Yeah, Congress seems to be saying that he's upset with Trump's leadership as it relates to him poking his nose into other foreign affairs namely support of Turkey and support of Pakistan. Thank you for your input. Let's move on to to Alan. Alan wanted to say something, and then I want to see what cry racial and
I just wanted to echo.
I'm sorry, Congress wants to finish. Congress, can you please complete your input? I may have cut you off. Really quickly, just finish your statement, Congress.
Yeah, absolutely. See, very well put through. You're not able to understand what I'm saying here, and obviously your language, my language, very different. But then everyone else is able to understand what I'm saying. So you're a racist piece of
shit. I know. Thank you. Yeah. I'll be a racist piece of shit. I just didn't understand what you were saying. Honestly, it was sincere. But I appreciated Alan explaining it to me. Just because we don't understand each other all the time, I still want to understand and see what you're trying to say. There was nothing underhanded with what I did there. But anyways, Alan would like to say something. Alan has an input.
Yeah,
we're going to cry racial, and then Abby. Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just say quickly, Mike is right in talking about the tariffs on Hollywood. We have seen in the entertainment industry in California, jobs were going away since, the late 80s. And there's been a steady movement from that. And I can't tell you the number of TV shows. You look at the end credits. It says filmed in Canada. So they might hire some American actors, but everything below the line, the directors, the assistants, the sound people, the sound houses, the special effects, all of those have to be done by Canadians. And it's a problem. We've lost a lot of work in Hollywood because of it. So yeah, Trump saying that, I don't know if it'll work, but yeah, I'm for it.
And Alan, you know what else I came to the conclusion of, which is that all of those reasons that they go elsewhere in order to film for like different aesthetics, basically, it's the reason we don't have large backlots anymore. It's the reason we don't have the construction people anymore to build these giant sets and things. We're doing less and less sets because we're bouncing around the world and saving money at the same time. If we can't save money by bouncing around the world, then we'll start building more sets and backlots back in the United States again, both in Georgia and California, potentially even places like Texas. And then we'll start having all of that below the line labor hired again. I can tell you right now that about 80% of the people that I know below the line in IATSE are struggling to find jobs right now. Georgia has about 2/3 less projects than they had 2 or 3 years ago. And even though we invested all that money into there, even Marvel, the last shit they filmed, they went to fucking England for it because England offers 35% and Georgia offers 20 or 25%.
Yeah, and let me explain what that means. That means if they spend $10 million, or if the budget is $10 million, and a country like Canada or someplace else is giving incentives, they will get $3.5 million back from the, I don't know what the correct term is, the federal Canadian government, and then the provinces have their own incentives as well. So it can be something like almost, 45% of a budget that a production company gets back. Now, if you're filming it, you're going to say, well, instead of it costing me $10 million, it's only going to cost me $5 million. They can't resist that, and American companies can't compete with those kind of incentives.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. We're gonna move on. I wasn't calling Alan Jesus, saying thank you, Jesus. All right, cry racial. You've been waiting patiently. I want to see what you have to say before I ask you to speak. Mike Moon, how did you get your hair and your beard to do that? Is that a real picture of a man?
That's a real picture of a man from actually 1918, and there was a brief period in the United States when that was a popular haircut.
What the fuck?
What do they call that?
I don't know know what it was called, but it's in the pre-1920s, and there was actually multiple people that used to do their hair that way.
And does that have anything to do with the moon? I'm gonna look it up. All right, thank you. Cry Rachel, what would you like to contribute to the conversation?
So how did he win? He didn't win shit. What are you talking about?
Who win?
Your lover, Trump.
I don't have a lover named Trump, but Trump won on a number of Trump has won. First off, Trump won on November 5th when he wiped. Excuse me, ma'am. Trump won on November 5th when he wiped the floor with one Kamala Harris. That's why he your president today, man. Okay, so we're gonna talk about that. He won on election day, and he won on a number of issues since then. So we can first talk about the election. That's how he won. And did you want to dispute that? So why is he your president today? I'm sorry, Rachel. Why is he your president then? Thank you. All right, we'll move on. Moving on to Abby. Abby, how would you like to contribute to the conversation?
Two things. First, to what Alan and Wayne was saying. Hey, guys. And I've talked to them about it before. My daughter's a filmmaker, too. And with respect to Hollywood, we're building in Nevada a huge studio right now, picking up. We just created tax incentives, state tax incentives. Her last films, one was filmed in Italy, one in South Africa. And the price for production was so substantially less. Also, she has a project in New Mexico and in Georgia. These are states that they're building facilities, or they have facilities. So I agree with these guys. And that's what's happened to the industry. What I think is, I'm also in a state where 1 in 5 people are taxed or tipped employees. 1 in 5 are tipped. And the no tax on tip, that was his plan, which now has gone through Congress, hopefully will clear through both chambers of Congress and get signed. It is incredible incentive where I am, and a game changer for our economy, for people to have that extra income and not have the tax on their tipped wages. So that's a big issue where I am. And I want to say that's win-win for him.
Thank you. I want to go around the room, starting with Anthony. I would like for you to name, since Trump has been in office, his biggest win and his biggest loss. Starting with Anthony, what would you put out there for Trump's biggest win as president since January 20th and his biggest loss in your perspective? Anthony?
Let's see. Trump's biggest win. Since he's entered office, I think that, honestly, I think that he's
No, he got it.
Prime ratio, really? That's what we're going to do? Like, why do you do that? Respect yourself, Prime ratio.
What did she
It's just really sad. Nah, she called me Uncle Tom. Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Anyway, exactly. You know, I just came in the room, and here she comes, coming at me.
Uncle Tom. All she knows how to do is Prime.
Yeah, so, I'm not a fan of the bill, so I don't want to say that, this bill is his biggest accomplishment. What he's been doing in terms of the illegal immigrants, I think, and if I had to point to one thing, it's the border crossings. The attempted border crossings are like all-time lows. So I'd say that was his biggest win. Biggest loss is the situation in Ukraine. I genuinely believed that he would have had this thing squared away.
Okay.
Can I give mine too?
Hold on, we're coming around. I'm coming around the mountain. Thank you, Anthony. I think that's a very fair and good assessment. I'll go next to Abby. Abby, what would you say for his biggest win and biggest loss at this point?
So biggest win, I might also echo what he said with respect to the border and the amount of crossings on the border, and also what's personal to me is seizing the problem with anti-Semitism and going at these colleges and really trying to to get them to control it, and he's just taken the bull by the horns in an incredible way, and with
So
a
you're
lot of
coupling that with the biggest, with the border. You're coupling the border with his fight against anti-Semitism.
well, so for me personally, I would put anti-Semitism first because it affects my life directly.
I see.
So I'm going to put that as a win. The biggest loss, that's an interesting one. It's probably also in some of the foreign policy. I don't think it's all gelled yet. I don't know if I'd say it's a loss, but I think on Ukraine, that's probably within the foreign policy something that's just got to get harnessed more. And
other than what he mentioned, Anthony mentioned on the Ukraine, he thought he'd have it handled by now. Is there another thing on the foreign policy front that you can point to other than the
I think he's handling the Middle East well, with strength and with conviction. So I'm comfortable with that. I got to circle back around on the loss with me, because there's probably some other things that are concerning.
Okay, Congress, a vocal Trump, I don't want to call you a hater, but you oppose Trump. What would you say is his biggest win and his biggest loss through his presidency, Congress?
Biggest win, sir, there's none.
I'm sorry?
There is none.
There is none. Okay. And what is his biggest loss in your eyes?
So, come to think of it, and practically, and I know you would stand me and give me one opportunity, of course. See, at the end of it all, when we talk about America is not built on just Americans. I mean, it's a country.
You're rambling again. I need you to be clear. What is the biggest loss?
His loss.
I need you to be very succinct.
The fact that he is helping, terrorists, paying them, and helping them with technology.
Okay, so you're echoing what you mentioned the first time about Turkey and Pakistan. Okay, but wait a minute. When Abby and Anthony say that he's helped through his policies, his strength on the border, bringing illegal border crossings down over 90%, why don't you view that as a win? Before I move on to the next person, I need you to answer that quickly, please.
So real quick, for them, for a country, yes. When we look at US, of course, it's been a power through and through. But then what US and what Trump is doing is playing a dual policy. He's a freaking piece of shit who has to make sure that the war happens.
So I ask you a question. Why don't you view the border crossing reduction as a win?
I just answered it, sir. If he's helping Turkey, if he's helping Pakistan, and still saying that no, I'm with India and Modi is.
I can't follow you. I said, why do you think it's a win that the border crossings have gone down? Why is that not a win to you? Yes or no? Or not yes or no, but tell me quickly why.
Am I living in States?
Okay, thank you. All right, so you're saying because you're not in America, that's not a win to you. Okay. Moving on to Mike Moon. What would you like to say Trump's biggest win is and his biggest loss?
First, I like this question a lot. It's really challenging to think about it.
Congress, your turn is over, Congress. I need to move on.
Hang on a second, sir. So simply put, you're living in a particular country, and so am I. Right?
Okay.
What's happening with the country is a different thing altogether.
Yeah, so Congress, you should listen more and have less opinions about the United States, because you're clearly saying that you can't have those opinions because you're not here. So let's just listen, okay? You listen.
Thank you, Congress. Now we're moving on to Mike. Moving on to Mike Moon to tell me.
I like the question. It really challenged me to think. The biggest wins are DEI, attack on
big win. Give me one big win, one big loss.
One big win, attack on DEI.
I'm sorry, Congress. If you can't control yourself, I'm going to move you to the audience. Please go on mute. Go on mute, Congress. Congress, go on mute. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, moving to the audience. All right, go ahead, Mike.
The attack on DEI across the board, transgender issues, big business, DEI programs and departments, the laying off of DEI positions in general. I think DEI has been a tremendous win for him. I'm not going to say the border has been a big win, and the reason why is that I'm not clear we even know the truth about the border. I think that there was a lot of deportations done before he was president as well, and I'm not convinced that we even fully know. What about the border crossing? Yeah, the border crossing is just because people are afraid of him. But that's not really any policy thing. That's just him being president already defaults by having way less border crossings. It was the same way in his first term. So you don't give him the credit for that? I don't give him the credit for it because I think it's a nice. I think it's a bonus that we give him having him a president. I don't think it has anything to do with his policy. Really, it has to do with more of what he says about the policy, about them in general. And what's their biggest loss? The biggest loss, hands down, no question about it, is his support of Putin and the Ukraine. He just said the other day, I thought I really knew Putin, but what's he doing? I'm like, wake up, motherfucker. We all know he's a fucking scumbag. So if he starts coming to that opinion finally, he might know the real Putin. He is a scumbag. So the idea that he supported Putin and that Putin is now showing his true colors, and that Trump is somehow surprised by that, and the fact that Trump said he would solve Ukraine in a day, and right now it's his biggest failure, hands down. I think he's doing a horrible job by siding with Putin and bashing Ukraine all the time. That said, I don't think we should give any more money to Ukraine.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to that. Jarl, biggest win, biggest loss for Trump?
Yeah, I'm being generous calling it a win, but I think the fact that the rest of the world is building up their military could be an indirect win for Trump or for America or for the world. And I don't know, there's so many losses I can't pick one. I think Ukraine is that way. Yeah.
Okay, Ukraine. Alan?
Well, people have echoed a lot of what I think are wins and losses. So I'll just say, yeah, I agree. His biggest loss is probably Ukraine and Russia in that he didn't solve it as quickly as he wanted. And his biggest win is Ukraine in that if we're not sending money to Ukraine the way we did, then I'm okay with that. Let Ukraine and Russia work it out. Let Europe work it out. And they can solve their own problems. So they're...
Thank you. Dr. Responsible. Dr. Responsible going once. Dr. Responsible going twice. Welcome back. Cry ratio. Can you tell me what you believe Trump's biggest win and his biggest losses so far?
His biggest win was seeing that he could relate to black men. That one shot scene. Yeah, he has a black experience. Yeah.
That's his biggest win?
Yeah, he said he's a criminal like y'all.
Okay. And what's his biggest loss so far?
Having sex with a porn star, yeah.
Okay. You are exposing your Trump derangement on full display. And we're moving on to Bill, I don't even know how to say your last Asian name. But Bill, are you within the sound of my voice?
I am here. Yeah, I would agree with Anthony and Abby. That was actually integration is his biggest win. And the loss so far, I think she's been about great because he has been like a yo-yo up and down. He's been inconsistent on his messaging.
Inconsistent on what front is he inconsistent?
The tariffs. So all good about bringing manufacturing back to the States. Absolutely correct. But just the gamesmanship on trade and tariffs has been inconsistent and it's caused a lot of chaos. Especially not just for big businesses, but for small businesses, which we all know employ most Americans in this country. So that's my input. Thanks.
And can you say one thing about that too? The tariffs. So I did the research, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong because I did do the research. Not many people can answer this question. The question is, what were the tariffs on China and U.S.? How did they compare to one another before? Like for the last basically, 15 years? And what are they now today, as of now, in this 90-day period initially? And I looked it up, and it's pretty shocking. And so it sounds like he's going all over with tariffs, and he is, by saying, 130, 145%. But what he did is he successfully scared the Chinese, right? And when he went back and settled with them for this 90-day period initially, and it might extend, hopefully it will, the before and after numbers, I wish that people talked about them, because I don't hear anybody talking about them, but it's a win. Before, it was 2019. We were getting 19%, they were getting 20%. Now, it's 10-30. We're getting 30%, they're getting 10%. So he literally flipped it around and cut ours in half and cut theirs by 2/3 and made us the leader in the equation. And those numbers, I'm not hearing anybody talk about it. They talk about the flip-flop, but that's his MO. He goes out there and he says something bombastic, huge, to freaking stir the pot, make it real extreme, and then he's hoping that they're going to back down and get scared, which China apparently did. And I think that's a win too, by the way. But I just want to say the numbers themselves, it's fair. He should be getting more credit for that. Thanks.
Any reaction from anyone? What he just said?
That's it's good to know those numbers. I didn't know that. Thank you. Also, it's nice to hear you laugh.
Now we didn't know. Now you know. Right? We'll check the new voice. Are you approaching us from the right or the left? Wesley, are you within the sound of my voice?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Thank you, sir. Are you approaching us today from the right or the left of the police? Thank you, sir. Are you approaching us today from the right or the left?
I've been having a touch base since when he was running the city, I had to beat up.
So, can you explain to us what do you think his best move has been since being in office and his worst moves?
I'd say best move is I've never seen anything like it when he signed all those executive actions on live television, like day one. That was the best thing. That's how you make change happen. Worst. Well, I mean, nothing really comes to mind right off the top of my brain. Maybe I can get back to you when you rack my brain.
I need your critical thinking.
I suppose his dependence or his aversion to calling out Israeli influence in American politics.
That's a meaty issue that we can get to, especially with some of the people we have on stage. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd like to be, guys, maybe once we get through this round robin, maybe Abby and Wesley can engage on that a little bit. But moving on, thank you for your info, Wesley. Moving on to comedian, I want to get the last name if I can find it. Comedian, comedy. Can you share with us, first off, if you're approaching us from the right or the left of the political spectrum, Mr. Comedian?
I would say I'm probably approaching from the center right.
Thank you. So this should be quite easy for you. You've called balls and strikes. What can you name as his best move or win, or worst move? I mean, and worst move and loss. And like
his best moves and his worst moves.
Yeah, just one of each. I don't need more than one of each.
I'd say his best move is not being hyper reactionary, meaning that there's so much communication every day generated by the media and him also, but his response has been, I think, great, meaning He hasn't been vitriolic. He has. I like this. I like the inauguration. I don't know about you, but I was.
You're saying in comparison to his first presidency, his response to
100%,
the media framing of things has been a lot more measured.
Oh yeah, he spent way too much time combating the media daily. Insulting journalists, getting his feathers ruffled. Now he really seems, in my opinion, to be in his element, in his historic, frame and control. So I would say I'm just, really pleased with his demeanor as an American, and a voter. Very professional, very businesslike, very pragmatic, and he's not spamming us. He's.
So what about the other day, just to push back a little bit, the other day when he had the South African government in his Oval Office, he referred to, cannot remember his name, the NBC reporter as an idiot and a jerk. Called him an idiot twice and called him a jerk once. I'm just curious, how do you when you know that happened, how do you integrate that into what you just said about it?
Yeah, I mean, the South Africans are doing drill music on their people. They're doing the same type of propaganda.
No, he wasn't talking to South Africa when he said that. He called an American, I remember his name now, Peter Alexander, an NBC reporter, Oval Office, White House correspondent. He referred to a White House correspondent in the Oval Office with all the cameras rolling, a jerk, an idiot, and then an idiot again.
Good.
I'm asking, how do you integrate that in your framing that he's a lot more measured in his response with the media?
That's great. Let him be authentic and say what he feels and feels what he says. That's why we voted for him. And if he thinks that journalist
you don't want that brand of him to be out there.
Listen, I'm just saying that it's night and day compared to the first time around. I mean, he's controlling. He's controlling the communication now, which is a great thing.
Gotcha. So you're saying you're fine with him doing it. It just needs to be a lot less than it was in the first time.
Meaning he wasted so much of his energy communicating with the media. He needs to just give us the entree, and we don't need to read the menu anymore. We want the entree. We're ready for the filet mignon. I mean, give us Trump steaks is what I'm saying.
Got it. All right, so that's his best move. More measured approach. What is his worst move? What's his biggest loss? Comedian going,
Yeah.
I
don't know. His biggest loss, I think, is probably not enacting the Doge cuts or fully supporting thrift and frugality and making that a major communication message to the American people. Because all these taxpayers, if you're driving an Uber and you're only making, $45,000 a year and you're paying taxes on that, and you see how this money gets spent and this woke spending through the Doge exposure, you have to be pissed off, because that we've been sold down a river. The devaluation of the dollar, the $40 trillion debt, $100 billion a month in interest payments, and you see what they're spending the money on. And there's so much coming out with Doge with regards to even government money printing computers. I mean, these things sound ridiculous, but they're not. We know that they're wasting money and shipping it overseas for all types of waste, fraud, and abuse. So as a taxpayer, as an American, I mean, this has to be the uniting issue, that this uniparty Democrat Republican bullshit, the spending and what they're spending it on is so egregious and so stupid. We should all be sick to our stomach that no senator, no congressman even exposed any of this shit prior to Elon Musk having the ability to actually technically even go in and do this type of audit. So I'm complete.
Whoa. Comedian was still finishing his input. Then we can move on. He's almost there. Comedian, I know you're rounding the position to the land.
Yeah, I'm just saying that the X platform.
So his biggest win is his new and improved demeanor, and his biggest loss is the fact that he's not fully embracing a uniting issue, which is this being more thrifty in government spending. Is that
meaning that we're borrowing all this money when we should be cutting spending, lowering taxes, raising tariffs, and really just doing pragmatic things, eliminating government. The government is huge.
What do you say to people who say that cutting spending removes vital services for people who depend on it to survive?
Listen, I'm on the treadmill next to a doctor. He's talking about how to scam Medicaid Advantage. So these doctors aren't doctors. They don't provide medical services. Maybe a therapist is what a lot of people need. But I'm talking physical therapy, going to the gym, reading books, eating right, stop getting vaccinated with 2 vaccines and triple boosters, and eating Pfizer for dinner. I mean, we all know that the COVID-19 and the vaccine.
All right, I want to stop there. I want to stop there and get some more voices involved. But I do want to just say, excuse me.
Can I get my best? I didn't do that.
You want to do what?
I gave you my best. I didn't give you my worst. Can I give you the loss? So
yeah, give me before you give me your quick loss. I just want to say, is there anyone who's been, before Abby gives us her loss, was there anyone? I wish I had reached for a pen to write these things down. I'd like to review them after. Has anyone been keeping note? I'm just curious. Anyone? Before you go, Amy, baby, before you go, I'm just curious. Has anyone been writing down what they've been hearing so far? Yes or no?
Please, I'm not your secretary.
All right, cool. Thank you, crowd ratio. All right, nobody's done that, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, I didn't know there would be a test later.
Yeah, I like what I'm hearing so far. Especially some of the things that comedians said. But anyways, Abby, before 80s Baby goes, because 80s Baby is dying to go, I'd like for Abby to finish her submission by providing to us what she's saying is Trump's biggest loss since he's taken office.
So I was thinking about this. I told you I need a minute to put it together. So from a legal perspective, I don't like the fight on the birthright citizenship. I think it's a losing battle with the Supreme Court. I think constitutionally it's not a strong case, and I really wish he would put a lot of his emphasis on it. It's different than the immigration issues that he's dealing with in closing the border and deporting criminals. But I think that the birthright one probably loses in the high court and with SCOTUS, and I just think it's probably not a good use of the energy. That's my loss.
I do want to push back a little bit on that. So why wouldn't you want to try to close a loophole where right now the status quo is that people are coming here with their status being questionable or illegal and they marry a citizen or whatever they're doing? Why not try to force the courts or force the Supreme Court to clarify what they mean? What does birthright citizen truly mean? And let's clarify that. Even if he doesn't get everything that he wants, at least there'll be more clarity around the issue, because right now you have women who are coming here pregnant taking advantage of a loophole. So to the extent that it closes the loophole, why do you think that's wasted effort? And then we'll move on to 80s Baby.
I think it's wasted effort because you could end up, I don't know if you'll get clarity if they lose at the high court, you may end up with more floodgates on it. I just don't see the constitutional strength.
What do you mean we end up with more floodgates?
Well, I think that if the Supreme Court rules that in fact there is the birthright, then I don't know, floodgates is the wrong way to say that. I think that you don't close that loophole. I just think that there may be another way to approach it. I just think that the going through the 14th Amendment argument and looking at
it's basically free, and so it's like, okay, well, how can you use that in the best sense for basically the hardest fields in the world, right? It's like, how can we speed this up? And sort of just like this reminds me of a paper Google released. Did you see Alpha Evolve, I think? Did you hear that?
Yeah. By the way, Alda, did you watch the thing that I tagged you on in the group chat, the video, the Transformers thing?
I saw that, yeah.
Was that the sound of Elliot learning how to drive a manual?
No, that's the sound of me sitting inside of my car and it just beeping for no fucking reason, because it's like it's on and the door is open, right? It's like it's on, but not entirely on. It's like on before the engine on, because I have like one of those, those cars, the ones that you just like, you press the button, you don't even like to have to insert the key or anything, you just like press the button and it goes, and it's an automatic. So yeah, you have to like turn it on, leave it there. I like the aesthetic of like having a car where you have to physically keep the key inside of it. Like that was nice. I don't know about you, but there's like something about that I quite enjoy. Like an old little fucking like like a manual, what are those things called?
Ignition switch.
No. Fucking man, there's a company, the Toyota. It's not a Land Cruiser. It's the other one. It's a Hilux. Yeah. Those little guys with a fucking manual turnable key and like the manual fucking transmission, manual everything, fully fucking almost entirely analog, save for the fact that you got like this thing that's at the center there with like where you put the disc in, but you can't put the disc in there because if you do that, the disc is fucked and the internals are fucked because it's a work machine, which means that all the dust gets in there, so you're cooked by default. That's why they decided, hey, we're gonna have these little latches that we can like open up so we can put the disc inside of it. You have to like hold it as the disc goes in, and it's like, yes, nice. And then sometimes they moved away from that. They said, hey, we're just gonna like put the USB and Bluetooth, and then you can be satisfied. And then you have the most retarded innovation of all kinds, which is you have this like physical thing that you put inside of the car, this like center screen thing, which then can connect to the internet. I'm like, why the fuck would I want my car having proprietary ass technology like this connect to the internet when I don't know its security? Like with Tesla, I can kind of understand that one does work, but like with this, no, fuck that shit, man. Absolutely fuck that shit. I don't want internet inside of my car, save for the phone. That's bad enough. Oh, and you know what the latest thing is that people have done? They're starting to like get those batteries that have like these little electronic regulators on top of them, and it operates by Bluetooth. Who the fuck? Like, huh? Why? Oh, this is like the lack of intelligence that is required to like come up with. It escapes me. It physically, it's like it hurts and disgusts me. I can't explain what that feeling is. It's a feeling where it's like just no. Can I please beat you up? Type of feeling. It's like just please let me beat you up so you can learn from this and never do that again. We don't need Bluetooth batteries. Who the fuck thought that was a good idea? Please, just let me beat you just this once. Just this once, okay? I don't even want to do it, but you need it. That's how I feel about that thing. That's how I feel about this type of like weird bullshit. I don't want to beat you up. I really don't, but I kind of have to. And you need it. You need it. Fuck you. That's the feeling. That's the feeling. I think I verbalized it now. That's the feeling. It's not even a hatred. It's just like, please, just no. Let me spare you by like not sparing you.
Parenting 101, let's fucking go.
Bruh. Learn to verbalize your feelings by listening to Adrian Denman. So but that one like saying, hey, we're just gonna like play fucking Diablo again is like, no, fuck that shit.
Oh my god. The Blizzard business model is built on getting its customers addicted to a heavily measured dopamine trip that never stops. They always force you to go for the next slight incremental upgrade. You have to grind for hours and hours to get it, and when you get it, you get that slight dopamine release, and then it's on to the next upgrade.
Sounds like life.
Yeah. It's really messed up. And you can tell because the way that the RNG works is it has a thing in it, like for the upgrade things, as a thing in it, where it intentionally will not give you the highest rated proc. You cannot imagine the way this infuriated me. I could have fully perfected my build, but I couldn't because it didn't make sense unless I would grind in my fucking sleep, which I couldn't do because my automation thing didn't work because the game servers are ass and kept dropping me this fucking. There was just no way. There was just no fucking way to do it. And then you test it by bringing new people into it. You can tell how good a game is by bringing like new people into it and seeing how well they adapt to it. You can kind of like tell the different, and MMORPGs or like RPGs in general seem to have this problem. They're like exceedingly hostile to anything that is new skill, like exceedingly hostile to it. Like you can tell, you put fucking like anybody into Diablo, and you bring him to the highest difficulties. Like, first of all, you have to grind to the certain, like, level to get to the highest difficulty. And then once you get there, you get those little bitch numbers, not the big numbers, because, the gear sucks, and because you can't get new gear because you have little bitch numbers that then take ages to farm. And it's like they inundate you with useless fucking gear. Oh, and just to make it more efficient, because I realized that the servers were lagging from all the objects on the ground, they decided, hey, we're just going to make less things drop per boss, which then led to people figuring out that they didn't have to leave the camera because they adjusted that feature. So basically they solved one problem just to like accommodate for the actual problem that was that the gear drops were ass. So now you wouldn't reset the fucking room, you would stay inside the room and drop these little piece of shit items all over the ground until the screen started fucking glitching. And then you would like reset the room because you're like, please, no, this hurts me, ha ha. And then you like go out there and you fucking reset the thing. You come back in, you have like a guy already sitting there with the teleport ready to log in there so you can do the thing. You have to run in and fight through all the fucking enemies again. Then you get to the whole point. The thing is though, for you it's going to be such a mundane task that you're just breezing through all the enemies like super, super fast because you've already, to get to the boss farming stage, you have to have gear so good. And guess what? Where do you get the gear that's so good? You don't get it from the fucking boss because it never drops anything good. Total, I have spent over like 1,000 hours on this stupid fucking game, multiple seasons, and I've only ever had 2 drops where there was a 4-star item, which is the max rank. Fucking, what the fuck is that? Hundreds of fucking runs per day on a fucking boss, and only like 2 4-star items over the like amount of seasons that have been. What in the actual ever-loving, disrespecting fuck is that? Please, what?
Look at this. Plus 4 to incinerate. Absolute incinerate deal double damage, bro. Let's go.
Bro, your main claim to fame in Diablo last fucking time we played was literally having a rogue that DDoSed everybody. That was not productive. Like you say, hey, this looks like an interesting build, and then it's just like arrows that look rainbow colored from like raining from the sky onto the enemies. And I was like, dude, this is just like the gayest thing I've ever seen. But I can't say that. I couldn't say that on stream at the time because like Biden was still in power. So I was like, nah, I can't say that shit. But I can't say it now. It's not going to be that much of an issue. But like back then, it was definitely that much of an issue, and I feel like in some ways it still is. But hey, I tried to like not be as hostile until I like saw that shit and I was like, nah, I'm done. Fuck that. I'm gonna play a different thing next season. I played a different thing next season. Say I'm gonna 100% the game. And I think that I 100%ed the game to such an extent where it was like, yeah, I've had enough. And like I could never. And the worst part is like to challenge Lilith and to get Lilith down, you had to like get lucky with some of the damage. And then there's an unescapable death. Unescapable. Why the fuck would you want this?
That was the only challenging fight in the game. I actually enjoyed learning that one.
I fucking hated it. It was like such a weird thing, and then didn't even drop you anything special. Like if I would have dropped you a fucking item that would have made you unstoppable, like just basically gave you immortality, that's what it would have been worth. But literally there was nothing worth the whole effort other than to say, yeah, I've gone to the campaign and I've challenged the main boss. And it's funny. You have a wait, did the power just fucking die?
Turn out for a second.
Cock. Sorry, that's another problem. We'll have to get the electricity guys here again. Little voice note for anyone who wants to get into solar. Make sure that whatever battery pack you think you're gonna need, get twice as much, especially if you're doing lead acid. And you can do lead acid. Lead acid works. Yeah, because the cycles are great. Like the newly advanced like versions of the fucking lead acid are great. But like this shit is ass. Do you guys still hear me, by the way? Yeah. Oh no, it's working. Works. Okay, cool. Because I have to like switch over the internet real quick because everything dead now. Oh, brilliant.
By the way, Zeus was raising his hand for or something.
Sorry, say again.
No, Zeus, the other guy in the speaker panel. He was raising his hand for a while.
His fan. So he's raising his fan.
And sorry.
Does anyone remember the horse farmer from Oblivion? The 08?
I've never played Oblivion myself, to be honest.
I played it, but I wasn't like super into it, but it's a fun game.
just that Horsefucker DLC ruined the video game industry, in my opinion.
How is that? Why is that?
They made people pay for horse armor.
Yeah, it was super cheap. Microtransaction. And then everything.
Oh, so it was a thing that definitely upgraded your game. Like, was it a thing that gave you an item of power? Like, actually just changed the game and you could get it without the...
No, it was just a paid cosmetic.
Oh.
They introduced the Celestial Steed, and that was like the first MTX in the game, and it allowed everybody to fly on low-level characters, which was kind of Igba at the time. It was imbalanced. Yeah, for $20 it would have been paid.
I don't know why they have to like that. You know, it's great if you have a broken feature in a game like that, you should like allow it to just stay so people can abuse it more for money in the future.
Yeah, the Wizard Tower was fucking built on that.
Like, I don't understand. Like, don't nerf, buff more, nerf less. Always nerf less, buff harder.
I think if you have to pay for the video game, microtransactions for cosmetics are kind of an insult to the player.
Not really. Not really. I think it's I think you can so like this, right? There are some like you have to make the unlockable cosmetics worth the grind. That's the thing. So like say for instance there's a bunch of unlockables. So this is the thing I think it's really bad with like Halo Infinite is that there aren't really that many cool unlockables that you can grind for, except for one in particular. Now I do really respect them for that one. So let's say you want to play like, you know, the game and you want to be Master Chief because you know that's one of the reasons you got in for it. Well, guess what? You're gonna have to play the game multiplayer. You can do this for free right now. You play the multiplayer for free, continue to play it, ages on end, and you can rank up your career skill in there. And then once you reach the max rank, you get and by the way, this is cool because it's a career path, which means it doesn't reset. You can literally just do this over the course of years if you wanted to. Like say, oh, you don't have the time to like, you know, log on every single day. Doesn't matter. It's never gonna reset. You're gonna indefinitely fucking progress forward until I get to the very end. And then at the end, you get like you get the Master Chief suit, which is like as customizable as you want it to be. That's really fucking good. Hang on, am I still here? Okay.
Yes.
So it says the connection is lost reconnecting. I don't know why it says that. Anyways, but yeah, that's nice. That's the only unlockable, grindable thing that you can get in Halo Infinite, which is really good. There's some that you can get via the battle passes, but you kind of like have to get like you can get some good stuff. Like there's some effects that they put in now, so you can just grind your way through some stuff, and you can still have a decent suit that you can, you know, have in the game. You just need to grind a bit, and that's it. So I think that if you genuinely put some really good item that you just can't buy into like the game that you have to grind for, that's cool. Like that specific cosmetic, you cannot buy the Master Chief. You can't fucking buy it. You can't fucking buy it. You have to grind for it. That's great. I fucking love that shit. That is really cool. I think so that they can keep that in the game, and they can have a ton of microtransactions. I dropped a bunch of money on the game already. I probably dropped like, you know, was it, you know, over time I played it for a couple years now.
I just think we lost him there.
Yeah, he dropped.
Connection was sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, rip Adrian.
He's back.
He's not for me.
I mean, back in the listeners.
Oh, I see. A bunch of people are thumbing down because he's no longer in here.
Yeah, I just invited him to speak.
Is the Halo game he's talking about a free game, or do you have to pay for the base game?
Halo Infinite, you can play the multiplayer for free, which includes the mode that we play, which is called Firefights. That's all for free. You can just download it on Steam. But if you want to play the campaign, which is like a lot of fun, you can play that with multiple friends at the same time. You pay like $30 or whatever it is. Yeah.
Where was I stuck at?
Master Chief suit.
Oh yeah, Master Chief suit. Yeah, good unlockables. I dropped a lot of money on that game. Even dropped a lot of money on Path of Exile as well. Like I decided to go for the max pack, which is also the only reason I got the website launcher, because you could only get that over the website. So it's like, fuck that, I'm just gonna get that. And so I got like the $480 like, you know, version of that, which is great. So and I did
this not because, you know, I just wanted to show off. I just did that because I heard how the guy was like talking about the economy in the game, and then it was like, you gotta like have the capitalism situation. I was like, take my money right now. Because I like any game that says that shit, I just want to pay that for it as much as possible. Like, here you go, you have my money. Even if I'm not gonna play the game, you have my money.
So the difference for me with Halo Infinite and Path of Exile is they have a game you can play for free. And so there, I think charging for microtransactions for cosmetics makes a lot more sense. Like, they have to make money somehow, and they're letting people play their game for free. So that's fine.
Actually, but even to one of the options would be free to play.
If you pay like $60 for a game, and they want you to pay like $5.99 to get a silly cosmetic for your horse, I think that's what's insulting.
What about like a game that like $20? What about games that are like $20?
I think it changes them a little bit for sure. I still think that Adrian's point about having the unlockable cosmetics that are worthwhile is an important one.
Yeah, exactly. When PoE 2 launches, it's going to be free to play, actually.
So if you want to have like early access, ironically enough, you're doing literal beta testing, you have to pay money. I think it's funny in a sense, but it's also clever. So if you want to be like, you know, you want to have that super cool cosmetic, and you want to be like, you know, have a supporter pack badge next to your shit. Well, there you go, you have a supporter pack. I'm like, okay, well, I like supporting something that sounds good to play, so I'm like, I'm going to do it. The only thing is, I don't have a computer that I can play this thing on that's actually good enough to like deal with the stuff that I want to do. Like, I have to be able to zoom around with super high frame rates and no computer lag, and doing things that have a lot of objects drop on the ground on graphics that are high, so I can actually enjoy what I'm doing. Because at some point there's like a question you have to ask yourself: are you playing something because it's a thing that's expected of you and it makes you like look good if you stream it, or are you playing it because you actually want to have fun? And when I look at something like Halo, you know, with the computer that I have at the moment, I can play that thing and actually have fun. Like I can sit there and like I'm idling at about 100, 150 frames, and I'm having fun. You know, and that's why I also decided to like buy the campaign and actually play that, because I was like, you know what, I have never played the campaign. There's some achievements I want to unlock, so I decided to get the campaign and do that as well, because I don't really care about the politics of the company behind that. And actually, as a matter of fact, if you look into how that game was developed, you'll really feel for the struggles that it took to create that game, especially the campaign, because they had like people working on 18-month contracts. They kept cycling them out so they didn't have to like pay them the benefits. It was so fucking retarded. Microsoft ass fucking company, you giga racist global fucking piece of shit corporation. Fuck you. I don't want to hear anything about your weird inclusivity if you're literally geographically racist. That's like a level of racist that I don't even think I've seen anywhere in the most racist circles of any app or any place on the fucking internet. You are really topping it. Like, I'm sorry, giga racist corporation. I was not familiar with your game of discrimination. You're fucking like literally just cooking everybody for no reason at all. And it's not even regions where you think, oh, these guys are going to create a lot of problems for you. Not even that. That I would understand. Like, if you wanted to limit, some, example I'm talking about, if you wanted to limit some connections to some countries for some reason, it's like, I can understand that. I really do understand that. But purchase limitations? Huh? Why? I don't know. But they're like very greedy, and they throw a lot of money at everything because they realize that their relevancy is like at an almost end. That's why they have to like keep putting out new types of technology, because otherwise they're going to get cooked. And that's also why Microsoft is OpenAI, because if they didn't like do an AI bit, their whole thing would go to shit. I mean, look at what they tried to attempt. Remember when Cortana was a thing? You had the Halo IP and everything. You get to say, I have a little voice assistant. We got to call her Cortana. Ooh, sexy simulated boobs woman. It's going to like answer your requests. Epic, amazing. It was a huge fucking like thing that everybody was anticipating. Then it came out, and it was just like this weird circle in the background there that really didn't do anything, and everybody was like just instantly deflated in their expectations. I definitely met expectations, of course. So that was like a massive thing for Microsoft. I felt that was it was very underwhelming in some ways as well. You thought you were going to really lead up to something there, but then it was really just a whole bunch of nothing in a system that didn't really work. And now you have something similar to that. It's called Copilot. And just because you don't hate Windows enough, you don't hate Microsoft enough, they then introduce a bunch of stuff that runs in your task manager and you have no way to disable it. I've been recently running into this real worthless piece of junk that's called Windows Input Experience, and you can't fucking disable it. I tried every fucking setting, even editing the register. I didn't even know you could do that, so I learned how to do that. And I fucking tried to specify the values for it. It still doesn't fucking work. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Right.
So even editing the register, like, what am I going to do next? Delete it? I really am tempted to, but then come next update, it's going to be put back in again, or like whatever they're going to try and do. So it's like, the real problem was Microsoft and not the people behind the game. It's like the people behind the game that actually did the building part, they were fucking rinsed, my man. That shit was fucked up. Because like, imagine this for instance, right? You get like, let's imagine that you get 5 years to work on this game, and you hire a bunch of people, and you have like little, 18-month contracts. Guess what's gonna happen? After 18 months, that motherfucker gets fired, so you don't have to pay him the benefits, greedy piece of shit. Anyways, they then hire a new cycle of people. They don't know what the fuck the other guys built, so they have to learn it over probably the period of 5 to 9 months. So now you have like a very large chunk of their contract time that's effectively missing. So now you're dealing dev time with fucking like overlaps of like 10 to 9 months each per contract. That's 18-month contracts. And then you keep leveling that up. At some point, you are literally running out of 5 years worth of fucking time because you can only repeat the cycle like probably 1.5 times. And that's it. So it's like, okay, cool. Well, then you cooked yourself. You need 2 to 3 cycles for this kind of shit, but you don't have enough time to do that. So you're just like, let's scrap a third. Let's scrap 2/3 of the fucking game. I'm like, whoa. Anyways, they did that shit. So now looking at the game, looking at what it took to make it, I mean, that was pretty good. And I mean, I looked at the end credits too. There was a lot of fucking people, man. I applaud them for what they did. It was a great game. I have a lot of fun in it. I have a lot of fun. It has a lot of good features. Does the multiplayer sometimes piss me off because the fucking grunts have like grenade aimbot? Like, it's fucking wild. Those guys got the long throw of like a dude who is like putting his fists into like a bag of rice and twisting them for fucking 6 hours a day. These motherfuckers gotta have arms that are so fucking thick and muscular. They're putting this weird ass fucking dude to shame who eats a ton of spinach. What was that fucker's name again? I keep forgetting his fucking name. Yeah, Popeye. They're putting Popeye to shame, bro. I kept thinking how Popeye is the food chain, not Popeye the character. Fuck me, man. But anyways, that guy's like, this is the type of like level 4-arm fucking strength that the brutes have. And then they have basically aimbots. They put these little sticky fucking, plasma grenades up your ass and you can't fucking dodge them. It's fucking great. And sometimes it's funny because, okay, now you don't get the perfect at the end of the match, but like randomly you just turn around the corner, there's a big fucking bitch there. It's like a grunt that holds up 2 of those grenades in his hands, and he's fucking like Al-Qaeda maxing, so he comes up to you and fucking blows you up instantly. Like, what the fuck? Literally, he just fucking holds it. It's fucking insane. Ugh. And fuck this car. And fuck the power. Actually, I'm gonna have to deal with the power real quick. We're running on. That should not have been that much consumption. There's something really fucking wrong with this plant. There's something really fucking wrong with the batteries too. I'm gonna deal with that in a little bit. Because I can't fucking like run the machine I want to run if the power keeps fucking turning off, because I need it to be on 100% of the time. Otherwise I have to do everything all over again on the software level. Because I'm trying to get it to do a thing, and I have to talk to a random ass fucking Chinese person because they forgot to put the fucking documentation into the software, so it makes my life 3 times as hard. And so now I have to figure out, what is that feature? How do I enable that? Why can't I just say, hey, can you like, fuck that shit. So I'm gonna have to go do that. So I'm gonna have to jet for now. Thanks for allowing me to vent. And Elliot, get off the fucking Diablo shit. You're wasting your time. Go play Halo instead. It actually makes you think. Anyways, and automate the Factorio thing. That was actually productive. If you want to have like fun, you play Halo. If you want to waste your time, you play Diablo. If you want to like actually do something productive, you automate Factorio. And if you want to do something even more productive outside of that, and you don't want to automate such a game, get a fucking job. Like, don't do simulated work. Simulated work reeks of unemployment. What the fuck is that shit? Go would you work in real life. You'll actually make a thing that's called money. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's the only thing you fucking need to survive in this world. You literally do. I know a lot of these weird ass fucking influencers who have a lot of money, ironically enough, say that money is not like the thing that you need. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. It's definitely what you need.
Alright. Thanks, Adrian.
It's not the only thing you need, but it is a thing you need.
It is quite a useful tool.
Yes,
It's a tool. It's a tool in my tool belt. You know, all the other tools, the best tool in my tool belt right now is Grok 3.5, but unfortunately they are not releasing it.
When 3.5?
Yeah, dude. Like, I know it comes to 33 because of the Raptor engines. I was like,
When are they going to release Grok 2? When are they going to release Grok 2?
I love how Blas is just like so silent in these spaces, yet his posts are so cryptic. I fucking love it, dude.
When are they going to release Grok 2 as an open weight model?
Yeah, that is a real question.
That is a real question.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
I'm tired of using Gemma.
Gemma? What do you mean Gemma?
What do you mean? The Google's open source model.
Oh, Gemma's great. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
I would use Gemma, to be honest.
Bro, I'm tired of Google dominating my life. I just can't escape. They come out with the best AI model.
But that AI model is one that observes your computer environment, what exactly you do, and then fine-tunes itself in real time. What the fuck? Triple GA? Woo!
Oh shit, okay, Grants.
Oh, he's still wasting away his life on Diablo. I see he's still wasting his time on it. Yeah, he's still wasting his time.
I can hear the dopamine right now.
Yeah.
You guys got to remember he's 12.
Okay. What next?
I should rename the space to Macro Horde Space and kick out Elliot.
What?
That's hard inside you.
Macro Horde?
Yeah, Adrian has been
Microsoft.
Asmund Gold says he's been in contact with people at Twitter/X streaming. Is willing to help them change their entire UI platform.
Well, maybe I don't use whatever you can get rid of value.
If you heard of that, what it is, it's really well done. They have this very big website, and
He's not insulting your mother, or he's not like harassing.
The prophet is dearest to us than the mother and the sister and the father.
Yes.
You have to understand our position.
A mental virus that you guys have.
No?
Yes. You're willing to defend it more than
You guys don't believe in anything. That's why you're judging us this way.
No, but you know what? You know what though?
You say you defended over your sisters. You're literally
saying because of an ancient philosophy and belief system.
Let's say how much you can take of the people and their bad manners before you get fed up. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, bro. Just saying. What? Let me ask you this question. What Io is standing on?
What?
looking at life in a very similar way and doing the same kinds of things and praying to the same God. And despite, obviously we're a tribe, so I'm not just saying like genetically, but we are a continual tribal nation. So I'm going to push back on that and say we are significantly older than Christianity, but you could say that Rabbinic Judaism is a newer advent because it came after the destruction of the temple. We had to figure out how to continue doing what we needed to do while not having a temple and not having control of our own land. So we put Rabbinic Judaism is the suitcase-packed version of Old Temple Judaism. We can't do that Old Temple Judaism without a temple. We don't have a temple. So that's a summation. Yes, aspects of our evolution came after, because even in the past 10 years, we've had revelations on certain things and be like, oh, you know what, it'd be better if we did stuff like this, or this is a smarter way of doing things. We were always growing and changing and adapting. It doesn't, being adaptive, having an adaptive culture does not mean that it isn't an ancient culture. It's just adaptive. We have old and we have new. We get rid of stuff that's bad, we take on stuff that's good, and we keep growing and learning, and that's a good thing, I think. Because I think getting stuck in the Stone Ages would be bad for us. And everybody on Earth should not be stuck in the Stone Age. So. And that is the end of my spiel. I feel very strongly about that.
And that's why your name is Ola, which means rising up, because you're always going up a higher level than previous.
Thank you.
Well, okay, so now I get all that, but let's go back to this idea of it's all good. This idea of
whatever you said.
I take all that into consideration. No, I appreciate it, because I never really thought I totally contract with the idea that I think he said something like Judaism.
I actually had rooms about a year ago or 2 years ago. I actually had room titles about the same question.
Yeah, that's good. But here's still my lingering question is this, about the idea that as far as what Moses received, call it Judaism or whatever you want to call it, Moses received some word from Hashem. I think we can agree on this. Okay, no problem.
The third Judaism didn't exist at all.
Well, here's my point, especially in these rooms and conversations, when people talk about like this is thousands of years old, and you hear these kind of conversations like way back, okay, 3,000 years everywhere. But here's my point. Really, the revealed word of God, even Christians refer to the same story of Abraham, Moses, and all this like this, and the tribes. So whatever point, there's this continuum of history from that time leading up to where Jesus said, I didn't come to change what Moses talked about, I came to uphold it. And then you have even Muslims referring to Moses and talk more about Moses in that Quran than anybody else, than Prophet Muhammad, that's for sure. But the point I'm saying is, so this idea that, this is what I asked the question originally was, these people, Moses and these people, were given these words from Hashem to spread this information. It's valuable. And this idea of hoarding it and not getting it out to everybody and keeping it for themselves, and they're creating like this secret society, that to me seems like a violation from God. What are your thoughts?
I don't think that we hoard the information. I think we do our best to, because it's our job to keep the books and pass it on to our children.
Well, now let's talk about that. You say your children.
I'll keep going with it. It's our job to...
Just your children?
Hold on. Let me finish. It's our job to be the stewards of the text. Our job to pass it down and with the translations and everything. As far as it goes for everybody else, we're supposed to be, they say, like a light among nations, and we're supposed to heal the world. So we're supposed to, if anything, share the Noahide laws, which are very basic. Don't murder, don't steal, basic stuff. You're not expected as a non-Jew to do all the things that we're expected to do because we're supposed to be like the keepers.
See, I think this is where we get a problem. This is where I think that the arrogance starts to kick in. This is where
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying. Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day, but I have no supporters. So if you have the chance, please subscribe.
And I looked after him. There was a yellow rose.
What are you talking about? Well, they're both furniture.
Especially since January, the big thing has been about Doge and efficiency. Man, tax cuts aren't free. Let's keep it a buck. Tax cuts are not free. Adding $5 trillion to the debt ceiling isn't about efficiency. Like this is just a bad bill. And when you have enough Republicans who are speaking out, even the ones who are doing it anonymous,
If it feels like Trump's
you're seeing a lot of people who have been pretty Trump guys speak against this bill. So it's like it's a bad move. He could have broke this up. They haven't got anything passed. Everything has been done through executive order. So it's like, at the end of the day, if y'all don't win in 2028, like everything he's did is going to be undone.
Well, the big beautiful bill, the Lincoln-Riley Act went through his first week or two in office, and then that big beautiful bill just went through the House. Senate, and we'll see what happens. But I take what you're saying with I understand what you're saying. We'll see what happens. Not everything has been done with an executive order. That's not true. Lincoln Raleigh was voted on in both houses of Congress, and this big beautiful bill is working its way through. It already got through the House, so now we got to see what happens in the Senate. So we're gonna let Alan go. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your input, Mr. Gillette. Hold on now. We got Alan who raised his hand, but now he seems to be on the phone.
No,
Alan going once. All right, go ahead, Alan. And then we got Nathan who wants to say something.
Yeah. So on the right. His biggest loss. I'll say it again. Others have said it. I think has been eliminating all the DEI from the government.
Biggest loss or biggest win? You saw this.
Biggest win. His biggest win has been removing all the DEI language and requirements from the government, and is helping businesses remove that as well. His biggest loss, I think, is the fact that he hasn't invited you, Manfinity, to the Oval Office, because if he invited you would found all.
No, Crown Racer, you ain't gonna interrupt him while he's giving me a compliment. I'm moving you down right now. Don't let this man give me a compliment. Alan, watch it.
I'm gonna try that.
When President Trump's threats to annex Canada and make it the 51st state.
Today, Canada faces another critical moment. Democracy, pluralism, the rule of law, self-determination, and freedom are values which Canadians hold dearly, and running sounds the government is determined to protect.
The King is the head of state in which Canada is a member of the Commonwealth.
Or partake in a briefing of faith leaders across the country. Sebastian
members of the House of Commons,
a few others. I mean, it wasn't the most riveting day, but it was very much. It was a memorable experience to be in the White House again for a momentous occasion. So, Alan,
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a
few more invites away.
That's great. Anyway,
can I just ask you, Manfinity, how many people were there? Talk a little bit. That's very cool. Talk a little
Alan,
bit more
thank you so much. Yeah, I'll give you more about that. Alan, thank you so much. You're always appreciated in my rooms. Me and you go back so far, and I just appreciate your voice. So thank you for joining us for the time that you did.
You too.
Thank you. To answer your question, Abby, I would say the room was full of about 100 or more faith leaders across the country. Most of the people happen to be black, which is a little, I don't like to be pandered to, so I was a little, taken aback by that. Most of them happen to be black. Because then I saw a similar event the week after with mostly white pastors. So that's just, I'm not a pastor. I don't even consider myself a faith leader, but whatever. I'm definitely.
Was Hagee there?
Hagee?
Yeah, Pastor Hagee. Chris Kufi. He's out of San Antonio. Pastor Hagee. You know who I'm talking about?
I did not. Maybe if I look at a picture.
John Hagee. Kufi's Christian United.
But I can tell you, the faith office was very much about religious liberty. And they did not want to hone in on Christianity or this or that. They were very much all faiths, that kind of speech. We'll see what happens. But Paula White isn't Christian. But, in this role, her role is to kind of expound and expand upon religious liberty. So it was very interesting to be in the room. Something happened while I was there that was really out of the... I was sitting next to a black woman who I went with, and she had the nerve. One of these very plain Jane white ladies were up there talking about this and that, and then the girl that I was sitting next to, as the woman was getting an applause line, raised their hand and said, "Excuse me, that's all fine and good. You got all these black people here. That's all well and good, but there's no black men in the home." It was just going off, and the girl had nothing to say. And then Paula White had to get up and say, "I just love answering to share that. Yeah.
Talk about, I'm gonna ask you.
Hold on. One more follow up about Abby. I'm gonna let you go, Nathan, but Abby at the same time.
Whoa, Nathan, chill. This is very cool thing that he went to.
But you jumped the line.
Well, at some point, I'd love to dialogue. I'm curious how they approach the school choice issues, and what initiatives with respect to parochial schools, etc. But we can talk about it.
We can talk about that, and I can tell you, Leo Terrell was one of the speakers.
Phenomenal.
Very much. Leo Terrell was very much on the anti-Semitism tip. That was the main theme of his speech. I think you'd have been interested with Leo Terrell.
I follow him.
But go ahead.
Great.
I'm sorry, you love him, you said?
I love him. I think he's fabulous.
Yeah, he was very much on anti-Semitism. Nathan, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, man, I had to take a phone call earlier, but I was thinking about what he failed on and failing on and continuing to fail on. It is a situation with Ukraine and Russia.
So you don't think that he's moving the needle forward on the things in terms of getting Putin and Zelensky to talk directly? You don't think that's a major move?
No, a little bit, but he's failing on this part, right? He's underestimating Russia. He's underestimating Europeans, their fascination and hatred of Russia, right? And what happened, I don't even think this was reported in the news. I had to double check this tonight, that Putin almost got killed in a helicopter attack. When he was in his helicopter, the Ukraine launched multiple drones at his helicopter when he was on the way to a city, like coastal Ukraine. And what's happening is that it's getting real hot. Like, just imagine if Putin got injured. He has the nuclear codes in the helicopter. I don't think a lot of people understand that. He has a briefcase with the nuclear codes. Like, this is getting real hot.
Yeah, but I was trying to ask you a question about moving the needle forward. You said Trump, he got Zelensky and Putin to talk, direct talks. You don't think that's moving the needle forward on the Ukraine-Russia conflict?
No, because he don't understand how many. He understands it, but not fully. When you
Who don't understand what?
Trump. He
doesn't understand what?
How the Russian people feel about tens of thousands of Russian soldiers dead on the battlefield at the hands of our weapons and NATO weapons, right? Putin is not going to be like, okay, I'm going to call it a deal and I'm going to walk away. He's not going to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Ladies and gentlemen,
You want a thicker, a longer, a richer, room Spartan? Please don't scroll.
It's not going to call it quits. He's going to have to come up with a different approach.
So you think that moving the needle forward, that's all for sure.
I've been following this thing, right? And before that meeting took place, the high-ranking Russian government official advised, right? He said a lot of things publicly about how Putin should don't take the bait. That's what it is. Don't take the bait, right? And Trump needs to be more hard on Zelensky. He needs to be more hard on the European leader. He needs to, that meeting in the White House with Zelensky should have.
Please don't scroll. You want a thicker?
ladies and gentlemen,
have some disagreement. We have some disagreement. Let's see what Hector's saying. Hector seems to be disagreeing with what you have to say. Go ahead, Hector.
If I'm hearing correctly, is Nathan saying that Trump should have went harder on Zelensky?
Yes. I would have told him, man, you don't understand how it got started. It got started because Zelensky failed in the first place. You know what I mean? He's a failure, number one. He's a loser, you know what I mean? And he got his people killed. And he's trying to throw us and the NATO involved in it just because before that meeting took place. Was in and get us killed because he would have never So I don't really think that's to further encourage, right? So we can go all the way back to when Russia took Crimea. If we weren't willing to defend and hold that territory on behalf of Ukraine, then obviously it emboldened Putin more. Now, if we're not willing to, toe the line and have further sanctions on Russia, then guess what? Look, I saw what happened. Ukraine is getting bombed, and meanwhile, we're sitting here trying to tell ourselves that Trump is negotiating a deal or moving them closer forward. So what's happening is Ukraine is getting decimated day in, day out. Meanwhile, we're trying to negotiate this peace deal, but a truce can't even be called. So is there really a blunder happening? I would argue yes, because if Trump please don't scroll. Then why has he
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to become a big content creator one.
Let's be real.
Please don't scroll.
Let's be real. You probably see me in a few interesting places. But what if I told you there's a place where you can actually meet fun, flirty people live?
Please don't scroll. I'm just trying to
Russia as the world stage. So sanctions. We need to hold the red lines that we're putting out there, because if we do not, then guess what's going to happen? You're going to keep emboldening a lot of these dictators, a lot of these autocrats, a lot of these despots, because no one is willing to say, hey, this is where we draw the line. We're drawing it here. And if we need to further sanctions, militarily or otherwise, then that's what we're prepared to do. And I think Trump's rhetoric has been that, but has he actually acted upon that? Okay, so your best it's 20 million Russians people have died fighting Hitler and Nazis, right? They didn't fight. 20 million of them died. They have the commencement every single day, right? I forgot the official name for it. History is this: the Nazis went into Ukraine to attack Russia in that region. Throughout their history, at least about 2 or 3 times, Russia got attacked through the Ukraine region, right? Because if you look at the map, it's a perfect entry point into Russia. So when Ukraine, with an Azov battalion and the rise of neocons,
There's really a way of dealing with this technology. It's one of life's greatest experiences. It's when your name appears in somebody's testimonial. Somebody says, here's the person who found me.
That Ukrainians had, they killed a lot of people throughout the mayor. Then there's videos of them going around to Russian-speaking casino shops, breaking in, smashing everything, and say, hey, you got to speak Ukrainian now. We don't want you here. And it's the crazy thing about it is this. Putin watched, but she's an asshole in my opinion, he watched 10,000 Russian-speaking civilians get killed by the armament of Ukrainian this
I've never been able to break better in my life.
Don't sign that peace agreement, right? He didn't sign it. After he put the military on the Ukrainian border, he didn't go in right away. He said, sign this deal. Zelensky refused to sign it. And then he went into the country. So you tell me, Hector, if you were in the United States and the Chinese had, was telling Mexico to attack the English-speaking people on the Mexican border and was killing Russians see Nazis as terrorists. Go ahead.
Do you really think Ukraine should be part of NATO? Do you think that should be America's problem at this point? Just tell me that. I want to hear you on that.
Oh no, bro. No. That no. Hell no, bro.
The chances of you seeing the
But we did involve ourselves in 2014 and before. Hold on, Nathan, because I understand what you just said, and at first I didn't understand, now I understand. Right, the United States, via members of NATO in Europe, because this really doesn't mean shit to us. As Trump said, we have two beautiful oceans that separate ourselves from this shit, and that's why we're allowed to talk shit and act a fool, etc., etc.
We have geographic privilege.
We do, and that's the truth. And let's not deny it. Let's accept it for what it is. The privilege isn't a problem. Yeah, but people who talk about privilege are retarded. I gotta get this out there. Privilege, not one of you, including myself, would say, oh, you know what? Personally, I believe that white privilege exists. It's about 5 to 7% of the equation, but I believe it exists. So for us to not say that we have geographical privilege is insane.
But Dr. Responsible, like for example, I want to know, like, if Ukraine were to do you think that's not going to happen, or do you think that's going to happen once they're part of NATO? And why do you think Russia would entertain that idea?
Yes and yes.
But clearly, Russia is now interested.
The liquid death.
Which Disney prince is your soulmate?
Don't throw 2,000.
It's unprovoked. It might be like little kids who steal a cookie out of a cookie jar, and a parent come down and say, "Hey, did you take a cookie?" They don't say, "No, I didn't take a cookie." No, absolutely not. I mean, that's the thing. What's happening? They all said it's unprovoked across our media, across European media, right? And it was all bullshit because it's part of the CIA propaganda machine. That's what's really happening. That's why people like manipulate the masses to go along with this type of issue. But for like I studied AIDS, right? And I had my personal business. I had a colleague when I contract with, he's a Russian guy. He kind of pointed me in the right direction, but I asked him about the information about the Ukraine situation for me to learn about it, like Stephen Bandera. Who is he? Why is he celebrated in Ukraine? If you don't know who that is, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry. I have to interrupt for 1 second. Just 1 second. First off,
it took me 10 years to learn this, but I will teach it to you in 1 minute. One life way. It took me 10 years.
He's not there, so continue, Nathan.
Yeah, but when I studied the history about Ukraine and how it was created, and why they celebrate Stephen Bandera was a person in World War II who made a deal with Hitler to take over the region of Ukraine. I mean, he really sided with Hitler. They came in and killed thousands of Russian Jews and a whole bunch of people there.
In 1 minute.
Hitler betrayed him, locked him up in jail, and soon after the war, he broke out of the jail, went back to Ukraine on a mission to tear Ukraine from the Soviet Union. And that's the my tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why Ukraine to this day. To it. History, I believe history, present, and the future is all lines up. We have to understand how Ukraine's got to this point that they have to their own people. And that's really what we're talking about. It's like California breaking off from America. Like, no, you were Americans.
Please don't scroll.
That's what's happening in Ukraine. They all speak Russian. You have Russian named streets all over the place. Russian statues and Russian books in Ukraine and Kiev, right? So it's almost like a civil war was happening. And he was right. We need to stay the hell out of it. And also, too, I think the first time in history, we had, American tanks going on the Russian border killing Russians. We had American long-range missiles flying into Russia in their territory. Like, have you not forgotten about what the Cold War is about? This is insane. This is past Cold War level type of crap that was going on. Where your parents had to take the drills going underneath the table because they was afraid of them. This is really a crazy situation. It's real wild.
No response? No one? Okay.
Drop the hammer, man.
I think you dropped the mic on him real quick, Nate.
It could be a double standard if you look at it. So within your faith, Nizam, Jesus is just merely a man, a prophet, a very extraordinary man, but nonetheless just a man. But don't you think that it would be offensive for you to refer to God as just a mere man to a Christian? And wouldn't they have the right to right?
100%. So you know what? This is really good, Daniel, because whenever I do speak to a Christian, like Andrew, whatever, I'm careful. I know how that they hold Jesus to be a revealed figure, right? And I'm careful to navigate that. And so I don't say anything like prophet's an idiot, or Jesus is an idiot, or Jesus is a liar, and Jesus is a man, and you guys are a bunch of dumbasses, and you're I don't do that, because I don't want to offend them. I'm trying to I do believe I have the truth, right? And so if I have the truth and I believe in whatever I believe in, it's my own responsibility. The responsibility is on me to kind of portray that, right? And to have the character of someone that believes in the truth. I can't just be emotional about it. Okay, well, so
1 minute. Nizam, would you be happy if someone said, I don't believe that divine revelation? Would that be offensive to you?
No. I mean, well, it depends on like, it depends on like.
Plainly like that.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. I mean, look, like, yeah. For example, like, you know how like the hundreds of conversations that we have with like atheists and like all these different groups, people are like, oh, like Islam is a false religion, Islam is not true. It's like the Prophet Muhammad was just a man. I think all these things are claims, right, that people have made.
The main cause of stroke is diabetes. It's important to
I don't think it's like intentional disrespect, like what Abe was doing earlier, or what Sam was doing, like with earlier, like intentional disrespect. And then obviously, like, it's not like my first instinct is to be violent. It's like, okay, like he'll say something, I'll negotiate. I'm like, hey, listen, like, brother, like I don't mind talking to you. Let's have a respectful conversation. Let's not like overstep each other's boundaries, and let's see if we can resolve it. And then bring it back.
Sad because you haven't started. You have.
Sasha, right? Sasha was like having that picture of the prophet, and then Sam was saying a whole bunch of random stuff. He was just going off on a rant. He's like, oh, like, like I have a picture of, and I'm not part of your religion, so I don't know why you're trying to superimpose like, your beliefs on top of me, and I'm like, bro, it's not about me superimposing my beliefs on top of you. It's about the fact that like, if you want to have a conversation with me, right, and if you want to like have a dialogue with me about Islam, and you want me to like defend it, and you want to continue having like a cordial relationship with me, like arguments and like things and views, like evidences, you bring your rebuttals, and I bring like my counter evidence, then you need to have a cordial relationship. Like, it cannot just be you like saying whatever the hell you want about the prophet, and I'm just gonna sit there and take it. Like, that's not gonna happen.
What did he say?
Wait, so you have to say the same thing. Daniel, he said the same thing. He said, fuck the prophet. He said, fuck the prophet, he's a pedophile. Yeah, he was saying all that.
Yeah, that's a classic. If somebody's trying to be purposefully insulting, it's not
Listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all go out, listen carefully.
I sat there and I didn't take it. I said, you're right, I did exactly what I would do. I sat there and I didn't take it. I sat there and I did. Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes.
That's the problem.
For me, that's not a problem.
Pointing out.
Yeah.
What Sam was doing is pointing out is that.
No, I would knock him out. And by the way, he changed. Daniel.
Listen carefully. This will blow your mind.
He's a pedophile. And then he changed his picture. Because, like, I asked him to, and I didn't ask him nicely, and he changed it back. So, like, the issue was resolved.
Even if he does that, that doesn't justify you punching him.
For me, it No, Abe holds nothing sacred.
You hold anything sacred.
Abe doesn't hold anything sacred.
Freedom of speech is sacred. Freedom of speech.
No individual.
Bill,
to practice freedom of speech.
Bill, Abe would never even he wouldn't even fight for freedom of speech. I'm telling you, Abe doesn't even hold freedom of speech sacred. I'll prove that to you right now.
That's fine. As long as
no, but he doesn't.
About it,
He doesn't even hold freedom of speech sacred because he wouldn't fight about it. He wouldn't fight someone else to protect it.
Okay,
I'll
tell you what. Sam could say that. That's an old trope. Muhammad's a pedophile. That's an old trope. I mean, I've discussed Sam being a Khazarian. Like, your people weren't really with Moses in the desert. You guys came from Khazaria and you were swept into Europe by the Mongol horde in the 1300s. So he found that really offensive.
Hey, yo, shut y'all ass. Man, yo, first of all, this is a good title though, for your life. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, it was a long time. You know, I am from New York. You feel me? If I felt like if she wasn't like toxic and shit, I just felt like she ain't really fuck with me like that. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is kind of sick. You know what I'm saying? I'm a grown ass man at this point, and I've literally had to break that shit. And it's probably something that is weird. It's rhetorical. Very, very rhetorically effective, right? So, in that particular dynamic where you have people like Concrete or even sometimes Lion participating in that game altogether, like it's a different game, right? They're not trying to be scored purely on logic. That's actually the great. This is why I feel knowledge as well. But that was actually my very, very first mistake ever. Whenever I came to chillism and whenever Nathan decided to put me up in a debate, where I realized that this is not like strict debate and logic and good faith type rules. It's not. This is battle rap, right? You gotta get messy. You gotta do the whole. I think it's like you gotta know who you debate. Well, I mean, I think it could just be a logician here. I still think people recognize themselves. Respectfully, A-Rock, I don't think that's why people recognize your skills. If you were just purely, like, because it's funny what we were talking about just now, well, part of what you do is participate in the rhetorical games. You're effective enough rhetorically, right, every now and then to participate in the back and forth, to have a little bit of wit, and like, you know, not slack with the banter, right? And you can throw that in at the right appropriate time when you feel like somebody. And this is my just analysis. I've noticed that like if a point is ad nauseum passed 2 times for you, you'll pivot to that. You'll pivot to rhetoric almost immediately. Like you won't repeat something. You won't allow like a dialectic to loop more than twice before you start participating. Yeah. So, but that's not something that like can. It's just like in this space, it's not just purely logic. It's not just purely addressing points like this. There are other games to play. Wait, you want to hear when I demolished A-Block? Oh man, this was. Listen carefully. The next time you feel left out, when your friends all. Listen carefully. On a rampage for like 3 days.
Our family may be growing.
I knew it was rhetoric. I knew what I said was incorrect. I used rhetoric to make it sound correct, just like what Congress does. So A-Walk went crazy for 3 days.
Wait, who's the best at rhetoric?
I think Concrete. Personally,
shame on
Today is the very first day of the conclave. The cardinal. Here's what I think of your Olympics, Jimmy. Let me tell you why we have. Here's what I think.
On the 3rd day, A-Walk risen. And he came for me, pause. And I was like, A-Walk, look, it's not that serious. I said, A-Walk, I can repeat, I can still get your proposition. I can still get it. I know what you're going to say. And he goes, go ahead. And then I repeated it. He was like, yeah, that's it. He's like, then why'd you say
Here's what I think of your Olympics, Jimmy. We're looking for gamer.
Huey, you don't think that Samoa utilizes a lot?
Yeah, but I.
that she would have done a better job. So let's talk about Justice Gorsuch. What are your issues about him and his credentials to sit as a justice?
I don't think it's a matter of
Kavanaugh and his credentials, how many cases he heard, how he was in as he sat on lower courts. They have an issue with his credential. With Amy Coney Barrett not being credentialed enough and not being bright enough and not being able to serve as a justice.
No, they're very well qualified. That's not the argument, right?
So to say that she would do a better job, Biden put in Ketanji Brown. Tell me if you think she's a better justice than who Biden put in than the three that Trump put in terms of credentials and ability to. I mean, does she know what a woman is? We could talk about that. But can you tell me why you think Kamala, who, by the way, didn't do such a great job as a state attorney general or as a U.S. senator, can you please tell me why you think she would put better justices in than the three that Trump put in based on credentials alone?
Well, see, I'm not going to take that argument because I think your argument supposes that I'm saying they're not qualified. It's not that they're not qualified. I think there's philosophical differences, right? And I think that happens on both sides of the spectrum. That's what I mean by I think the justices that Kamala probably would have appointed would have maybe more aligned with
you.
Yeah, your interpretation of the Constitution. But let's pause here just to set the stage.
You had to jump in on that.
No, I appreciate that. Let's just stop to set the stage of what you're saying, Hector. Seems like regardless of all that was happening in the world of politics prior to Election Day, you honed in on a single issue, which is the Supreme Court. And it sounds like you made a decision based on a single issue. So you are one of these, what they call single issue voters. And because you have this understanding that the 9 justices of the Supreme Court have this, not undue, but they have this oversized or a heavy amount of influence over how the country operates. You thought that Donald Trump's appointees were less in line with your view of the Constitution. And you think that seems to be, you probably think that's dangerous. And so I just want to understand, like, what did the justices do or say prior to November 5th, 2024 to make you feel that Donald Trump's appointees were just completely out of step with what makes sense?
One more time, say that again.
I'm sorry, that was very convoluted. What did the 3 justices that he appointed, can you articulate what threat that you thought that they posed and give me like 1 or 2 examples of what they did that really made you feel like they posed a threat to this country?
Well, again, right, so listen, are they qualified? Yes. I think both sides are going to put forth qualified candidates. So that's not an issue. What's at issue is the philosophical difference of how some may read the Constitution as an originalist, right? Or that the Constitution is a living, breathing document that, things in the Constitution may need to evolve over time, and it's the interpretation of it that we're looking for justices to do so. Now, hold on. So I think, we're talking about big money in politics. So we saw Citizens United was a very, very, I think, case that, it could have, went a different way, right? So I think when you look at who we're appointing to these positions, these lifelong positions, and I understand why I would do that, but I think that's a whole other argument that may need to change.
Citizens United decided with either Ketanji.
Right, that was 2009. That was 2009.
I get that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is when you have justices that are not, I think,
think the difference of how some may read the Constitution as an originalist, right? Or that the Constitution is a writing document that because we need to as a society in the Constitution and to evolve over time, and it's the interpretation of it that we're looking for consistency. And I think citizenship is a very good so I just think, right,
so you just say it's not that they decided something citizenship was that very whatever. My main concern is you're saying that because Donald Trump is inclined to work with originalists, and you think the originalist interpretation of case is a threat
that's all that means.
our country. That's why you're No, but I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, you got it correctly, right? And I would also argue, here's the other thing, right? That I've seen what the Supreme Court has been doing with some of the cases that have gone before them, and they have swatted some things down. They've allowed some things to go in. So again, right? All I think really is just a philosophical difference on where we may lie on a few different issues.
How did you? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
How did you ignore? How did you boil it down to just the Supreme Court when there's so many other issues, like all of the things that she was standing for in terms of, let's just take something that they politicized her position on inmate sex change by the government, funded by the government. That's just one example. Like, if that's something that she can stand by, I mean, where does it end in terms of what she's willing to allow? So my question is, how do you ignore all of the woke nonsense and say, you know what, I'm going to throw in with her because she's more inclined to put progressive justices on the Supreme Court? Or maybe you agree with those things.
Listen, we're not going to always get it right. Neither party does. And, that's just how it is at the end. But I think the Democratic Party could have done, they definitely could have done a bit better on their messaging for sure, right? So at the end of the day, I think they put forth a candidate that they thought they could win with. Obviously, the American people thought of much.
So if you had to do it over again, you'd still vote for her?
I mean, listen, the jury's still out, right? The jury's still out. I'm waiting to see, if our president can make a believer out of me. So, but I think
as of right now, we could turn back the clock and go back to November 4th. You'd still vote for Kamala Harris because you think she's a better candidate and we're going to appoint better candidates on the Supreme Court. Is that right?
Listen, I'm gonna hold off on that. Right?
I'm sorry. You don't get to wiggle out of my questions. You don't get to wiggle out.
Listen, I don't want to hog the mic. Let's try something.
Okay, we'll move on to Alex, a known Trump hater. I invited Alex to the stage because I saw a comment earlier that said that Donald Trump is a known criminal or something along those lines. Alex, would you like to explain what you meant when you said Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot? Explain that, please.
I'd be happy to. First, I'm a liberal. Secondly, in regard to Trump, first remember when you elect a president, you're not just electing one man. You're electing all those things that he represents and all those people that he has that advise him. And I think when you look at that in the totality, this is probably one of the worst administrations we have ever had. And for several reasons. Now, I'll go first, and because of the issue you were addressing in regard to the Supreme Court. Listen, his appointments really should not be of any consequence. Those judges are supposed to be impartial, not politically motivated. And many of their decisions on the first part were, but you already see they're changing their decisions. Decision one to say that he had immunity in the aspect of saying anything that he did in the presidential capacity was legal.
That's not
versus Wade.
No, that's not what they actually said.
Okay, what did they say?
Was that the president
could not be criminally charged in pursuit of his office. But if he was taking a bribe, for example, that is not something that is protected under the office. You mean like a plane? No. Because the plane goes from the office of the president to the DOD to then the office of the former president. I don't think I'll take the plane just for, transparency.
Alex, really quick, I want to interject for 2 seconds. Alex, do you think America should have accepted the gift from France called the Statue of Liberty? Yes or no?
First
No, I say yes or no. Yes, I'm happy to hear your explanation. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, and tell me why.
And the reason why. First of all, it was approved by Congress. It wasn't just one in which the president said, like, hey, I've taken it. Hey, thanks a lot. I appreciate it. And the president didn't take it home after it was over with. So, yeah, as a tribute to the United States in regard to the 100-year anniversary, I think it was a nice gesture. But we take presents all the time. We take, historical objects which have been seen. That's not a problem. But the Emoluments Clause of the United States Constitution disallows any politician from receiving presents from a foreign country.
That'll get challenged in court. Excuse me. The Trump administration has a different view on that in terms of the Emoluments Clause and as it applies to this gift from Qatar. So what I'm saying is that it will be.
It's not owned by the president.
I understand, but what I'm saying is it's going. Say it again.
And it's not a violation of the Emoluments Clause because he doesn't own the plane personally.
Right. So Alex, Marshall is articulating the Trump administration's position, and if the opposing side wants to take it to court, it'll get meted out in court. What's wrong with that? Isn't that the American way?
And it will, but I don't have any problem with that aspect of it. But the first thing, how many presidents have you seen in the past that caused such controversy by such determinations that they would accept such a president? You can't.
What I'm saying is, excuse me, but the thing is, you can't say, well, just because other presidents haven't done that. That's no metric. Okay, Donald Trump is a phenomenon. He does things in different ways. That's baked into the cake. We already know that.
Well, let's just stick to objects of the Constitution. Okay, things that we see as obvious. Okay, I'm just saying, like any person, realistically, come on. If he goes to a foreign country and they say to him, hey, listen, I'd like to give you this plane. And he says, you know what, I'd love to accept that plane because my plane really doesn't look that good. My plane is not as nice. And it would be really nice to have it re-outfitted at the cost of the American citizen. So I can have this really nice plane.
Do you know that the numbers inflated, Alex, by the way?
Several different
you know
numbers
what
have been given.
used BBJs sell for? Do you know the market for used BBJs? Between 20 and 70 million fit out for top executives. So you want to tell me where, and a new one is about 200 million, fit out for royalty or top executives. So you want to tell me where, first of all, I don't know, that story got leaked at a 400 million by one person in the press and then it just took off. But if you go Google it, go read what BBJs sell for used. And that's a 12-year-old plane. But go look
Does it matter if it's 400 million, $4 million, or $4? Does that really matter in regard to what we're talking about?
it does.
Yeah, what the Congress number one will let the office of the president accept one thing, right? Part of the reason it's not a good idea to look like it's currying favor and buying influence, but the way that this is structured is that it doesn't ever go into Trump's hands personally, so it's not a violation of the Emoluments Clause. It goes from the office of the president to the Department of Defense to the office of the former president. The other thing that's important to note is when building Air Force One, you have to retrofit that thing down to the bones. That's cost about $500 million, and you have to have components from certain parts of the United States. So ball bearings, wheels, tires, flight equipment, instruments. All of those have to come for Air Force One from specific places. We have law on the national security side that guarantees that Air Force One is not a foreign plane and is not using foreign parts. So the DoD would have to take that apart, refit it with the right parts, and then turn it into Air Force One, which is, just to be frank, really not very practical.
run into laws regarding national security and what you're allowed to do with Air Force One, and he can't do the kind of stuff he wants to do.
They already have 2 new Air Force Ones already being built.
Yeah.
So it's not about
being built. My point was that there are laws against the retrofitting of that plane. Right?
Let's get off the plane for a minute. I'd like to get back to Alex. Alex, please establish why Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot.
Second issue forward, and okay. I won't concede in regard to the airplane issue, but let's move.
I don't want you to concede, but it's just going round and round. I would like to move forward.
Well, how about the issue with Bitcoin? How about the issue of dinners? In hosting other individuals from other countries in regard to obtaining influence. That's not an issue that you have any objections to?
Isn't he the president? Isn't holding dinners with foreign powers literally part of the fucking job, Alex?
Not as a fundraiser for him and his family. Not for himself.
Alex, are you talking about the Bitcoin stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, dude, that was like, that's a violation of the Emolument Clause for sure. For those who are aware, emoluments are essentially the president making money off of his business while in office. And it's a specific part of the Constitution. He was sued for a violation of the Emolument Clause under his first administration. And it's, if I recall correctly, Abby, maybe you can correct me, but I don't think it's even seen a court desk. I don't even think it's seen a judge's desk yet.
It's because he is not the leader of his company anymore. He has signed that off the moment he became president the first time to John Jr. or Eric Trump. I forget which one it was.
Yeah, so, James, I think it's where you're going, but you also have to take into account that one of these dudes, one of these tax cheats, the mother went to the crypto thing.
Is the argument that Trump's company is not supposed to make money now and that it's supposed to fail because he's the president? Is that the argument? I mean,
no. The argument is that the executive himself should not be using the platform of the president to make money privately.
Well, you say that, but he's not having these meetings in the White House. These meetings are in Mar-a-Lago and they're led by the company leadership, not by the
Emoluments Clause to make money like that. It's against the law.
Did you hear
again, these are not held in the official White House.
Did you hear what James said? I'd like for you to contend specifically with what James just put forth. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, these are held at the private residence, Mar-a-Lago, or other places such as Trump Tower. These are not held at the White House or inside of an official government office. And they're held by the leadership of the company, literally at the White House.
I'm sorry, James. There was some.
And they're not held or hosted by Donald Trump.
Please allow James to complete his statement without being interrupted, and then Marshall will enjoy the same response without being interrupted. James?
When it comes to the meetings of the companies, these are held with the leadership of the company. Donald Trump is rarely involved in it. Sometimes he's not even part of the meetings themselves. So if the company makes money, that's not necessarily Donald Trump who had an influence in doing so. He's not even part of the meetings. They're not at official government residence. They are at private residence at official company business locations such as Trump Tower. And that is where official business for the Trump company has happened for long before the president ever existed.
Thank you. Marshall, how do you respond without being interrupted?
So for the stuff that he hands off in a blind trust, fine, you're following the law. Arranging stuff at the White House where you tell people you're not going to use the presidential podium, and then you make comments on meme coins for yourself using the presidential podium, that is using the office of the presidency to raise money for personal causes. That's illegal. It's a violation of the Emolument Clause, and it certainly is acting corrupt. There was a gentleman whose mother donated $1 million. He was a tax cheat. And what do you know? Donates $1 million, and the son comes out, gets pardoned. Now, maybe the president did not do this in exchange for that $1 million, but it certainly looks like he accepted $1 million for his business, for his meme coin, and in return had a private meeting with the mother and ended up pardoning the son. that is something that is definitely illegal, something that should not be done.
I'd like to hear James's response. James, you have the final word on this issue, and then we're moving on to the next topic. James, how do you respond to what Marshall just said, and then we're moving on?
So when he's talking about the podium stuff that Donald Trump said, Donald Trump did not just come out onto the podium and start talking about meme coins. He was asked by the press and the press pool specifically a question on the meme coin, in which he responded. That is not using the office of president to do so. That is responding to the press's question. So I would say that is not legally what you call it.
All right, so this is interesting. We'll just see what happens when it gets challenged. Alex, you said that Donald Trump is a criminal posing as a patriot. Okay, why do you have such harsh conclusions about our commander-in-chief?
The next issue, which pertains the Supreme Court, the recognition we have three branches of government, correct? And since we do, all three branches are, equal but separate in regard to what their powers. The Supreme Court interprets law. And as the Supreme Court interprets law, they said, bring this individual back from this detention that you illegally imposed. How is that not violation? And the question that you have there too is that if Trump is not willing to listen to the Supreme Court and the Congress is unwilling to act, what happens as far as the individual and his powers?
Okay, so here's out there. I want to engage with you on this one because I have a little awareness of what happened here. So you're talking about the Kilmar-Abrego Garcia case, where it was decided or was admitted to by the Trump administration that there was a formality, there was an error, an administrative error that they overlooked. They didn't go to court on a specific issue. Therefore, his deportation needed to be rescinded or they needed to bring it back. But the lower court, okay, if you read the 4-page decision by the Supreme Court, which was a 9-0 decision, they said, they used these two words. You read the 4-page decision, effectuate and facilitate. Okay, the lower court imposed upon the Trump administration to not only effectuate his return, but to facilitate his return. And they did not outline what those meant. They didn't enumerate what actions needed to be taken to fulfill whatever they considered to be effectuate and or effectuate and facilitate. So the Supreme Court, if you read the decision, they said that the lower court was operating outside of its authority to impose upon the Trump administration to effectuate his return. And they said the lower court needs to define what that meant. But what they did say is that the Trump administration needed to facilitate his return. Okay? And the term facilitate is ambiguous. Okay? It's up for interpretation. And the Trump administration believes, according to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, she says that if Kilmar-Abrego Garcia's return is initiated by the El Salvadorian government, that they will facilitate his return by providing an airplane. So this is the rub, is that we're facilitating his return, but if El Salvador doesn't initiate his return, there's nothing we can do. That's the position. And we're not defying the Supreme Court justice, the Supreme Court ruling, but because it's been propagated out there that, the Supreme Court said that he must return him. No, the Supreme Court must facilitate. And facilitate has a specific meaning, not what you think it means, but there's a specific meaning what facilitate means. There's a specific meaning to what effectuate means. So I want to push back very harshly, with force, on your position. The Trump administration is openly defying the Supreme Court ruling. No, there's nuance, there's detail that seems to be lost on you. How do you respond, Alex?
Well, let me ask you, in your own sense of logic and of justice, do you believe he should be brought back?
Do I believe if he should be brought back? I think that they should follow the law. I think that this man, based on all of the court documents, is a man who's involved himself in various issues that do not bode well. He's involved in criminal activity time and time again, and he's not here legally. So when you have this man out of the country, yes, maybe there was an administrative error. I don't think that he was refuse due process. I think that they should follow the law. The Supreme Court, including Thomas and Alito, the most far-right leaning justices, all said that because of the administrative error, we should facilitate his return. But we should not necessarily effectuate his return, which means to start the process to bring him back.
That's why a lot of these kids when they want to be
So again, Alex, you reduced the issue with, he's defying it. No, he's not. The Trump administration is not defying it. There's nuance, there's detail that you seem to not want to contend with. And instead of contending with it, your response is, do you think he should be brought back? Which is a red herring. My opinion is unimportant. What's important is that you're portraying a lie. There is no defying of the ruling. They're completely in line with it. And there's a difference between effectuate and facilitate. So read the 4-page ruling and make your own conclusion. They actually even said that the lower court was operating outside of its authority to compel the Trump administration to effectuate his return because they're in charge of foreign policy, not the judicial branch. So if you want to say that the branches of the government are equal and separate, okay, well then give the executive branch their due authority. They have authority over the foreign policy, not the judicial branch.
And on the point that you're making here with the word being very specific here, the Supreme Court said Marbury versus Madison is the court case 1803 that they were referenced, where the lower courts have the right to appeal and to make a judgment, but they cannot compel. And when they put the word effectuate, that means that they were trying to compel the presidency into essentially invading an El Salvadorian prison. Let's acknowledge that this is an El Salvadorian citizen in El Salvador in an El Salvadorian prison under El Salvadorian charges. So the president has no power to just charge into their jail and free some guy that they have inside of a prison.
Thank you. So before we move on, I want to bring it back to Alex. And I'd like for you to contend with what I just put on the table in terms of effectuate, facilitate, and the fact that you're portraying and openly defying the court rule. I want you to contend with those. What I just put on the table, please.
As I'm sure you see too,
Every morning, tell yourself today is going to be a good day.
Several actions of the Trump administration to be illegal.
Okay, before you do that, I want to deal with what I just talked about between effectuate, facilitate, Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia. Can you deal with that before we move on to other issues? Deal with what I just put on the table.
And you know what? And I will not concede in the fact of that language leaves it open to interpretation for the purposes of the court. The purposes of the administration to say, well, we sent them, but we can't really get them back because they're not really willing to let them go. The same action that was taken in order to establish our access to those.
Listen, I just want to say,
if you have flat train tracks,
and tell me that Americans, whoever they are, let's not say this individual whose past is really not clarified in regard to exactly what his affiliations or but any American whatsoever who is taken by force without given the opportunity for habeas corpus. Now, I would bring forth the habeas corpus is in the Constitution of the United States. Habeas corpus is the right of individuals to appeal before court to unjust reason, just cause for incarceration or deportation or for whatever purpose. If you bring this out, you can be because the language says in spite of interpretation for it, will be available. And then for the courts interpret the law, not the administration.
What I'm saying is that the Supreme Court said facilitate yes, effectuate no, and the lower court was wrong in trying to compel, as Mr. Snyder said, to compel the other branch, which is equal and separate, as you mentioned, to effectuate his return. And for that, I was able to discuss it in an ABC interview from the resident desk. He said, I'm not sorry to pick up the phone and try to do all of this. I'm sure what he's doing is wrong because he's involved in X, Y, okay, which is well within his right. He's got the tattoos on his knuckles. He's got this. He's got that. What I'm saying is, why should we go above and beyond to bring this man back? Just because there was an administrative error, no one's claiming that didn't happen. But what we're saying is, why should we go above and beyond for someone who has shown himself to be involved in criminal activity over the course of years? And not only that, this man is between Tennessee and Virginia. The cam video came out. What the Brago Garcia is bad news. So yes, there was this technicality of the administrative error that didn't go back to court on this particular issue. But why would we go above and beyond for someone who is involved in criminal activity to this degree? And this is where the left loses. This is where the left loses so many Americans. Because you're standing so hard on this principle to the point where you side of what's right, common sense. Okay, this habeas corpus thing is just it's you're using it as a tool to just say, oh, the Trump administration is wrong. They're overstepping their bounds. You're not seeing the forest of the tree, sir.
Oh, they say in rebuttal for you're making all of these assertions in regard to an individual who was never, we don't have clear convictions in regard to it, but yet the president you have has 34 felony convictions.
We can talk about those convictions. We can talk about those.
I'm just saying. Well, wasn't he given his day in court? Wasn't he essentially it's required to see a court in the jurisdiction of the charge, which would be in this case El Salvador. Make it clear. So agree with me. He was not convicted of a sex crime. Was the underlying offense a sex crime? No. Again, Alex, there was a civil trial with respect to the allegations of the sexual harassment, or whatever the charge, the allegations were in a civil case, but he wasn't convicted. She was raped, right? She was not raped. He was not convicted of a crime with respect to someone. Alex, there was no criminal conviction. That was a civil case. I repeat, a civil case. Okay? So for you saying there was a criminal conviction,
of a sexual act, whether it was an offensive touching or it was a rape. There is no criminal conviction. So
I think we need to check that.
on the felonies that he did get convicted, could you tell me what the underlying crime was of those felonies? What was his underlying crime that he was actually convicted of?
Some action against this woman.
Well, you need to go back and.
Okay, so please educate me.
So let's talk about it. So he was convicted.
Remember, everything in life happens for a reason.
Liable for sexual assault with the E.G. and Carroll case, because remember, the preponderance of evidence is much lower. That's no proof of criminal misdoing. When it comes to the criminal, I believe he was found convicted of this situation in New York with regard to his documents, him reporting a political expense as a business expense, something along those lines. That's the Stormy Daniels case, I want to say. That is where the criminal conviction came in. No, I'm sorry, that's not true. The criminal conviction came in with the Daniels case. I'm getting it all confused now.
It's okay, I got a few minutes before I explode.
But I'm asking Alex, who says that he's been convicted as a felon 34 times. Please tell me what the underlying crime was on his actual conviction.
No, don't do that. Damn it.
Now you're not understanding that the actual acts were misdemeanors under New York law. So if you want to disparage his character and you want to go after him, find something better than that. Try a little harder, okay? And then compare and contrast. You can compare and contrast what we're now dealing with the last administration and the cover-up, which is a lot more significant, okay? And maybe you ought to think about that and think your energy is going to be focused on what just happened to our country and prevent us theory on the capacity of our commander-in-chief at the time who was in office.
Give me a break, come on. Come on, really? That's what you're going to argue with it? And it says,
what we're saying is that the conviction was based on, so remember, what he was being accused of is a misdemeanor. They had to go back in time and create a way, even Donald Trump. She said that this was ridiculous. House of Representatives was going back and finding a way to make this a challenge. Says to the jury in these instructions, you don't have to agree on what the underlying crime is. All I want you to do is look at these charges or look at these what we're charging him with and say if he's guilty or not. They, in an unprecedented move, told the jury they don't have to agree on the underlying crime, which is why Abby asked you what was the underlying crime. And the reason you don't have an answer is because the judge, in an unprecedented move, told the jury you don't have to agree on it. I don't care how you arrive at the conviction, just give us the conviction. Because we don't want Trump to run for office. And if we can sully his name, if we can drag him through the mud, no American would vote for him. When they can understand that all it did was encourage people to vote for him. Because you relentless in your hatred. There must be something that you don't want. So those convictions, every single one of
Don't throw
Okay, well, listen, my point in regard to that, I will concede I was wrong in regard to the basis of the convictions, but there are convictions, and he has the right to appeal. He has the right to go to a higher court in order to see. If you say that all of these injustices took place in the court, I'm sure that another court will be more than willing to review. Okay, now in regard to the basis to say
that they're challenging that this Stephen Miller and his band of constitutionalists do not think that people who are here illegally get full benefit of due process. There's some throttling that happens there. So,
yeah, I mean, he's welcome to challenge the current jurisprudence on the matters that they do.
Right, so they challenge it, and that's within their right to challenge that, right?
Yeah, no, it is. I don't think the idea of taking due process with these folks is a good idea.
This court is back.
It's comical. It's very Alex. It's a
intended it to focus and bestow rights on non-citizens. Those citizens could be legal or illegal. Bingham understood at the time he was writing the argument along with the seminary writer whose name I'm forgetting. It's the National Constitution Center. You can go look it up. But
there's not an argument that says when the 14th Amendment was crafted, they only meant citizens, because they clearly didn't, and they say so in their writings.
That was going to go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court gets to decide if an illegal immigrant who's in this country should get full access to due process. And then they get to make a decision on it, and we'll go with that.
But there's
That's okay
also,
by me. I'm happy with that getting flushed through the system.
there's also different determinant factors as to what process is available. And if you look at the other case that's right now, Khalil, you know, our Secretary of State, there is federal law. I put this in the chat like 3 times. The federal statute that gives the Secretary of State just the level of reasonable grounds. That's the scrutiny. Reasonable grounds.
A fair bit of leeway, right?
It's unbelievable leeway. It's reasonable grounds is not even probable cause to determine that someone's a security risk to the country and can have them removed and deported through the administrative law proceedings. So it doesn't have a judicial outcome. The due process, so to speak, is handled through an administrative judge that is an immigration judge, but it can be determined by the Secretary of State. I'll put the law in the chat again. And that law didn't come into play. I mean, it didn't come in during the Trump administration. It's older law. So the fact that, yeah, you can define a process or what you want to call due process, but there are limitations, and someone who is a non-citizen and someone that in some way can be determined on reasonable grounds by our State Department to be threatening to the nation or to our security can be removed. And I'll put that law in again. And that's not, Trump didn't invent that law. That was on the books.
Yeah, but if that law had effect, then how did it get to the court?
I'm trying to tell you. That's why they were able to move him. He's in Louisiana, and he filed. You had a judge in New Jersey, where he was located in Louisiana in an ICE, which is where he is now. But he had a New Jersey judge where he filed.